Chapter 874. Circe had been looking forward to seeing Sister Maul until the afternoon of the same day. St. Matthew risked his life to enter the Red Keep today to meet you, Luin, the nun said. The Archbishop suggested that you be sent to the great cathedral to train with the monks. I will. Before the nun could finish, Circe shouted excitedly. Mother of Mercy, St. Matthew of Mercy, I will go to the great cathedral. I want to drink vegetable and egg soup. Sister Maul looked at her with pity and shook her head. You, Luin, is not willing. Circe's smile froze. She was stunned for a moment. Why is he not willing? Even the Archbishop is here. What marriage can't be annulled? He said he doesn't believe in the 7 gods, the nun said. He also asked St. Matthew to stay out of the royal family's affairs. St. Matthew is an angel, Circe begged. He understands the true meaning of Mother of Mercy. He must not give up on saving a poor sheep like me. Of course, the Archbishop will not give up, Sister Maul said. Yes, he must not give up. He must gather the sons of warriors and the poor and wash the Red Keep with 100,000 soldiers. Circe said excitedly. Sister Maul was horrified. Holy Mother of Mercy. My sins, how can you say such evil things? Very well, Mother of Mercy, Circe said. Not everyone will be killed. Just kill you, Luin, and save me to take charge of the situation. That should be enough to suppress the rebels in the Red Keep. The Church must not participate in the struggle for power. This has become the first commandment of us monks. The power belongs to the king and the people, and the faith belongs to the 7 gods and the Church. The only thing the 7 gods ask of their followers is to make them better, Sister Maul said seriously. Sigh, if only you were this obedient when I was the Queen Regent. Circe sighed. She ran to the newly opened window and looked at the 7 holy lights above the Visania hills. St. Matthew of Mercy, please use the same ruthlessness as when you made me parade in the streets. Kill you, Luin, with Mother of Mercy. St. Matthew hasn't returned to the Holy Church yet. He's at the Red Keep trying to convert you, Luin, Sister Maul said. What? Circe turned around in confusion. St. Matthew took pity on you, Luin, who had fallen into hell, and wanted to turn the devil into a saint. Circe was confused. After a while she came back to her senses and asked tentatively, Are you right? St. Matthew took pity on you, Luin? You, Luin, were bewitched by the evil god and struggled in hell, truly experiencing the greatest suffering of the human world, the nun said. Lunatic. Circe said with a twisted expression. You've wasted all your hard work these past few days. You don't even have the slightest understanding of the Holy Mother's path of mercy, the nun angrily said. I am the one who is suffering, yet you pity Luin and blame me for not being compassionate? Circe was also angry. Old Sister Maul sighed and said, You murdered the Holy Sparrow, isn't that a great injustice to the Church? It was you, Luin's idea, Circe said weakly. You have committed heinous crimes and harmed the people of the 7 kingdoms, but we did not give up on you and gave you many chances to save yourself. You, Luin's sins are not as great as yours, so why can't you pity him and persuade him to repent and be saved? Just as Circe was hesitating, the sound of someone climbing up the stairs suddenly came from the staircase outside the door. Not long after, Sister Arenting gasped and shouted, Oh no, oh no! St. Matthew advised you, Luin, that the sea of bitterness is boundless and that repentance is the shore, but he was stabbed by you, Luin. What? Sister Maul's old eyes almost popped out of her sharp face. You, Luin, dared to murder St. Matthew? Circe was surprised and happy. She shouted, Go to the Holy Church and ask the warrior's son to wash the Red Keep with blood and avenge the Archbishop. If St. Matthew was stabbed to death, you, Luin, would be dead. If you, Luin, was dead, she could take charge of the situation. That was great. The Archbishop is not dead. Sister Allenthine leaned on her knees and panted at the door. Didn't you say that St. Matthew was stabbed? Circe could not hide the disappointment on her face. She was too surprised before, but now she was too disappointed. How can St. Matthew be stabbed to death? Allenthine glared at her and shook her head. Blessed by the Holy Mother, St. Matthew is an angel and has powerful healing and resurrection spells. He will not die. Sister Maul let out a long sigh of relief. He is not dead, why are you screaming so pitifully? Circe cursed in her mind and asked, What is going on? You, Luin, wants to stab St. Matthew just because of one sentence? Isn't it because of you? Allenthine looked at her and sighed. St. Matthew advised you, Luin, to be kind, to let go of the butcher's knife and convert to the Holy Mother. You, Luin, said that St. Matthew was spouting nonsense, and that it was easy for him to say that he could not feel his pain. Sister Allenthine gave a brief account of what had happened in the council hall of the Red Keep. Yu Luan sat on the Iron Throne to receive St. Matthew. St. Matthew didn't come to the Red Keep just for Cersei. More importantly, he wanted Yu Luan to open the city gates so that the monks could lead the refugees and commoners to the south or to Blackwater Bay to Tidehead Island. Yu Luan did not agree at first and even asked the church to cooperate with the Iron Throne to resist the Urlu outside the city. Matthew handed the Dragon Queen's letter to King Euron and said directly, "Stannis will definitely attack the city within a week. He won't care about the commoners below the city walls at all. The city is already short of food and the Iron Throne is unable to provide relief, causing the people to be angry and riots to break out on the streets. King's Landing is about to collapse under the siege. I showed the believers a miracle last night and now the people in the city know about the plan to go south for survival. If you stop them from leaving the city, there will be an uprising of at least 300,000 people before Stannis can attack. How can you withstand it? Besides, there is the church behind the believers and thousands of church-armed forces. The Dragon Queen of Dragonstone Island and the Holy Mother in the sky, which one can you withstand? Only the starving refugees are leaving. Most of the church's priests and armed forces are still in King's Landing to resist the otherworldly ghosts. This will only benefit the Iron Throne." Rando Tarly and the others advised. Yu Luan also heard the cheers of St. Matthew from the beggar army outside the walls of the Red Keep. He knew that he could not do it and could only agree. As long as the church swore that the Valley army would not take the opportunity to attack the city, St. Matthew would be allowed to take away the civilians and refugees who left voluntarily. After settling this matter, Matthew began to convert the great demon King Euron. The chief bishop persuaded Yu Luan to give up his power and convert to the Holy Mother? No wonder Yu Luan stabbed him. Yu Luan would never give up the Iron Throne, Cersei said with a strange expression. Yu Luan demon is indeed greedy for power, but the reason why he stabbed St. Matthew was because of you, Sister Allenthine said. What about me? Cersei was stunned. St. Matthew advised Yu Luan to stop torturing you and let him dissolve the marriage between the two of you. Yu Luan dared to speak ill of him and threaten the chief bishop. If he dares to interfere with your matters, he will send the chief bishop to meet the Holy Mother, the old nun said angrily. Lock Yu Luan up and let him repent. Let him become an ascetic to atone for his sins. Cersei shouted excitedly. The old nun shook her head and said, St. Matthew understood the true meaning of the Holy Mother's mercy and is willing to sacrifice himself. If his death can exchange for your peace and the peace of Yu Luan's heart, he would rather die. Then Yu Luan pulled out your sword and stabbed St. Matthew's heart. Actually, Yu Luan should not have been so impulsive, but the way St. Matthew looked at him was compassionate and loving, as if he was looking at a lost child. Not only did it not convert him, it ignited a fire in his heart. Yu Luan dared to swear to the storm god that he had never hated a person so much like that moment. Who do you think you are? Who are you to show such loving care to a child? How dare you look at me with such loving care? I am the first boss of Game of Thrones. Then he pulled out his sword in the court and pierced St. Matthew's heart under the horrified gaze of countless courtiers and nobles. St. Matthew did not dodge and did not even frown when the sword pierced his heart. He only looked at Yu Luan's ferocious face and red eyes and felt even more pity and sympathy. There was a sadness that could not be dissolved spreading from him. Even Yu Luan himself was a little shocked. His right hand that was holding the hilt of his sword could not help but tremble. Has the resentment in your heart disappeared? St. Matthew asked gently. He did not die. His heart that was pierced by the sword was bleeding, but he did not die. He could still speak. Thump, thump, thump. Yu Luan's face turned pale. He was frightened by an inexplicable aura and took 3 steps back. The blade of the sword brought out a pinch of blood from his heart. It was also at that moment that Sister Allenthine left the hall and rushed to the Empress Dowager's tower. How dare you attack St. Matthew? Yu Luan's sin is unforgivable, Cersei said agitatedly. If it was so easy to exorcise a demon, the Holy Mother's mercy would not be so precious. The nun sighed. If St. Matthew is still trying to exorcise Yu Luan, why are you yelling and screaming as if the Archbishop is dead? Cersei asked impatiently. Sister Allenthine glared at her angrily and turned to Sister Maul. You Luan are stubborn. I'm afraid that the Iron Throne will eventually come into conflict with the Church. Go pack your bags. We will be ready to leave at any time. So serious? Yu Luan dared to attack us? Sister Maul was shocked. The Red Heart demons are about to attack the city. The Red Keep is the main battlefield. We will have to return to the Holy Church sooner or later, Allenthine said. Hearing this, Cersei realized that the nun had not left because of her shift but because she had given up on her supervision. If you leave, does that mean I will be free? She was overjoyed. Did you not obtain peace and serenity through penance? You make it sound as if the church is restricting your freedom. We've worked so hard just to help you redeem yourself. Sister Maul said bitterly. I can eat good food and live in a luxurious castle while I repent to the Holy Mother, Cersei said righteously. If you do not abstain from the desires of the mouth, nose, and tongue, how can you purify your heart and let your soul reach the other side of heaven? Sister Alantine said solemnly. You old nannies have not even learned healing. What right do you have to lecture me? Cersei said impatiently. Sister Maul's face turned red, and her eyes were full of regret. Sister Alantine reached out and lit a ball of warm holy light. Last night, when we listened to St. Matthew's sermon at the lectern, Masanti, Unia, and I had an epiphany. We have been blessed by the Holy Mother and have become priests. So, I should not have stayed here to talk nonsense with you. Sister Maul looked at Cersei with resentment. Oh no. Oh no. At the mention of Sister Masanti came over. Just like Sister Alantine before, she gasped and shouted, the Uluan demon is crazy. He cut off St. Matthew's Gigi with one sword. Chapter 875. What? St. Matthew has become a eunuch? Cersei exclaimed. Alantine glared at the sinner and roared, Shut up! You are blaspheming the angel Matthew. Cut off Gigi? Isn't he a eunuch? I'm just telling the truth. How is that blasphemy? Uluan the demon is the one who is blasphemous. Go outside the castle and summon the sparrows to attack the Red Keep and wash Uluan's party with blood. Cersei could hardly hide her smile and joy. Well, she didn't hide her true thoughts. The three old nuns were furious but could not refute. They were ready to leave the sinner's cell. Oh, don't go. I am guilty. I admit that I am guilty. I have blasphemed St. Matthew's Gigi. Oh no, I have blasphemed St. Matthew's name. I have failed the teachings of the Holy Mother. Cersei wanted to hear more, and the negotiation between St. Matthew and Uluan concerned her future. She hurriedly grabbed the two tall and strong old nannies, one in each hand. She didn't manage to stop them. Instead, she was dragged 3 to 4 meters on the floor. But the three old nuns did not go out. Sister Morley asked her companion, Why did Uluan the demon cut off blaspheme St. Matthew? Sigh, it's all because of her, Sister Masanti shouted, pointing at Cersei. St. Matthew should have left after being stabbed, but he pitied Uluan the demon's depravity and could not bear to see Cersei. Hey, that's enough, Cersei shouted, interrupting the old nuns. You gave Stannis the nickname Red Heart Demon, and Uluan the demon. It's fine. But what do you mean by calling me, Cersei the demon? I am a devout believer of the Holy Mother. Even if I was abducted by demons and made some mistakes, I am not a demon, right? I think I can still go to heaven. Your sins are comparable to those of demons. Cersei the demon will be used to describe people who make the same mistakes as you in the future, the nun said. Cersei's face turned red with anger. I am incest, but isn't your pope the product of incest as well? I murdered my own husband, but didn't your pope also curse her husband to death? He's going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter how he dies. Blasphemy. Sinner. Cersei. The three nuns pointed at Cersei and yelled at her. Dang dang dang, while the three old nannies were arguing with Cersei, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs outside. They all quieted down at the same time, listening attentively and looking up. The haggard Count Tully and the warrior's son Russell led the way, while Sister Una and a few knights followed behind. Cousin, you've come to save me? Cersei cried out tearfully. The one-armed hero looked at his former lover, cousin, queen, and now queen, sinner, and prisoner with pity and asked, Cersei, on behalf of Archbishop Matthew, are you willing to give up all worldly power, dissolve your marriage with Uluan, and convert to the church? Cersei stopped crying and said in surprise, Of course I am willing to dissolve my marriage with Uluan, but what do you mean by converting to the church and giving up worldly power? After many efforts, St. Matthew finally persuaded Uluan to dissolve your marriage with him, Russell said. But Uluan also has a condition. You have to hand over the crown, officially recognize him as Yolan of Scylla, give up the Lannister surname, and never step out of the Holy Cathedral. You will become a Sister of Silence. Cersei was like a puppy that had been kicked in the balls. She jumped up and yelled, Let the other ghosts take advantage of King Euron. Who does he think he is? A mere Ironborn wants to become the king of the Seven Kingdoms? How hard did St. Matthew work to make me lose the Iron Throne? You are unwilling? Randall Tully frowned. Cersei spat at Tully's face and scolded, "Bastard, have you forgotten who made you the hand of the king? Ungrateful bastard." Randall Tully pursed his lips, the veins on his forehead throbbing, but he only glared, not retorting or wiping away the saliva that was dripping down his forehead. "Cersei, don't be unreasonable. If it weren't for Count Tully's efforts, you would have been secretly killed by Yoluin." Lancer could not stand it anymore. She stepped forward and shouted in a low voice. This was the truth. Randall Tully had never been on Yuluin's side. But before Yuluin plotted against Cersei, he had been encouraging her to suppress the Riverbend army in King's Landing. In the battle of the southern shore of Blackwater, Lion had suffered the greatest loss, followed by Riverbend. They had faced the true Dragon Alliance head-on, while Tywin had ambushed them from behind and cleaned up the battlefield. When Cersei learned of Randall Tully's loss, she had laughed and opened a bottle of summer wine to celebrate with Yuluin. Because of this, Riverbend's army in King's Landing was not even as strong as Lion's. Lion even controlled 5,000 gold robes. Even so, after Cersei had imprisoned herself, Randall Tully was loyal to her. Cersei being locked in the Queen's Tower was her own idea. Yuluin did not truly replace Cersei because of three concerns: the Church, Randall Tully, and Lannister in the West. No matter how many sins Cersei had committed, she was at least a believer of the seven gods. The great cathedral of Baelor did not like her, and the starry cathedral had crowned her, but Yuluin was a proper heretic. The west and half of Hudgin were still under Lannister's control, and Tywin's cousin Daemon was still in charge of Casterly Rock. If they fell out, Yuluin would be in danger of losing his home. Lannister was indeed in decline, but Tywin was not in a good situation either. The main reason was that his forces were too scattered. The Iron Islands, Riverbend High Court, King's Landing were more than 10,000 kilometers of land and sea, which was more than half of the Westeros. If Lannister was ruthless and gathered his remaining forces to attack the neighboring Iron Islands, Yuluin might really lose his home. The Iron Islands were not even as big as the Earl's territory, and their population was small. They were barely qualified to participate in the game of power because all of them were soldiers. Now 1/3 of Tywin was in Riverbend, and 2/3 was in King's Landing. The Iron Islands were almost empty. Randall Tully was the representative of the Seven Kingdoms and the representative of Riverbend. Even Yuluin could not ignore his opinion. The king ruled over the nobles and the nobles ruled over their subjects. If the nobles did not care about the king was no longer a king. If Cersei did not murder the Great Sparrow and did not make an oath to atone for her sins, Yuluin would not be able to become the regent. Everyone in King's Landing who knew about the Red Keep knew what Randall Tully meant to Cersei. Only Cersei herself did not know. She was still cursing at Randall. Cersei had not seen Randall Tully since she was imprisoned in the Queen Dowager's tower. Now she wanted to vent all her pent-up anger. Randall's face was like a spittoon as she spat all over it. After a while, the Queen's hand said, "When I accepted Duke Tywin's invitation to help the Iron Throne quell the rebellion, it was to restore the order of the Seven Kingdoms. I don't know when it started, but I became one of the sources of chaos. I am guilty, but I don't know who I have let down." "You have let me down?" Cersei shouted. Randall Tully's expression became strange when he heard that. "If it was because of you that I ended up like this, then it is a disgrace." "What do you mean? Without me could you have become the king's hand?" Cersei said angrily. Randall Tully made a decision in his heart. His expression softened as he said, "My queen, what is your decision? In the agreement between Yuluin and Archbishop Matthew, the marriage can only be annulled if you give up everything in the world. If you leave the Red Keep you must join the Sisters' Silence." "Let Yuluin shave his head and become a monk," Cersei said angrily. "The Archbishop did make such a proposal," Randall suggested sincerely after a moment of silence. "I think it is best if you agree to Yuluin's terms. Stannis will soon attack the King's Landing. The Red Keep will no longer be safe. Cersei, go into the arms of the Holy Mother. You will find that the peace of your soul is far more satisfying than the empty power," Lancel also advised. "Look at my face, look at my hair, look at my clothes." Cersei looked up and turned in a circle, revealing her dry and fragile hair, her wrinkled and pale cheeks, and her bloated and worn-out sheepskin coat that emitted a strange smell. "This is an ascetic. Is this worthy of the queen?" Cersei shouted angrily. "Don't tell me that a nun should be like this." Dany Rise of Dragonstone Island was surrounded by servants, dressed in fine clothes, ate delicious food, admired by thousands and was loved by the Holy Mother. "Why can't I?" Randall Tully and Lancel looked at each other and said, "You choose to remain as you are?" Cersei shook her head and begged, Can you let me out? Have you forgotten your own oath, the sacred oath? Lancel frowned. Was Yulun? He tricked me into swearing an oath of penance, Cersei said. But you were the one who murdered the Holy Sparrow, Lancel said coldly. Cersei was speechless. Archbishop Matthew risked his life to fight for this opportunity for you, Sister Maul reminded. He's a guardian angel. Why didn't he fight for better conditions for me? Cersei complained. Thinking of you, Luwin pierced the archbishop's heart with a sword, and then looking at Cersei, Lancel's heart turned cold. In a few days the archbishop will bring the people of King's Landing south. All the monks and nuns will leave. There may not be any nuns to supervise you, he hinted. Without nuns you will lose the protection of the church. Cersei didn't fully understand what he meant, but she felt a sense of danger. She shrank back and thought of something. Cousin, my poor uncle worked hard for Lannister all his life. For his sake, please do me a favor. Call Lord Reck and the Grand Chamberlain Tanya here. Let me talk to them. Lord Reck was the general of Dragonstone Island who was captured by the Dragon Queen. He was the husband of Tywin's cousin. After the death of Lord Devon of the Lion family, Cersei appointed him the commander of the Lion Army and the Golden Robes. Thinking of her father who died at the hands of the imps, Lancel sighed and whispered something to Randall Tari. Randall hesitated for a moment, then ordered a knight to go downstairs. While waiting, Randall couldn't help but remind Cersei, trusting Titus Reck and Tanya of Myr is the stupidest thing of all. Cersei responded with a sarcastic smile. Did Jaime look for you? She asked her cousin. Chapter 876. Brynn? Why are you asking about her? Brynn and Goldie should be at Tarth Island. Lancel was puzzled. Cersei was silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Her silence made the others speechless. It was quiet for a while. Before long, footsteps could be heard from downstairs. The Grand Chamberlain and the Red Keep garrison commander were standing in the courtyard, waiting for Cersei's decision. They arrived quickly. Your Majesty. The two of them bowed respectfully to Cersei. Both of you come here. Cersei walked to the corner of the room with a stern face and waved at the two of them. Randall Tarly and Lancel were expressionless as they watched from the side. Did you see? St. Matthew lost his balls for me. Yulun is finished. The church will never support him as king. Do you know what to choose? Cersei glared at her two former confidants and said coldly. Understood. Your orders are my orders. The servants and maids of the Red Keep are waiting for your orders, Tanya said. I've always been loyal to you, but Yulun is too powerful. Even Randall Tarly submitted to him. I can only try my best to protect the Lion Army, Earl Reeker said. Both of them had an honest look on their faces as they nodded like they were pounding garlic. Cersei was delighted, but her dirty and sallow face was still serious. My greatest support is not the church. I'm sure you know that Jaime is fighting against the deviant ghosts in Winterfell. I'm Tywin's daughter, Cersei Lannister. I'm not a lonely person who can be bullied. Yulun is nothing. If not for my name, he wouldn't even be able to see the Iron Throne. The two of them simultaneously revealed a look of awe, and even their waists bowed even more. Cersei's eyes flashed and she said calmly, I'm not forcing you to rebel against Yulun. You don't have the guts or ability to do so. I said this just to let you understand a fact. Even if you are a fence-sitter, it is far more cost-effective and safer than working for Yulun wholeheartedly. The Holy Mother once said that the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and be saved. Holy Mother, we won't be fence-sitters. We've always been loyal to you. The two loyal ministers hurriedly expressed their loyalty. Hearing this, Cersei, who had already calmed down, became worried. Thus, she let her little head spin, thinking about what other trump cards she had. It was completely blank, as if there was nothing left. Cersei was furious and a little scared. She was Queen Cersei. Had she fallen so low that she could not keep two servants under her control? Without any trump cards, he could only rely on his wits. Sighing in her heart, she said, Stannis will attack the King's Landing soon. Yulun will be on par with him, and both of you will suffer great losses. Yulun and Stannis are both blasphemous heretics. Yulun are Yulun demon and Stannis is heart demon. The miracle of St. Matthew turning into an angel is known throughout the King's Landing. How can the people and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms allow them to be kings? The night is long and danger is everywhere. Fortunately, the Holy Mother saved the world. I am guilty, I am incestuous, I murdered my husband, I killed the king, I killed 2 archbishops in a row, I am Cersei. But I am a devout believer of the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother even received me. I listened to the Holy Mother's teachings, just like the white dove in the purple bamboo forest. Saint Moses is the role model of Saint Matthew, and the white dove is the role model of Circe. I have an epiphany under the Holy Mother's teachings. I have put down the butcher's knife and become a saint. I have become a saint. Circe's little face was full of sincerity and solemnity. The Holy Mother is merciful. I was once Circe and now I am shedding my demon body. In the near future, I may become Saint Circe, imitating the white dove and marrying the Holy Mother's chosen King Hugo. Even if there is no King Hugo, use your pea-sized brains to think. Will the church support me to continue being the queen, or will they choose two undeliverable hybrid demons? Yu Luan and Red Heart are eagle demons. Sooner or later, they will be smashed into meat paste by the Holy Mother. This time Tanya and Earl Peck were really moved. Tanya said in a trembling voice, Yu Luan has been hit by St. Matthew's Holy Mother's palm. The first light. What? Yu Luan is dead? Why didn't you say so earlier? Circe shouted in ecstasy. Lancel frowned. Are you done? It's getting late. Wait a minute. Circe waved her hand and whispered to the two beside her. What happened? Is Yu Luan dead? Yu Luan cut off Haji with his sword. In front of everyone, St. Matthew picked up Haji that had fallen to the ground. After a flash of white light, Haji was as lively as before. At that time Yu Luan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly begged St. Matthew to treat Ha. After St. Matthew saw his injury, he said that it was easy to heal a broken chicken, but difficult to reproduce without one. Yu Luan was not a believer and the effect of the holy healing was too weak. It was better to convert to the Holy Mother, understand the teachings of the seven gods, and become a flawless angel. Who knew Yu Luan would be so evil? Not only did he refuse to convert to the Holy Mother, he even waved his sword and laughed. You are just a little priest. You are not qualified to convert me. Doesn't your Holy Mother like to sacrifice herself to feed demons? Let her come here personally. I don't want to eat her. I just want to fuck her a few times big time. And then. The dark-skinned Tanya had been chattering non-stop, her face full of curiosity and excitement from gossiping. But in the end, her dark-skinned face suddenly turned pale, her eyes filled with fear and reverence, and her voice started to tremble. St. Matthew roared. The Holy Mother was merciful, but he also had the means of a warrior. Then he shouted, Holy Mother's palm, the first appearance of holy light. The dim court was instantly filled with light. The holy light was like a knife, blinding my eyes. It's true. I really thought I was blind. My eyeballs were swollen and sore as if they were going to explode under the holy light. Tanya rubbed her eyes and said with lingering fear. And then? Yu Luan was blind? Circe said agitatedly. Then it was even stranger. I thought I was blind, but I clearly saw St. Matthew transform into a white-bearded, white-robed and white-winged birdman. It was an angel. Earl Burke interrupted her. Yes, it was an angel. It's all my fault. I was busy with palace affairs last night and didn't go to the Holy Church to preach to Angel Matthew, Tanya said regretfully. And then? Circe asked anxiously. After St. Matthew transformed into an angel, he flew in front of Yu Luan in an instant and was about to slap his head. Can you guess what happened? Yu Luan can also transform into a monster with 8 tentacles. Greyjoy was indeed from a family of sea monsters. Perhaps their entire family was the descendants of sea monsters. What was even scarier was that the sea monster Yu Luan was surrounded by strong winds. A black shadow rose in the wind. Its red eyes were the size of bowls, and its aura was far stronger than St. Matthew's. But St. Matthew was fearless. He shouted, Holy Mother of Mercy, the first appearance of holy light. Then a huge golden deity rose behind him. It was the Holy Mother. Tanya grabbed Circe's arm and shook it violently, just like a roaring horse shaking a beautiful woman. Even her voice and expression were like a roaring horse. I swear, I have never seen the Holy Mother in person before, but at that moment, I was very sure that she was the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother's body was golden and round, like a small mountain at least 18 feet tall. She sat cross-legged in the air. I felt a heavy pressure just by standing beside her. Majestic, holy, domineering, merciful. I don't care. I will also convert to the Holy Mother in the future. She is too powerful. Tanya was a Mirian. She believed in the god of lust. It was also because of the methods she learned from the Church of Lust that she was able to marry a Westeros count and become Queen Circe's right hand. Even Yu Luan fell for her tricks. The excitement on Circe's face disappeared. She asked suspiciously, Are you sure it's not an illusion? Why is the Holy Mother so round and 18 feet tall? The ceiling of the Red Keep is not even 18 feet tall. Everyone saw it. Tanya turned her gaze to Earl Rake. It's not the Holy Mother's body that is round. It's a golden ring behind the Holy Mother like the sun. Isn't the sun a round lump? Rake asked. Yes, that's it. The Holy Mother is sitting in the sun, Tanya quickly said. Then why is the golden Holy Mother 18 feet tall? Cersei asked again. I don't know. At that time, the whole world was filled with the golden light of the sun. The red keep heaven and earth, and I disappeared. Tanya was at a loss. It was a spiritual state, Earl Rake said. I asked Lancel. He said that what we saw was the souls of St. Matthew and Yuluen. Our eyes were blinded by the golden light, but our souls could still see the scene. I see, Tanya suddenly realized. When St. Matthew struck out with his palm, the golden body of the Blessed Virgin behind him struck out with his palm as well. The golden palm, which was as huge as a city gate, smashed the demonic shadow behind Yuluen into ashes and disappeared with a wail. Then St. Matthew's palm landed on Yuluen's forehead and hit him until his juices flowed. The golden light disappeared, the angel Matthew disappeared, and my eyes recovered from the stinging pain. Yuluen was lying on the ground, bleeding from all orifices. His body twitched, but he didn't die. St. Matthew stood where he was and didn't seem to have moved. What do you mean by, juices flowed? Cersei was puzzled. Didn't Yuluen transform into an 8-clawed sea monster? When St. Matthew slapped him with his palm, only those inhuman soft tentacles would burst into pulp. It's just like when we step on a big snail or a slug, wouldn't the juice flow out? Cersei had also stepped on a snail before. She immediately formed a vivid image in her mind. Although she was happy to see what happened to Yuluen, she was also disgusted. Why didn't St. Matthew kill that blaspheme against the Holy Mother? Cersei complained. Earl Reeker looked at the people in the distance and said in a low voice, The Red Keep is now under the control of Tai Min. I'm just a nominal commander. There are hundreds of Tai Min guarding outside the court. If we kill Yuluen, St. Matthew and the monks who enter the castle will die. Then use the Holy Mother's palm to kill all the Tai Min, Cersei said fiercely. St. Matthew's face turned pale with sweat after one hit. He didn't even frown when he was stabbed in the heart and had his penis cut off. The Holy Mother's palm must be very draining. St. Matthew can't use it many times, Earl Reeker said. How badly is Yuluen injured? Cersei asked expectantly. Tanya hesitated and said, It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Yuluen didn't even faint. He got up and sat on the Iron Throne. St. Matthew said that this time he will only break his evil spells. He told him to take care of himself and stop doing evil things. It seems that Yuluen can't use evil spells anymore, Earl Reeker added. Cersei felt regretful, but she put on a cheerful face and said, This is our chance. You don't have to take any risks. Just protect me. When Yuluen and Stannis are both injured, the believers of the 7 gods will chase them away. Then we will create glory together. Lord Reeker, I will make you the hand of the king. Tanya, I will make you an archduchess. Chapter 877. The church did not completely ignore Cersei. When they called for the people to leave King's Landing, Sister Maul and 2 warriors' sons were still guarding outside the Queen's Tower. The other 3 nuns returned to the cathedral because they received the seal of the Holy Mother. St. Matthew went to see Stannis outside the city yesterday. From this afternoon onwards, the Valley Army outside the riverfront gate will withdraw to 20 kilometers away from King's Landing. 100,000 poor people will leave first. By this evening they must cross the Blackwater River and enter the royal forest. Tomorrow the people and nobles who are willing to follow St. Matthew will leave one after another. Stannis promised not to attack King's Landing for a week. Sister Maul was the only one left of the 4 flowers of the church. She opened the small window above and below the wooden door and took the initiative to chat with Cersei in the room. Well, there were only nuns and sinner Cersei in the Queen's Tower. The church's knights and Red Keep guards outside the tower. They could not enter the tower without being summoned by the nuns. Cersei was a tigress and had a criminal record of adultery. The royal family and the church needed to save face. Of course, Yuluen, the Prince Regent's husband, could come in and spend the night with his wife anytime. After all, Cersei was only training to atone for her sins. Mason and the others are not coming to the Red Keep? Cersei curled up under the blanket, only revealing her small head. After they became priests, they were promoted to white bishops by the archbishop. Now each of them is leading dozens of young and strong young nuns to cultivate. Isn't it a waste of talent to come to the Red Fort to be supervising nuns? Old Sister Maul said sourly. The 4 of them had the same background. They were abandoned babies by the church. They entered the nuns' college at the same time. The church had a department that trained nuns and nuns. In the old town there was even a church school for the children of nobles. They graduated in the same year and were assigned to work in the cathedral at the same time. They checked little Rose's virginity, the time when Circe reported her daughter-in-law's adultery, and punished little Rose to make her repent. They tortured the whore Queen Dowager and punished her to make her repent. After that, they shaved Queen Dowager's hair and walked the streets with Queen Dowager. They were hated by the Queen and Queen Dowager. When Circe imprisoned herself, they were the ones who supervised her training. The four of them were Granny Rong in the version of power travel. No, they were even more awesome than Granny Rong. Granny Rong could only deal with a few commoners, but the four flowers of the Vatican were dealing with the Queen and the Empress Dowager. After decades of ups and downs, they were finally separated. Old Sister Moll was still a teaching nanny full of hostility, but the other three had an epiphany during St. Matthew's sermon and became amiable and respectable white bishops. They even took in dozens of nun apprentices. How many are leaving? Circe asked casually. Maybe 300,000, maybe more by choice. Only those who couldn't bear to stay in King's Landing would leave. Sister Moll sighed. Can Storm's End hold that many people? Circe asked doubtfully. Not all of them are going to Storm's End. The royal fleet of Dragonstone Island is coming. Other than delivering food to the migration team, they will also bring the old and the sick to Tidehead Island. At this point, the old nun suddenly sat up from the soft couch beside the small charcoal stove. She found an iron hammer in the corner, opened the door and walked to the window by the sea. She struck down with the hammer and made a hole the size of a bowl. Whoosh! The cold wind was like a young man waiting outside a love hotel room for his long-distance girlfriend to change and open the door on Valentine's Day. He could not wait to rush into the room and kiss the old nun's dry cheeks and sparse white hair. Along with the biting cold wind, a large patch of golden sunlight entered the room. The room suddenly lit up. St. Matthew was willing to endure the humiliation of cutting his manhood to save you. I am not as good as St. Matthew, but today I will break this window for you, even if I have to offend you, Lewin. The old nun held the hammer and said righteously. Then she explained, Blackwater Bay is full of ships now. They are the royal fleet of the Pope. There is also a small sun in the sky. The church only supervised Circe's penance. They never thought of interfering with her little dark room. It was you, Lewin, who requested that the windows and balcony be sealed. 2 days ago, Sister Allenthine and a few others helped Circe clean up her bedroom and also broke the brick wall and windows of the balcony. However, when you Lewin knew about it, he immediately sealed them up. Even though the nun tried to dissuade him, he only left a thumb-sized hole in the wall facing the great cathedral of Baylor. There was also a thick piece of crystal glass embedded in the wall. Merciful Mother of God. Circe got up and ran to the window excitedly. However, after just one glance she howled, Isn't that my galleon? The biggest one with 800 oars. Isn't that Duke Tywin? There is also sweet Circe and valiant Joffrey. Damn it, they are all my ships. Yes, the main force of the Dragon Queen's royal navy was the 10 giant galleons that Ord Viscount had stolen from Circe. However, there were hundreds of ships flying the Pentashade Dragon flag in Blackwater Bay, including the family fleets of Crab Island, Valerian of Tidehead Island, and some of the 80 ships that the Dragon Queen had rented from Bravos for free. However, none of the ships were as big as Circe's galleon, so Circe recognized her own ship at first glance. I understand now. It's all Daenerys' scheme. I've long guessed that that bitch has a bright and upright appearance, but behind her back she has endless dirty tricks. I just didn't expect that even my admiral is her spy, she said through gritted teeth. Sister Mahler lowered her head and looked at the thick hammer. She was conflicted about whether she should smash it into that noisy little head of a straw. Huh. Didn't the sun disappear? And it's so short. Then, Circe's attention was attracted by the small sun 300 meters above the sea. It was as big as a bathtub and it was warm and gentle. Everything within a few kilometers could be seen clearly, and it reminded Circe of a summer morning a few years ago. That is the fairy of light that the maiden gave to the Pope. Sister Mahler put down the hammer and looked at the sun with reverence. Only the 7 gods can dispel the darkness and bring light to the world. The Maiden of Light is the real Lord of Light. Lalo is a false god. Circe was shocked. Even the title of Lord of Light? Does the church want to go to war with the Red Gods? Mahler shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, I'm just an old nanny. Is Lalo going to be angry just because I said that? He is too easily angered. Circe took the hammer from the old woman and smashed it on the window a few times, but it only made a hole big enough for her to stick her head out. Ignoring the cold, she stuck her head out of the hole and squinted her eyes to feel the sunlight. Although the cold north wind took her away in an instant, Circe truly felt the warmth of the sun. After enjoying the wind and sun for a while, Circe began to pay attention to the ships on the river. She could not see the Blackwater River wharf from her angle, but from time to time, there were ships entering the river from the Blackwater Bay, and sailing ships returning to the bay from the river and continuing to sail east. Even from afar she could see that the deck was crowded with thousands of people. She could not tell whether they were men or women, old or young. She could only vaguely feel that they were all dirty and unkempt. That's strange. Why would Stannis allow these people to leave? The more people there are in the King's Landing, the more soldiers there will be to defend the city when the other ghouls come. Can't he understand such a simple logic? Circe was puzzled. Only the living can defend the city. Those who starve to death in the gutters will only become the companions of the ghouls. The king and the nobles are fighting for power and profit. They don't care about the lives of the common people. The King's Landing has not collapsed yet because of the hundreds of thousands of tons of food that Saint Sparrow used the church's bank as collateral, the old nun said coldly. What kind of attitude is that? Circe glared at the old nun and said righteously, blame those traitors. If they did not rebel against me, why would there be so many wars? You did not commit incest with the Kingslayer and did not murder King Robert. Why did they rebel? What does an old nun like you know? The reason for the rebellion is not important because for the sake of the Iron Throne, they can come up with countless reasons just by flipping their lips. I don't know anything. I only know that you and the traitors you speak of are the same. The old nun said. Circe sighed helplessly and changed the topic. When St. Matthew met the Red Heart demon, did he convert him? Of course. The Holy Mother is merciful and saves all living things. St. Matthew not only converted the Red Heart demon, but also tried to persuade the Banshee of Hearts to repent and convert to the right path. The Banshee of Hearts? The red-robed priestess by Stannis' side? Circe was interested and asked, how many times did they stab the Archbishop? I heard that the red-robed priestess can control shadows to kill people. The Holy Mother fought the shadow puppets with her palm. Was it exciting? Did the Holy Mother and the King of Light, our hero, appear? No, they did not. Nanny Mall shook her head and criticized seriously. You actually think of St. Matthew and the Holy Mother as acrobats in an opera troupe. It seems that days of hard work have no effect at all. You are hopeless. Circe immediately said, the Holy Mother is merciful. I am guilty and I repent, but I am also confused by my concern. Think about it, how can a person who is indifferent to the affairs and future of the Church be a devout believer? The more agitated I am, the more it proves my devotion to the Holy Mother. The old nun thought carefully and found the sinner's words reasonable. Her expression softened and she said slowly, the last time the Holy Sparrow fought Lewin, it was because Lewin insulted the Holy Mother. In the face of St. Matthew's persuasion, although Stannis and the red-robed priestess were furious, they only ordered people to beat him. Yes, the Knights of the Red Heart punched and kicked the Archbishop, but they did not even draw their swords. A group of knights besieging an old man? Circe was shocked. Maul nodded slightly with an unnatural expression. Did St. Matthew fight back? Circe asked again. No. Even when he was beaten to the ground, he was still compassionate and merciful. He recited the Bible and tried to use words and the spirit of mercy to reform the pagans. The old nun lowered her head awkwardly. What about the knights of the Church? What about the sons of warriors and the gathering of the poor? Seeing the Archbishop being beaten like a dead dog, no one went to help? Circe could not imagine that scene. The Church of the Seven Gods is a disgrace. Even she felt a little ashamed at that moment. St. Matthew did not let us help him. Then how badly did he get beaten up? Did he not learn his lesson when he failed to convert Lewin? Circe grimaced. The old nun's expression became even more strange. In fact, the experience of converting Lewin the day before yesterday made him even more determined to do so. Why? Chapter 878. If the sublimation of the soul under the teachings of the Madonna only made Matthew understand the true meaning of great mercy and set up an ideal, then the matter of converting Lewin completely strengthened his belief in the doctrine of the Madonna of Mercy. His soul had sublimated again. He had now crossed the angel rank and was promoted to the second level of the archangel. In terms of the wizard's level of practice, he was a demigod who had comprehended his own divinity. Yes, Matthew, the paladin, had divinity and it was not from the Madonna. On the contrary, The Madonna got the same amount of new divinity as Matthew, the divinity of mercy. The night before, when Big Black suddenly contacted Danny and told her about the divinity of mercy, she was more surprised than happy. The true Madonna only had the divinity of the Madonna that came with the Madonna's priesthood, but there was no specific divinity of mercy. The Madonna's priesthood came from the imagination of the believers, and the divinity of the Madonna was also what the believers thought the Madonna should be. It was different from the divinity of mercy that Matthew himself had comprehended. It was more than innovation. The priesthood was essentially knowledge, similar to the god's talisman in the world of Xianxia. If a person who knew nothing got the priesthood of the water god, he could make clouds and rain. But once his water god's talisman was taken away, he would become a mortal who knew nothing again. If the person who knew nothing understood the divinity of the water god during his time as the water god, he would still have the ability of the water god even if he lost the talisman. Before Big Black lost the priesthood of the Madonna, he was beaten back to a stupid black dragon. Now that he had a part of the divinity of mercy and lost the priesthood of the Madonna, he could change his name to Buddha or Bodhisattva, because he had the divinity of the Bodhisattva. It was Matthew who comprehended the divinity, but the Madonna also had the same divinity, reaping without sowing. This was one of the benefits of the gods keeping believers. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Matthew even gave his mark of life to the Madonna Danny. What was divinity compared to the mark of life? To put it in a simple sentence, I can give up my life, let alone the worldly possessions. But divinity was knowledge. Matthew gave his knowledge to the Madonna, but he would not lose his knowledge. This was different from the divinity plundering between gods. The reason was very simple. Gods were different individuals and believers were only a part of the gods. An angel-level believer like Matthew was completely a god. If they did not have such a deep relationship, he would not have become an angel with a demigod soul. It sounded a little cruel, but this was faith. You even gave your life imprint to the gods. Are you still an independent person? What are you thinking? Speaking of which, why did Matthew's soul sublimate again? Could it be that he was a masochist and had an epiphany after being cut by Yuluin? Matthew was a normal person with no special fetishes. Even if he had a special hobby, the Church of the Seven Gods was not a cult created by the goddess of lust. The Church of the Seven Gods was not a cult. Followers of some strange religions may comprehend the divinity of masochism due to masochism, but they would never comprehend the divinity of compassion. When St. Matthew returned to the great cathedral that afternoon, he was actually very depressed because he failed in his first practice of the Madonna's doctrine of compassion. It was a complete failure. Not only did Yuluin not get converted, but he also showed signs of being possessed by the devil. Matthew was a normal person. Of course, he would be depressed when he failed until someone came. Randall Tarley came to the great cathedral of Baylor alone in the evening and found the archbishop. At first, Matthew thought he was here for Cersei. He shook his head and sighed. Cersei is addicted to power. I've tried my best. At another time, I can guide and convert her a second or third time, but I have to lead hundreds of thousands of believers south to Storm's End in a week. I don't have time. Blah. Randall Tarley knelt in front of Matthew and shook his head. I didn't come to the cathedral today for Cersei. I saw the process of you persuading Yuluin this afternoon. Your words, your behavior, and your practice of the Madonna's spirit of sacrifice have shocked me. I don't want to lie to you. The Madonna's doctrine of compassion only shocked me, but it did not resonate with me. But the terrible experience in King's Landing over the past few years, and the death of my eldest son, Dickon, and the fact that the long night threatens the survival of mankind have made me tired and confused. And your actions have greatly encouraged me. You are not afraid to sacrifice the spirit of the Madonna's doctrine, and the miracles you have shown me have helped me out of my confusion and find hope for the future. Hope is the warrior, one of the seven gods, that I have believed in all my life. I may not be able to understand the Madonna's compassion, but I can practice the warrior's courage. After explaining his motive, Randall said seriously, I am willing to give up my identity, status, and family in the mortal world and dedicate the rest of my life to the church. Please let me join the warrior's sons. St. Matthew was stunned and asked uncertainly, You don't want to be the hand of the king? What about the Horn Hill and the Riverbend army? It was no wonder that he was shocked. In thousands of years of church history, this was the first time that the hand of the king had directly become the warrior's sons. I wrote a letter of resignation and left it with the hand of the king's seal in the Red Castle. The Horn Hill soldiers will join the church with me, but they will only participate in the Battle of the Long Night. They are not part of the church's armed forces, unless some of them voluntarily join the warrior's sons or the Constellation Warriors, the assembly of the poor. As for the Riverbend Army, they will return to the Riverbend Army, join the church with me, and continue to serve the Iron Throne. Randall had been in a bad mood recently. He was full of despair and uncertainty about the future. And the fact that St. Matthew did not die even though he courted death in the court made him realize that the Mother of God was awesome, the church was awesome, and the monks of the church such as the Great Sparrow, the Dragon Queen, and St. Matthew, were all outstanding and determined. The church was a good place to go. Being a missionary was a good career. Especially St. Matthew. Randall did not think much of the Madonna's compassion, but St. Matthew's persistence and actions touched him deeply. The church now was no longer the rotten organization that the archbishop used to deceive little boys. It was no longer a weak organization that never revealed its true miracles. The church now had monks who kept themselves clean, persisted in their ideals, and were not afraid of sacrificing themselves. They had miracles that were revealed to people every few days, and they had powerful supernatural powers. Compared to the Iron Throne now. To be honest, Randall looked down on the Dragon Queen. Because she was a woman, because she was independent, because she was not Westeros. But compared to the Dragon Queen, Cersei, Yuluen, and Stannis were nothing. The Iron Throne would not be able to save the world. The ones who could end the king of deviant ghosts and dispel the darkness must be the seven gods. With this understanding, Randall Tarley's choice to join the church was logical. And Randall Tarley was just the beginning. St. Matthew baptized Randall immediately and personally helped him put on a colorful cloak, not a rainbow. The White Knight's cloak was pure white, and the Red Knight's cloak had a flaming red heart pattern. The colorful cloak was one of the symbols of the warrior's sons. The former commander of the warrior's sons, Sir Theodore, also took the initiative to step down and give the position of commander to the famous general of the Seven Kingdoms, Randall Tarley. He was willing to be his deputy. The news of Randall Tarley leading the Jianghu soldiers to join the warrior's sons spread. That night, more than 20 great nobles came to St. Matthew and applied to join the warrior's sons. They were also believers of the seven gods. In the Holy Church Hall, facing St. Matthew and the statues of the seven gods, they all said their heartfelt words, "Matthew, you're too awesome. You sacrificed yourself to overcome the demons, stabbed the heart, cut the chicken to continue, 10 feet 8 golden body, and broke the evil with divine palms. You've really opened the eyes of us muggles who haven't seen the world." The story of Buddha cutting his flesh to feed the eagle and sacrificing his life to feed the tiger convinced believers mainly because Buddha could not die after cutting his flesh and sacrificing his life. Immortality was the key. If one day you saw a report on the news, a man died in Lop Nur, a camera was left at the scene and some of his bones were gnawed by beasts. The police found a video in the camera's memory card. The video was taken by the man before his death. In the video, the man said that he met a wolf that was dying of starvation. He only had instant noodles with him and the wolf did not eat them. I couldn't bear to see the wolf starve to death, so I decided to sacrifice myself to feed it. What do you think? This is a psychopath. Cherish life, stay away from forbidden areas. God, it's the mysterious Lop Nur. There must be a strange magnetic field that interferes with his thoughts and makes him hallucinate. Different people had different opinions, but absolutely no one respected him as Buddha. Not everyone was qualified to sacrifice themselves to feed the tiger. If St. Matthew was stabbed to death by Yuluen, then he was a big idiot. If he didn't die, then it was a miracle, a sacrifice and a practice of the Mother of Mercy. Rando and the nobles who joined the Sons of Warriors were all witnesses of Matthew's demonic sacrifice. In the end, they became the white doves in the story of the Mother of Mercy. St. Matthew found that he had not failed. He reenacted the story in the Bible, and his compassion for the Mother of Mercy's teachings became more firm. His soul sublimated and became an archangel. He continued to work hard. The next day he went to Erlu's camp and used his fearless spirit to influence Erlu and the red-robed woman. Well, he didn't even let go of Melisandre. In Erlu's tent, in front of countless people, Matthew looked at Erlu with pity and love and said, "Poor child, you have lost your way. I can feel your pain. Your body is in the human world, but your soul has fallen into hell." Although he was dressed in coarse linen and his face was not outstanding, there was a kind of motherly kindness in him that went deep into the hearts of the people around him. Almost everyone could feel his sincerity and pain. Yes, it was pain. Because he felt the pain of Erlu, who was suffering in hell, he pitied him so much that he was heartbroken. This was the new ability of an archangel. Matthew could feel the hearts of believers like the Mother of Mercy. He could see the pain and confusion of others at a glance, and then pass on his love and compassion to the other party. Not to mention Davos and the other believers of the seven gods in the tent, Even Erlu's cold and dead heart was touched. Matthew didn't use illusion or mind reading. He completely used his heart to feel and care for the other party's heart. This was the king's way of mercy. There was no deception, only sincerity, and he let the other party feel his sincerity. Erlu was deeply shocked. After the shock, he became angry and asked Matthew to get out. Instead, Matthew used the divinity of mercy to recite the 7 Stars Bible, intending to use the teachings of the 7 gods to help Erlu out of the sea of suffering. Well, that scene could be referred to as Tang Sanzang and Joker, who had just finished singing Only You. Chapter 879. She didn't know if Tang Sang's chanting had any magic power, but St. Matthew's chanting did have a magical effect. It wasn't an evil magic like mind distortion. The chanting had only one effect. The chanter's heart was completely exposed to the audience, so as to achieve the purpose of communicating the doctrines. If St. Matthew's pretense to Erlu was just to show off, then the audience wouldn't feel the slightest sincerity and wouldn't be touched at all. If St. Matthew really felt Erlu's pain and mercifully reached out to pull him out of the sea of suffering, then everyone, including Erlu, would feel the sincerity in the chanting. Erlu felt Matthew's pity and understood the doctrine of the 7 gods in the chanting, but his heart was clear. His stubbornness and the reality of his situation made him unable to accept the mercy of a monk. He was angry, ashamed, and resentful. Then the red-robed woman made a move and blocked St. Matthew's harassment of Erlu with the power of her soul. So Matthew targeted her again. The Holy Mother of Mercy could deliver the world, and both humans and demons could be saved. The red-robed woman was naturally included. The belief that you have persisted in your heart for a long time has become illusory and broken, which makes you confused. Like me, you feel pity for the miserable experience of the people around you and want to help them, but you don't know where the road out of the sea of suffering is. In fact, priestess, you are very wise. As long as you look back and look at the 7 gods of light, you will see a different scenery. If you want, I can personally guide you on the path of glory of the 7 gods, St. Matthew said sincerely. Melisandre immediately felt bad. She had an epiphany. The other party's sneaky eyes seemed to be able to see through her heart and even her past. And just like Erlu, St. Matthew's pity and concern for her were so obvious that she completely felt it. But there was only shame and anger in her heart. Even your Holy Mother Danny Reese doesn't dare to say such things to me. Who do you think you are to pity me? A fake cultivator whose age is barely a fraction of mine, but who has worshipped wooden statues for decades like an idiot actually dares to put on airs in front of me, arrogantly wanting to convert me to the 7 gods. The red-robed woman had cultivated for hundreds of years and had almost never lost her temper. But this time she lost her composure. She pointed at the old cultivator who was reciting the 7 Stars Holy Scripture with a compassionate expression and shouted, "Beat him up." Hearing that he was going to be beaten, St. Matthew's smile became even more benevolent. At least it's better than you, Luin, who stabbed him in the heart and cut off his penis. Perhaps I can really reform the red heart demon today. Even if they couldn't immediately convert to the right path, they had to let them feel the greatness of the teachings of the 7 gods. With this thought in mind, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and continued to chant the scripture with a compassionate divinity. At first, the red heart knight did not really hit him, but simply picked him up and left the tent, throwing him on the ground outside the door. St. Matthew did not leave but sat at the door and continued to chant loudly. Erlu and Aunt May thought, "I'll ignore you, let you feel bored and then leave." But half an hour later, St. Matthew's voice was still loud and clear, and the teachings of the 7 Stars Holy Scripture spread far and wide in the camp. When it reached Erlu and Aunt May's ears in the tent, it attracted more people's attention. The sound of beating and kicking flesh, along with the cultivator's muffled chanting, entered the tent together. Erlu paced back and forth in the narrow space irritably. "He won't leave even if I beat him up like this. I'm afraid that even if I throw him out of the camp, he'll still stand on the road and chant loudly. It'll be even worse. Why don't we expose Danny Liss's true colors to him?" he asked the red-robed woman who was also restless. "It's no use, he won't believe it. Danny Liss's tricks are even more miraculous than most of the true God's miracles. Resurrecting the dead, worldwide healing, atonement scrolls, rumors of heaven, the arrival of the Holy Mother. If I didn't know everything, I would have believed that the 7 gods are real. In fact, at this point, even if we did our best to expose the details of Danny Liss's usurpation of the 7 gods, it would be meaningless. Because the miracles are real, the teachings are also real, and the actions of the 7 gods have always been in line with the teachings of the 7 gods themselves. At this point, the red-robed woman could not help but smile bitterly and shake her head. Just the maturing priest system alone has allowed the Church of the Seven Gods to surpass all the other churches in the world. If the seven gods are fake, then who would dare to say that they are real? What's this? The fake seven gods are more real than the true gods. Then who is the fake god? What is real? Erlu's face was pale, and his voice was filled with deep exhaustion and faint despair. The red-robed woman suddenly looked up and stared at the man opposite her. Don't doubt it. The prophecy of Asha is real, the red god Lalo is real, and your identity as the savior is also real. What's the difference between real and fake? Dani Lissa is fake, but she did better than the true gods. Before she usurped the position of the seven gods, the saints of the Church of the Seven Gods were only extreme people like Saint Baylor and Saint Sparrow. They were more like mentally ill than saints. When she became the Holy Mother, she taught a saint who was truly compassionate and fearless of sacrifice. Even I could feel his sincerity and compassion. Erlu sighed. You were affected by his divine language. Matthew is a demigod, Melisandre said. Erlu pointed at the tent door. Maybe I was affected, but I didn't listen to his chanting. I only saw what was happening outside the door. You said he was a demigod, but a demigod was punched and kicked by a mortal knight, and his compassion remained unchanged. Is this something an ordinary person can do? Whether he is a saint or not, it has nothing to do with us, Melisandre said. He waved his hand weakly and pointed at the military map hanging on the wall. How can it have nothing to do with us? I'm about to attack King's Landing, and the city is full of believers of the seven gods. If a true saint appears, the believers will naturally unite around him. So when I take King's Landing, how should I rule? Do I have to clean up the great cathedral of Baylor and burn the statues of the seven gods? Even Cersei and Yuluen aren't that crazy. Matthew will lead the sparrows and refugees away from King's Landing, and the great cathedral of Baylor will be built into a fortress. It's obvious that Dani Lissa doesn't intend to fight with you for King's Landing. After a pause, Melisandre lowered her voice and said, and it's not like you don't have any helpers. The Light King has sent an oracle to the Red Temple of the Free Cities, and countless hand of the Holy Fire and Red Temple priests will cross the sea to the Westeros. You are the Holy Son of the Red God Church, and the Light King's spokesperson in the mortal world. The Red Priests of Myr, Pentos, Bravos, and even Volantis will listen to your command. Stannis was shocked and asked, for the forbidden spell array of 10,000 extraordinaries? For ending the long night, for the battle of King's Landing led by you. The Frost God is the Light King's eternal enemy, and only Lalo can save the world. The Red Priests who serve the Light King will certainly not stand by and watch what happens in the Westeros, the red-robed woman said righteously. The truth was not as dignified as Melisandre made it out to be. It was true that Lalo had called for the Red Temple priests of the Free Cities to support King's Landing, but the purpose was to clean up the dirty water that the Dragon Queen had poured on him and the Red Temple. Dani had arranged for the allied prisoners of war to return home and spread the information about Lalo. As long as she did not want to lose the faith of the humans, she only had one choice: to use practical actions to prove that the Red Priests were different from the despicable and weak nobles, and that they would fulfill their mission to end the long night. In other words, she would cross the narrow sea and go to the Westeros to fight the other ghosts. At this moment in Volantis, Machiro, who had received the oracle, left the Black Wall and returned to the Red Temple outside the Black Wall. As usual, he stood on the highest pillar and preached to his believers. The Black Wall nobles have given up on the people of Volantis, but the Red Gods have not. Like all of you, I have been deceived by the Council. Yes, I had publicly declared on the day the sun was broken that it was temporary and that the sun would come out. That was a lie, a white lie, because the Council promised me that he would use the lie to temporarily maintain the stability of the city, and then he would use the opportunity to buy food from the other cities to relieve Volantis. I sacrificed myself and the honor of the temple, but the Council did not fulfill his promise. They did buy food, but they bought the food on the market of Volantis and transported it to the Black Wall for the nobles to eat. Now I declare that the Black Wall nobles are the common enemy of the people and the Red Temple, and the cursed fate will befall them. I will always be with you, and the Light King will definitely save his believers in the mortal world. But the temple has no food and the Light King cannot conjure food. The best way to save the world is to end the long night and summon the sun again. Now I will lead the priests of the temple to the Westeros to help Stannis the Savior kill the King of Deviant Ghosts and defeat the Frost God. The Red God priests abandoned the nobles and chose the greater source of their faith, the slaves and the civilians. Thus, the Dragon Queen's lie, that the Red God Church colluded with the nobles and betrayed their believers was exposed. 3 days later, in the Red Keep's Queen Dowager Tower, Cersei asked routinely, "Is St. Matthew still outside the city to convert the Red Heart demon?" Sister Morley shook her head and said regretfully, "When St. Matthew was about to succeed, the Red Heart demon and the Red Heart Banshee ran away." Ran away. Cersei was stunned. Where did they go? Probably back to Rosby City. "St. Matthew will leave the King's Landing in 2 days, and he has no time to look for them," Sister Morley said disappointedly. Cersei stomped her foot and shouted, "What a pity, what a pity. If he could convert them, the King's Landing would be one less disaster. Whether it is converting Erlu to the 7 gods or sending him to hell with the Holy Mother's palm, my Cersei dynasty would be preserved." She was truly regretful. In the beginning she did not have much hope for St. Matthew to convert Erlu. When she heard that he was beaten up by the Red Heart Knight, she even looked down on him. But one day passed and the next. The news she heard from Sister Morley was getting more and more exaggerated. For example, on a cold night, St. Matthew insisted on chanting in front of Erlu's tent. Erlu woke up in the middle of the night and cried. Even Cersei knew that Stannis was really affected by St. Matthew. He might even turn back and become a monk. Another example was that Erlu was angry because of his crying. When he woke up the next day, he took extra care of St. Matthew. He asked the knight to whip the old monk's back but with a wrist-thick branch. The old monk's clothes were torn and his skin was torn. Then a miracle happened. A Holy Mother's golden body appeared around St. Matthew. An illusory golden Holy Mother about the same size as Matthew appeared and overlapped with the old monk's body. It was like a human-shaped golden bell. Chapter 880. The little gold clone was too small and useless to Dany, so it was left in the faith space for Matthew to borrow. At present, only Matthew's line of faith was connected to the subconsciousness of Westeros, and he was the only one who could extract the thoughts of all living beings from the subconsciousness to cultivate the little gold clone. When Yu Luin was converted, the little gold clone that appeared in everyone's spiritual perspective was a blown-up version of the little gold clone. It looked big, but it was actually very illusory and fragile. The reason why the storm god could annihilate the will of Yu Luin was mainly because of Saint Dany, who also descended on the scene. Well, it was also the first time that Dany's will descended on a believer. To put it bluntly, the little gold clone was just a gimmick. The real fight was between Dany, who used 70% of her strength, and the storm god, who used an unknown amount of strength. In the end, the thought of the storm god was engraved with a spirit and disappeared. After that, Dany found that the little gold clone had doubled in height from a small glass marble to a big glass marble. When the little gold clone was borrowed by Matthew, he would automatically absorb the thoughts of all living beings from the subconsciousness of the continent to fill the little gold clone. When converting Erlu, the little gold clone that acted as Matthew's golden bell shield was strengthened at an even faster speed. In the beginning, its defensive power was only equivalent to a thick unlined garment. In the evening it became a thick quilt. The next day it became a leather jacket. On the third day it was as strong as a leather armor. Dany was pleasantly surprised, but Melisandre was not calm. She could see that the St. Mary's golden clone on Matthew was a belief clone of Dragon Queen, and that clone was growing rapidly as St. Matthew converted them. Although Aunt May did not understand the reason, she guessed that she and Erlu had become the whetstones for the belief clone and Matthew himself. Matthew's sacrifice was not only a beautiful world, but also a kind of self-cultivation. Aunt May's and Erlu's Tao hearts were indeed flawed. After the Battle of Winterfell, especially after the sacrifice of Shireen, they were not in the right state of mind. If the stalemate continued, Matthew would become sharper and smoother, while their own psychological flaws would become bigger. If Matthew, Erlu, and Melisandre were locked in the same cell, Erlu would most likely collapse in all aspects after a year and a half. His faith, outlook on life, worldview, and beliefs would all collapse. Even if Aunt May could persevere, her worldview would change. Therefore, the way the two of them decisively ran away. Perhaps they had really missed the opportunity to repent and be saved? Well, they would rather die than turn back. The sun above Blackwater Bay shone brightly for 5 days and 5 nights. Dragon Queen's royal fleet sent out galleons more than 1,000 times, transporting a total of 200,000 old, young, and women to Tidehead Island. St. Matthew led about 250,000 refugees and poor people who could travel long distances south to Storm's End Fortress. At this point, the King's Landing migration plan was declared complete. Dany had fulfilled her obligations and done everything she could. On the night of St. Matthew's departure, The light of the 7 holy towers of holy light of the holy cathedral was extinguished. In the training field south of the great cathedral of Baylor, 99% of the coffins that used to occupy the space were gone, and the rest were placed in the warehouse in the backyard. The training field paved with bluestone floors was empty, and only the angry howling of the north wind could be heard here alone. Hiss, a huge black shadow flew over from the east and let out a low cry before slowly descending. You have already scared me. Jamie looked at the dwarf's face in bewilderment. Could it be that you were really cursed by the forest witches when you were young? How about it? Handsome enough, right? The dwarf winked. Jamie sneered and slid the dagger from his neck to his cheek. Maybe I should peel off your skin and see if there is another deformed ugly face underneath. Or I can pull out your heart and see if it is also cursed. I killed my father, but Uncle Kevin's death really has nothing to do with me. The dwarf sighed. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Lancel walked down the steps and looked at him suspiciously. Seeing Jamie's expression that said he was lying, Tyrion said angrily, Are you two idiots? In that situation, who would benefit the most from Uncle Kevin's death? When the lion is unlucky, Targaryen is happy, and you are Targaryen wearing the lion's skin. Jamie said with a gloomy expression. You would rather believe that I am a demon than that she is a beast? You are a beast. You could even kill your father, let alone your uncle, Jamie said coldly. I can pull the trigger only because our father is also a beast. He did those beastly things to me. Isn't it natural to kill him? But what did Uncle Kevin do to me? If Targaryen really wanted the lion to be unlucky, he didn't need to plot an assassination. Wouldn't it be better to just ride a dragon and breathe fire? As Tyrion spoke, he reached out and pushed Jamie's chest. He did not push. What are you riding me for? Although I've become more handsome, I don't look like our horse sister at all. The dwarf said with his hip out. Jamie sat down a few times and patted the dwarf's handsome face with the dagger in his hand. Be honest. If you don't make things clear today, don't think you can leave in one piece. Oh, you really think you have me, Tessa? Yes. The pterosaur, who had been crouching on the side like a statue, flicked her tail lightly and sent Jamie tumbling a few times. It was as easy as a broom sweeping goose feathers. Baby, be good. The dwarf got up and smiled as he patted the pterosaur's tail that was half the height of a man. You told him to ambush me? He turned to Lancel, who was holding a lamp. Jamie can find me, but I can't find him, the one-armed hero said. Where have you been recently? The other ghosts are going south. Why haven't you returned to Casterly Rock to take charge of the defense? As soon as he asked, the dwarf waved his hand and mocked himself. I'm so stupid. Who else could you be staying in King's Landing for? Jamie fell a little hard. After taking a few breaths, he used his hands to support himself and slowly got up. Cersei would never murder her own uncle. He growled. How long has it been since you last saw her? Half a year and a half. It's almost 2 years, right? Tyrion looked at his brother's crotch with pity. You haven't used that thing of yours during this time? What nonsense are you talking about? Jamie's eyes flashed with embarrassment. Your dick is almost rusty, but she has already played herself to the point of breaking, bastard. Jamie's eyes were bloodshot. He roared and pounced on the dwarf again. This time, the dwarf did not fantasize about using force to defeat his brother. He took a step back and waved his right hand in Lancel's direction. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the flame of the oil lamp stretched out 3 feet and was as thick as an arm, blocking Jamie's path. Calm down. I haven't seen you for a few years. How did you become so irritable? Are you holding back? The dwarf shouted. This is magic. Jamie's anger did not disappear, but he calmed down. You've become a fire wizard? As expected of the noble blood of the true dragon. You don't say. The blood of the true dragon is superior to that of the lion. The dwarf retorted. I don't want to quarrel with you. Don't think I'm in the wrong. Let me tell you, I don't feel guilty when facing you. You killed my father and I killed yours. We both have our reasons. You and I are brothers. We should call it even. Lancel's mouth twitched. Jamie's cheek twitched a few times. You said the Mad King deserved to die. I killed him well. I did. The dwarf nodded. But you also taught me that if anyone dares to touch my woman, I'll take his life. You know better than I do how my father treated Tessa. How could I bear it when you told me the secret at that time? What's more, I found snow in his bed. When did I teach you that? Jamie said. You've been teaching me with your actions. If someone did that to Cersei, how would you react? Jamie was silent. After a while he said, You're right. I can't tolerate you insulting her. Insulting? Are you crazy? I said she was a slut. Isn't that the truth? The dwarf pointed at Lancel. Ask our bishop cousin how many men the sinner Circe has. Lancel regretted not leaving earlier. Chapter 881. The north wind was howling in the courtyard, and the room was no warmer than the outside without a fireplace. The atmosphere between the three Lannister brothers seemed to have frozen into ice in the cold air. After a while, Lancel broke the silence and asked in a low voice, "You really didn't kill my father?" The dwarf hugged his cloak tighter and said with certainty, "It was Circe and you Luin." Then he explained why he went to see Kevin and what he discussed with Kevin. "You can ask around and see if Uncle Kevin had any intention of surrendering that day. Then you will know if I'm lying. In fact, if you use your brains, I would have admitted to the crime of patricide without hesitation. Why would I lie about a lesser crime?" Lancel looked down and sighed. Jaime pursed his lips and his face twisted in extreme pain. The dwarf killing his father and Circe killing her uncle seemed crazier, but the dwarf had a legitimate reason for killing his father while Circe did it for power. Jaime even sympathized with the dwarf, but he could not accept killing his own father for power. "What about Tommen?" he asked bitterly. "Seven hells. Why don't you say that I'm responsible for all the murders in the Red Keep?" Tyrion was furious. He waved his hand and shouted, "That day you all thought that I killed Joffrey, but what happened? I can even tolerate that crazy second-generation Joffrey. Why would I kill the honest Tommen?" "Tommen was poisoned to death by a shapeshifter," Lancel interrupted. "On the first night of Tommen's mortuary, a stray cat sneaked into the great cathedral and seemed to want to attack Circe. Fortunately, St. Matthew, who was only an archbishop at that time, was there and severely injured the stray cat's soul. When the stray cat escaped, a monk was scratched by it and died immediately in the same way as Tommen. At that time, the long night had not yet come. We knew nothing about the shapeshifters and other supernatural beings. Later, when the sun went out and the mother gave an oracle, she told the archbishop all the secrets of the world. Only then did we know that the cat was the shapeshifter's animal companion." "Stark? Stark." The two brothers spoke at the same time. Jaime looked hesitant, but the dwarf's tone was certain. "Which Stark do you think it is?" Jaime looked at his brother and asked. "Perhaps it's the three-eyed crow?" At this moment, the dwarf was once again uncertain. Jaime pondered this for a moment before he shook his head and said, "It might be Jon Snow, Sansa, or Arya, but it wouldn't be the three-eyed crow. I've seen Bran before. He's very powerful. If he wanted to kill Circe, he wouldn't have had to wait until then." The main reason was that the gnome didn't participate in the Battle of Winterfell. If he had gone and interacted with Arya, he wouldn't have any suspicions and would be able to identify the culprit. "Forget it, there's no need to guess. It's Stark anyway. This is retribution, the grudge between the lion and the dire wolf." Jaime sighed bitterly. "No matter who killed her, there's no need to pursue this matter. The lion killed Ide and Robb, so let's use Tommen to pay with his life. To that child, death might be a form of release. At least, when we face Stark in the future, we don't have to feel guilty anymore. Our families are even. I've never felt guilty. I didn't throw Bran, I didn't stab Ide, and I didn't kill Robb," Tyrion said. "If you weren't held captive by a woman like Catelyn, why would I stab Ide? Why would Father attack Hedgian? In the end, you're the starting point of everything," Jaime said angrily. "I should let Father see how brainless his chosen successor is. Even now, he still doesn't understand the true cause of the War of the Four Kings," Tyrion mocked as he pointed outside the window. "You think you're smart?" Jaime spat out. "Idiot. You're the idiot. Littlefinger has been dead for so long, and you still don't know that he's the mastermind," Tyrion retorted. Jaime smiled coldly. "Smart man, tell me, how did Littlefinger die?" The anger on the dwarf's face froze. Littlefinger's death was still an unsolved case. "Could it be you? What have you been doing for the past 2 years? If I didn't hear that you went to Winterfell to fight deviant ghosts, I would have thought that some bastard buried you on the side of the road," Tyrion said in shock. "It's a long story." Jaime waved his hand and sighed. "Finally, I've repaid my debt." "What debt? Speak clearly," the dwarf asked curiously. "I can't say, I swear to keep it a secret." Jaime shook his head. The dwarf frowned and thought for a moment. His expression suddenly changed and he said in shock, "Could it be that Stark is still alive?" "I want to save Cersei." Jaime changed the topic abruptly. The dwarf had been staring at his face. Now that he had gotten the answer he wanted, he couldn't help but exclaim, I thought that Targaryen's life was the toughest. Even after the kingdom was destroyed, there would still be descendants who would rise again. Now I realize that Stark is the main character. After so many years no one died. Perhaps one day Ide will suddenly appear. I shouldn't be surprised. You don't have to worry about that. Ide Stark's bones have been burned to ashes. In Winterfell I saw it with my own eyes. The Stark in the tomb was burned to ashes, Jaime said. The dwarf smiled proudly. So it really is Catelyn. It's unbelievable that she was revived by the Red Priest. Jaime was shocked and angry. The dwarf waved his hand and smiled. Don't be agitated. I'm not trying to trick you. Stark's family only has a few people. Robb's head is embedded in the magic mountain, and Ide has been burned to ashes. Only Catelyn is left. I've heard rumors about the Lightning King long ago. Back then I thought it was just a trick played by the Flagless Brotherhood. Now that gods and demons are everywhere, it would be foolish of me to think that way. Sigh, Madame Stoneheart is a demon. You'd better not provoke her. Don't ask about her. Don't have any interactions with her. Jaime sighed. Tyrion shook his head disapprovingly and smiled with satisfaction. Jaime, you've been hanging around Westeros all this time. It's inevitable that your vision is a little narrow. I've seen too many terrifying people, gods and demons in the past 2 years. A mere Madame Stoneheart, hee. Lancel glanced outside the window and reminded, it's getting late. The 7-star Tower of Holy Light will light up at 6 in the morning. Cultivators wake up even earlier for their morning classes. You should get down to business. Tyrion looked around at the narrow and empty cold stone room and frowned. Waking up early and sleeping late. You're still living in this kind of room. You're living too shabby. The room that looked like an ice cellar was only 15 square meters. It should be very narrow, but other than a half-meter wide and 2-meter long wooden bed and a small office table and chair, there was nothing else. It was empty, but it also gave off a strange feeling of spaciousness. Now the dwarf and Lancel were sitting on a hard, thatched bed, while Jaime sat on a small stool. My living conditions have already surpassed 90% of the people in the 7 nations, Lancel said calmly. As long as you like it. Tyrion shrugged and turned to Jaime. Where do you live now? A cave. What? The dwarf thought he was hallucinating. I'm digging a cave under Aegon Hill. It's the Red Castle's secret passage. Now the secret passage is full of traps. I can only choose a suitable place to dig another path according to the original secret passage map that Varys provided. Jaime sighed. You're really stubborn. The dwarf didn't know what to say. The night had come. Today the other ghosts were heading south. Instead of returning to the western region to reorganize the defenses and protect their homes, he went to dig a cave. After a while he asked softly, she's already rotten. Is it worth it? Other than me, who else can save her? She must be looking forward to my arrival. That's enough. Jaime looked down and sighed. The dwarf rubbed his numb face and asked, how can I help you? You're not waiting for me here just to rekindle our brotherhood. This is really unexpected. Jaime didn't know you were coming. But the news of a noble coming to the cathedral to collect the coffins of his ancestors spread in King's Landing. He's also here to deal with the 4 coffins, Lancel said. Cremate them. I'll send the ashes to Casterly Rock. After this long night, the funeral customs of the Westeros will definitely change. Cremation will become the norm, Tyrion said. Jaime looked at the dwarf and said, you're wearing Vassar armor, right? Dany Rise is really good to you. Stannis is about to attack King's Landing. There's still one last section of the tunnel to the Red Castle that hasn't been checked for traps. Maybe you can help me. What do you want? Tyrion asked cautiously. Vassar armor can protect against poison arrows, bear traps, and poison salts. You want me to take a mine? Tyrion shouted. Cersei is also your sister. Jaime sighed. I want to use that sister to feed the wraiths. Cersei is the most beautiful Cersei when she's turned into a ghoul. She has the same idea for me. Tyrion shouted. Then will you help me? Jaime asked directly. The dwarf hesitated for a moment before saying, actually, you don't have to worry about Cersei's safety. King's Landing won't be defended. Stannis' 2-headed dragon is very scary. It's the fallen demigod Megalosaurus Vargal. And I have a deal with Stannis. After he takes the Red Castle, he'll give Cersei and the Lion Army to me. Including you, he added. What deal? Jaime was puzzled. Half a month ago, I was negotiating with Davos on Tidehead Island. Have you heard of it? Jaime nodded. There's Vargal's little bird on Tidehead Island. You're still messing around with that fat eunuch? Now that things have come to this, do you still not understand his scheme? He didn't even mention what Riga and his siblings did. He only talked about Lannister. That night I was able to see Pops and kill him because of his scheme. Even a fool knows that Lannister, who has Duke Tywin, will never let Aegon take the Iron Throne. Tyrion frowned. Did he hold your hand and force you to pull the trigger? Jaime mocked. Tyrion's right hand waved unconsciously in the air a few times. In the end, he weakly placed it on his leg and sighed. I persuaded Sansa to provide 100,000 tons of food to Stannis and swore allegiance to him with her. With the two strongest competitors for the Iron Throne gone, Stannis was happy to let you and Cersei go. He also promised not to ride the two-headed dragon and burn Casterly Rock. You're quite considerate. You even gave up your father's Iron Throne. Jaime's expression was calm. It was hard to tell if he was mocking or admiring. Sai, you might not believe it, but the effort I put in to protect Lannister is more than you and Cersei combined. The dwarf sighed. Then help me save Cersei, Jaime said. So what I said before was for nothing? I don't believe Stannis's promises. The fake Crown Prince Aegon is a good example. Also, tell me, when he rode the dragon to burn the Red Castle, how did he avoid Cersei, who was hiding somewhere? Chapter 882. Holy Mother of God, are you really Tyrion? You've grown so tall and handsome. You've changed so much. In the dark cave, the turbid air was filled with the faint fragrance of the rosin torch. As the bearded fat warrior limped closer, Tyrion smelled the familiar scent of cosmetics. It was the fat eunuch Varys who had disguised himself as the bearded warrior. Before the Tower of Light lit up, Tessa carried 4 coffins and carried Jaime and Tyrion out of the sacred hall. The two brothers worked for an entire morning and finally burned the 4 corpses to ashes. They put them into 4 jars and hung them around Tessa's neck. Then they snuck into the narrow beach behind the Red Castle from the direction of Blackwater Bay and entered the cave on the cliff. There were many traps buried in the tunnel leading to the Red Castle. The traps that belonged to Varys had already been marked, and the traps that Kevin had arranged for the Lion Army to set up had also been checked over the past few months. Only the last few hundred meters of the tunnel remained. Before approaching the last stone path, Tyrion and Jaime met Varys. You haven't changed much. You're still sneaking around and scheming in the dark. Tyrion sneered. Varys stuck the torch into the stone wall and leaned closer to observe Tyrion. Strange. You don't look like King Aerys or Prince Viserys after you recover from the curse, he said. You don't look like King Aerys or Prince Viserys at all. You don't even look like Madame Joanna. You and Jaime are still brothers, but there's still no resemblance. Instead, you look like a non-Undul foreign bloodline. What? After being reminded by Varys, Jaime also reacted. I really don't look like an Undul. His rough left hand touched his brother's face and pinched for a while. He shook his head and said, It's not a faceless human skin mask. You're crazy. Tyrion pushed Jaime's arm away and shouted, This is the High Valeglia bloodline, the royal bloodline. After calling out, Tyrion stepped forward and grabbed the fat eunuch's greasy and dirty woolen sweater. Varys, don't try to change the topic. The Dragon Queen will deal with you for murdering Rhaega's 2 children. Now tell me the truth. Did you plan to murder my father? Which father? His Majesty Aerys was killed by your brother. It has nothing to do with me. Duke Tywin was killed by your own hands. I was shocked. Varys laughed. Don't deny it. You wanted to kill my father. Tywin, the final victor of the War of the 4 Kings, is your greatest enemy. At that time I found it strange. No matter how dishonest my father was and how lustful he was, there was no need for him to play with my second-hand woman. Besides, he never touched prostitutes. Everyone knows that. Varys shrugged and said, maybe he just wanted to take revenge on Aerys's son. The Mad King strengthened his wife, so he played with the Mad King's son's wife. That would make him feel the excitement of revenge. For example, your Tessa. Where did Tessa go? Maybe he hid her just like how he hid Shui. Maybe when he rode Tessa and Shui, he shouted, kill you, wife of Aerys's son. Tessa. Tyrion's body trembled. His eyes were in a daze and his heart became uncertain. Could it be that after Tessa was rotated by 100 soldiers, Tywin's father hid her and enjoyed her alone? No. The dwarf suddenly recalled how he shot his father to death on the toilet that night. Why did he shoot him? Because he asked him where Tessa went. He thought for a moment before saying scornfully, oh, Tessa, I remember now. You are the first prostitute. Where else can a prostitute go? Because of this sentence he did not want to kill him, but he was really provoked, and then, bastard. Thinking of this, Tyrion was sure that he had been played by Varys. He grabbed the fat eunuch's clothes with his left hand and slammed him against the wall. The index and middle fingers of his right hand heated up and elongated, turning into two slender and slippery earthworms. At the top, there was a mouthful of rice-sized sharp teeth. Just like Jenny, he used part of his body to turn into a dragon worm. Tsk tisk. Before Varys could react, the dragon worm slithered into his nostrils like a small snake. Seven gods above, what is this? You turned into a monster? The fat eunuch cried out in shock. As he cried out, he struggled. But just as he struggled, he cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts. My heart and liver, don't bite my heart and liver. Dark red blood seeped out of Varys' nostrils. Behave, don't move, don't play any tricks. Tyrion laughed sinisterly. I won't move, don't bite me. Damn it, what kind of monster have you turned into? Are you still Tyrion? Varys looked at the dwarf in front of him in horror. Tyrion, your finger. Jaime was also shocked. This is witchcraft. Tyrion smiled proudly and said, I have obtained the inheritance of the great wizard Valeglia. I'm no longer the same as before. Witchcraft. Varys' eyes were filled with disgust. He said in a low voice, You have fallen to actually learn blood witchcraft. Tyrion sighed and said, I know that when you were young your tongue was cut off by a wizard, so you hate magic. But reality is cruel. Gods, magic, demons, megalosaurus and monsters are all real. Burying your head in the sand and pretending to be an ostrich is useless. The deviants are in the north, millions of them like a tide, and there is also the frost god who can casually cast forbidden spells. Without a powerful wizard, the human race will go extinct just like the other races in the countless eras before. Evil wizard. Varys was unmoved. Forget it, I have nothing to say to a psychopathic muggle like you. Tyrion let himself penetrate deeper into the eunuch's body, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain, before continuing with the previous topic. When I know about your plan with Illyrio, know that the true king in your heart is Aegon, and know that you plan to overthrow Lannister's Iron Throne. All the doubts from before will be clear. Lannister with Tywin is the strongest Lannister, and your scheme will never be realized. So, you will definitely find a chance to kill him. That night you killed him yourself. If I didn't turn back, you would have framed his death on me. Varys was silent. Tyrion laughed coldly. When I was Prime Minister we were good friends. You often sent Shui Yi into the tower of the Prime Minister through the secret passageway of the Red Keep for me to fuck. It was done quietly and no one knew. Unfortunately, when my father returned to King's Landing and became the Hand of the King, he also lived in the tower of the Prime Minister, in the bedroom I slept in before. You used the same method to send Shui Yi to the same bed. If I had left the Red Keep like a coward, you would have returned to the tower of the Prime Minister, killed Shui Yi and my father, and then left some traces of my appearance. In fact, after I killed Shui Yi and my father, I didn't leave any traces, and there was no third party at the scene. But the next day everyone agreed that I did it. Why? Shui Yi is my biggest trace. That poor woman, perhaps she still wanted to seduce the new Hand of the King, but she didn't know that my father hated prostitutes the most. The dwarf smiled bitterly. Is this true? Jaime asked in a trembling voice. If it was true, then he had been played by Varys. Varys looked at Tyrion and said, First, pull that thing out of my nose. You make me feel like I'm having chicken tips. They're your slender dick. Tyrion shuddered and cursed in disgust. My dick is so thick that it can take your last breath. If you don't tell the truth, let me tell you, I've played with all kinds of trash in Slaver's Bay. I've been through a lot, and I can get hard even in the face of a fat eunuch. Varys clenched his thighs and looked at the dwarf in horror. A chill crept up Jaime's spine, and he hurriedly took a few steps back, as if Tyrion was emitting a plague. I misunderstood you. Varys apologized sincerely. I thought you practiced evil witchcraft because of your twisted nature. Now it seems that you're still you and nothing has changed. This kind of twisted witchcraft suits you perfectly. Cut the crap. Tyrion poked him a few more times. Yes, you guessed right. Pull it out, it hurts. Varys wailed. Then the dwarf pulled out two 20-centimeter-long tentacles that looked like earthworms, sticky and writhing unconsciously in the air, hissing and baring their teeth. It was a horrifying sight. 7 levels of hell, what have you been through in the Ursos continent for the past 2 years? Jaime's scalp went numb and his voice trembled. Explain your plot, Tyrion urged angrily, kicking the fat eunuch who was backing away from him. Sigh, you're right. As long as Duke Tywin doesn't die, Lannister's Iron Throne will be as stable as Mount Tai. That was what I thought at the time, but now it seems laughable. 10 Tywins wouldn't be enough to defeat the Dragon Queen, and 100 Tywins wouldn't be able to defend the King's Landing against the otherworldly creatures. It's not that he's not strong enough, but he's just like me. He belongs to the real world without magic, gods, or Megalosaurus. The world now is too crazy, and old-school power players like us have been eliminated. Varys sighed. Jaime's face turned ugly. When I forced you to release Tyrion, was that also part of your plan? The target was already determined, and all that was left was to act according to the circumstances, the fat eunuch said. Slap. Jaime stepped forward and slapped him hard. That's it? Tyrion looked at his brother and said coldly, I thought you'd give him a stab. When we first met last night, you didn't go easy on me. If I didn't go easy on you, you would have died long ago. Jaime's face was filled with loneliness as he said bitterly, let bygones be bygones. Father plotted against others, and others can plot against him as well. How can there be an innocent person in the game of power? At least, Varys really did save you, and later he saved me, but you killed Father. The dwarf frowned and stood there in a daze. Varys looked around and reminded, if you still have business to attend to, hurry up. When I came in, Stannis was arranging his troops outside the Iron Gate, the gate to the northeast of the King's Landing. They might have already started fighting. No rush, I still have a few questions I don't understand. Tyrion waved his hand and asked the eunuch, you're a foreigner, why did you participate in Illyrio's scheme? It's reasonable for him to help his son ascend the Iron Throne, but what do you gain from it? Chapter 883. After a moment of silence, Varys said in a shrill voice, everything I do is for the sake of this country and the common people. In the power games of you nobles, the ones who suffer the most are always the innocent. I want to put an end to all this and change everything. Tyrion looked at him as if he were an alien. Is there something wrong with your head? You are from Lys. As a foreigner you care about the lives of Westeros. Do you think you are the slave Misha St. Dany? Even St. Dany is not as generous as you. She only does her best and never takes on responsibilities beyond her abilities. I was born in Lys but spent most of my life in Westeros, Varys argued. You are lying. Jaime stared at the fat eunuch. Tyrion may be young and does not remember what you did to Rhaegar. But I knew that Barristan and the other old men knew what had happened in the Red Keep. Everyone knows that Aerys is a fatuous ruler, and Rhaegar is a rare example of benevolence and wisdom in the history of the Targaryen royal family. The people of the Seven Kingdoms look forward to the day he takes over. It was you who slandered Aerys and instigated discord between the king and the prince, causing Prince Rhaegar to no longer participate in politics. If you really cared about the people of the Seven Kingdoms, you should not have done that. Is Rhaegar really a wise ruler? Look at what he did after that. The eunuch sneered. You are reversing cause and effect. No matter what he did after that, he did not do anything wrong when you targeted him, Jaime said in a low voice. I did not target him. I only told the king that the nobles secretly supported Rhaegar to replace Aerys. Is this not why King Aerys invited me to be the head of intelligence? Varys said. Stop pretending in front of me. Even a fool would not believe that you love Westeros. Look at the Seven Kingdoms now. How rotten is it? You should take half the blame. It is because of you and Littlefinger behind the scenes that there was the War of the Four Kings and Aegon's True Dragon Alliance. Littlefinger did it for power and to get closer to that iron chair. What about you? Give me a reasonable explanation, or else. The dwarf stretched out his right hand, and his two fingers elongated and changed shape again. A mouth full of fine and sharp teeth split open at the top of his head, and it was hideous and terrifying. 7 levels of hell. Varys took a few steps back and shouted, I'm not lying. Only a prince who grew up as a commoner could become a good king. Before Aegon learned how to walk, he had already begun to learn how to be an excellent ruler. He was trained as a knight in arms and taught to read and write history, law, and poetry by maesters. For as long as he could remember, a nun had taught him the mysteries of faith. When he became a big boy, he lived with the fishermen and relied on his own 2 hands to survive. He knew how to fish, cook, mend nets, treat wounds, and wash his own clothes. He knew the fear of being hunted and starved. To him, the crown was his responsibility. He understood that a true king must put his people first and think of them all his life. Tyrion stared blankly at the fat eunuch. Is there really nothing wrong with your brain? What did I say wrong? The fat eunuch said angrily. Is the Aegon you speak of really the same person as the Aegon I met? To be honest, he is not bad, but he has always been protected under your wings, and is no different from the outstanding children of other noble families. Putting his people first and thinking of them at all times. The dwarf shook his head mockingly. This sentence completely exposed a fact, and that is that you are lying. As the saying goes, watch a child grow up and watch a person grow up when they are 3 years old. Aegon is not 3 years old. Can't a shrewd person like you see his personality? The one who truly puts his people first is not Aegon, but the Dragon Queen. When she first freed the slaves in Astapor, you should have understood this fact. But your first choice is still Aegon, and the slaves, Misha, are just cannon fodder to be sacrificed. Isn't this a joke? On one hand, you say you want to choose a benevolent king who understands the suffering of the people, but on the other hand, you abandon such a benevolent king. Varys' expression changed several times, then he turned around and ran into the depths of the cave. Although he was missing a leg, he was still as fast as a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered 7 to 8 meters. As expected of a water dancer who had been around for decades. But although he was fast, Tyrion's reaction was not slow either. He pulled out the small crossbow hanging from his waist, and with a whoosh shot an arrow right into Varys' thigh. Ah wow, the eunuch fell to the ground, and Jaime immediately went forward to hold him down. Why are you running? You have already told us about murdering my father, and we will not pursue the matter. We only want to know why you support Aegon. Is there a need to risk your life? Jaime said unhappily. I'm getting more and more curious. What secret is it that you would rather die than submit? The dwarf walked over and squatted beside Varys, undoing his belt with a sinister smile. Tyrion, what are you doing? Varys said in shock. What am I doing? What do you think? Jaime, don't be in a daze. Help me hold him down. Damn it, how dare you do such a thing in front of me? I swear I will cut off your little brother. Jaime's face turned green. I won't use my little brother, only my hand. The dwarf winked at him. I'm scaring the damn eunuch. Varys, you should tell the truth. Tyrion is not human. He can do anything. Jaime sighed. Varys closed his eyes and became a corpse. But as soon as Big Whitespaw was exposed to the cold air, he could not hold on any longer. He wailed, Don't, I will tell you. Tyrion, stop. I will tell you everything. In fact, the dwarf was also in a difficult position. He was even disgusted by the fat eunuch's butt. Now that he heard the eunuch begging for mercy, he pulled up his pants and urged with a wooden face, Speak. The fat eunuch lay face down on the muddy ground. 2 drops of tears seeped out from the corners of his eyes, staining the ground with 2 wet spots. He said in despair, I am Syra's brother, which means I am Aegon's uncle. 7 levels of hell. The dwarf and Jaime shouted at the same time. After being stunned for a while, Tyrion frowned and said, That is reasonable, but why are you running? Even if you are the Mad King's illegitimate son, there is no need to run, right? I am a eunuch, a Targaryen illegitimate son without a little brother. The eunuch choked. So what if I am a eunuch? I am a dwarf. Tyrion's voice became gentler. I would rather exchange my height for your little brother, the eunuch said. No. Tyrion shook his head like a rattledrum. The eunuch sobbed softly. Jaime let go of the eunuch and cleared his throat. It is getting late. Let's get to work. Help me bandage my leg, the eunuch said in a muffled voice with a heavy nasal voice. Jaime checked it and frowned. The wound is very deep. It is best to get a priest in the Holy Church to take a look. They are not good at treating illnesses, but healing is their forte. Let me do it. The dwarf reached out his right hand, and a ball of gentle white light slowly lit up in his palm. Jaime and the eunuch's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? How can someone like you become a priest? Jaime said bitterly. The dwarf used his dagger to cut open the wound on the eunuch's leg and took out the arrow. He said casually, You might not know, but I am the first holy knight. My understanding of the teachings of the 7 gods is not inferior to the average white bishop. Actually, the dwarf was avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. With his piety, he was not qualified to be a priest. It was only because he begged that the Dragon Queen gave him a life-saving divine spell. The life-saving effect of holy healing was too good. Later, Dany felt that she could not be biased, so she upgraded the seal of the Holy Knight to version 2.0. In addition to the previous functions, there was an additional, holy healing skill. However, version 2.0 of the seal of the Holy Knight was still in the beta testing stage. Other than the dwarf, only the few white knights on the front lines could use it. I remember that you were an apprentice in the circus when you were young, and Scylla was a prostitute. Tyrion was puzzled. Do slaves have the chance to choose their lives? Varys smiled bitterly. No matter how poor the descendants of the Black Fire are, they should not become slaves. Dany Rise was even a beggar. Tyrion shook his head. She just did not have food to eat. Why did she have to beg? If she heard what you said, she might spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. You, me, and Aegon are different. We are innocent, so she can accept it, but you are the main cause of her miserable life. Then who will be responsible for my miserable life? I would rather be a beggar than lose my dick. Varys asked with a twisted face. You have a bad life. Are you going to blame Dany Rise and the Mad King? Her tragic fate is all because of your and Illyrio's ambition. Tyrion sneered. If I had not been secretly protecting her and Viserys, they would have been killed by Robert's assassins. Varys said. When she catches you, you can try begging her for mercy with those words. Let's see if she'll forgive you. Tyrion sneered. You think I'm afraid of death? Varys sneered. You are not afraid of death, but are you not afraid of being attacked by 10 strong men? If the queen wants to punish you, she will do anything. Tyrion laughed. Have you been attacked by 10 strong men before? Jaime could not help but ask. The dwarf's smile was as sour as expired milk. No such thing. Don't talk nonsense. Jaime was really suspicious. Looks like I have to find someone to find out what happened to you at Slaver's Bay. Don't do as you please. Tyrion waved his hand weakly and asked the eunuch, Is Rhaega's son really dead? Varys shook his head. No one would have thought that Duke Tywin would be so ruthless, even killing a baby. Illyrio's letter to Ashera was fake, and Aegon's substitute baby was real, but that was after Illyrio's son was killed. At the time, Illyrio had just given birth. After learning about the incident at King's Landing, he had a flash of inspiration and suddenly had the idea of having Aegon replace Rhaega's son. Then I began to arrange for the letter and the substitute baby at Reek Bay. That baby had a difficult birth and was not born at all. I deliberately told Sir Clinton that I had the child's father lie to his family and say that the baby had a difficult birth. In fact, he had secretly sold it to me as soon as it was born, and the price was a bottle of red wine. This was a lie that no one could see through. Because the baby had a difficult birth, and the baby's father was indeed an alcoholic. When he died drunk in the gutter, no one knew if he had sold his son, but no matter who you asked, they were certain that he would have sold his son for the sake of red wine. Varys looked proud. As for the letter, it was even simpler. I had someone personally deliver the letter to Ashera instead of a messenger crow. The reason was sufficient. I was afraid that the secret would be revealed. And the person who delivered the letter had to travel thousands of kilometers, so it was normal for it to be delayed for a few months. You're an idiot who thinks you're smart. You didn't cover up the biggest flaw, so what's the point of doing these minor details? Tyrion disdained. Chapter 884. What other flaws are there? Varys said unhappily. The way you treat Aegon is so different from how you treat Viserys, Dany, and Lys. As long as Aegon appears, even an idiot will be suspicious, Tyrion sneered. What's there to be suspicious about? Viserys, Dany, and Lys are exposed to Robert, but no one knows of Aegon's existence. Isn't it natural to sacrifice them? Varys said. Do you think it's natural? Tyrion turned to Jaime. Jaime shook his head. I never believed that Varys could be loyal to the Targaryens. Yes, the Targaryens of Aerys branch. When I first saw Aegon on the Rhone River, even if he dyed his hair and changed his identity, I immediately guessed his true identity. Others may not be as smart as me, but once Aegon appears in front of the world, everyone will be suspicious, Tyrion said. Sir Clinton and Lady Ashera both believe it, Varys argued. So, you think that by deceiving two honest people, you can deceive the entire world? Then if I close my eyes, will the sky turn dark? Let me tell you the right way to do it. Raising Aegon like that is no problem. But you have to spend some effort on Viserys, Dany, and Lys. Fake an identity to get close to them, such as the Steward of Dane. Feed them, give them clothes to wear, teach them how to be a prince or princess, and reveal some information about Aegon to them. So what if Robert knows of Aegon's existence? The world is so big, where can he find him? Even if you want Viserys, Dany, and Lys to be cannon fodder, they won't be suspicious. Others will think it's natural. Tyrion stared at the dazed Varys, his expression turning into one of mockery as he continued, With your and Illyrio's intelligence, it would have been easy for you to fix this flaw, but you didn't do so. Illyrio even hinted to me that both red and black dragons were dragons. This means that you don't care about the title of Lei Jiazi. You want to restore the glory of the Black Fire as soon as you take the Iron Throne. The leader of the Golden Group must also know Aegon's true identity. That's why I said you're stupid. You're so stupid that you think everyone is an idiot, a chess piece that can be manipulated, and there are only 2 fat chess players on the chessboard. Varys said excitedly, but we almost succeeded. Dany Rise believed us and Aegon proclaimed himself king. Just because of a 1-in-a-million accident, we met the unreasonable Stannis. When he mentioned Erlu's name, his face was filled with malevolence and anger. Obviously he hated Erlu to the core. She believed us. Tyrion smiled bitterly and shook his head. Aegon has already gone to heaven. What's the point of discussing this now? Let's continue to clean up the tunnel. Jaime said impatiently. With that, he raised his torch and walked forward. The other 2 silently followed behind him. In the first half of the tunnel, we stuffed a thick towel in the sheep's mouth, blindfolded them and drove them forward. But in the second half, especially the last part near the cellar of the Red Keep, we have to avoid triggering any traps. Jaime explained to his brother as they walked. Can't we continue to use the sheep to scout the way? Tyrion asked absent-mindedly. Varys shook his head and said, stepping on a trap makes too much noise. Another reason is that some traps can cause cave-ins. If the entire cave collapsed, not only would the path be blocked but how big would the commotion be? Almost half of the castle would have felt the tremors. So that's how it is. Tyrion suddenly understood. How do you check for traps now? We use a blower to blow the dust. They kept walking forward. In just a few hundred meters they avoided more than 20 traps, all of which were set up by Varys. Finally, when they came to the edge of the upper cellar, their eyes lit up. There were 2 whale oil torches on both sides of the stone wall. The windmill whined as it turned. The air was filled with dust and their field of vision was yellow. They could only vaguely see the figures of 2 children. When they got closer, the dwarf discovered that there were 3 children. One of them was slightly older, about 12 years old. He was carrying a hand-cranked blower that he took from the stove in the blacksmith's shop. The blower was connected to a yellow bamboo pole that was as thick as a wrist. The hollow bamboo pole was held in the hands of another little boy, sweeping back and forth on the ground in front of them. Air spurted out from the bamboo pole, blowing up the dirt and dust on the ground. The last boy crawled on the ground, his dark eyes gleaming sharply in the yellow light of the fire. Like a hawk searching for its prey, he was looking for every trace of digging on the ground. Almost all the trigger mechanisms of the traps are buried underground but not too deep. They rely on a person's weight to activate them. If they are too deep, it will affect their sensitivity. Therefore, by blowing away the dust on the surface of the dirt road, we can at least distinguish the traces of digging, Varys explained. What's the detection rate? Tyrion asked. 7 little birds have already died. Traps like traps and animal traps have a thick layer of soil, so it's very difficult to detect. Fortunately, we are only worried about the collapse of the soil caused by the explosion. Those kinds of traps are triggered by wire ropes and are buried very shallow. Varys' eyes were sad, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked very much like a Buddha in a temple. You're really ruthless. A cold light flashed in Tyrion's eyes. He said sarcastically, you deserve retribution. When you were young you lost your penis. When you were middle-aged you broke your leg. When you die you will fall into the 7 levels of hell. No, I will go to heaven. Varys laughed and pulled out a small pouch embroidered with a 7-pointed star from his chest. The merciful and compassionate Virgin Mary saves all living beings from suffering. I am also one of the living beings and a devout believer. When the world is peaceful, I plan to join the monastery. Then, he pointed at the little birds in front of him who were clearing the mines. I'm not cruel. They all have atonement scrolls. What joy is there in life, what bitterness is there in death? Instead of suffering in this cold, dark and hungry world, it's better to go to heaven and enjoy the sunshine and fruits. This idea is not bad. Work hard. Who knows, when you go to heaven, you might even be warmly received by the Virgin Mary. The dwarf smiled strangely and nodded in agreement. If the Virgin Mary doesn't send you to hell, I'll change my surname to yours. At this time, Jaime also found a blower and threw a pair of windproof glasses and a scarf to the dwarf. He said, put them on and quickly come over to help. The Virgin Mary is merciful. Didn't you hear what the damn eunuch said? 7 of them died. I don't want to die. Tyrion shook his head and retreated. Before we came, I already said that I need your help because you have the Varys steel armor. If you don't check for traps, are you going to tell us jokes with your eloquence? Or, are you going to use your fingers to perform blasphemy? Jaime sneered in annoyance. Can't you send in a few more little birds? Tyrion shouted. Kikik. Varys laughed like a hen that had just laid eggs. You just said that I'm cruel and that I'm going to hell. The three little birds who were working in front turned their heads and stared at the dwarf with emotionless eyes. Tyrion smiled awkwardly at them and said, Uncle has 3 chirps that can perform a fight. Do you guys want to watch? As he said that, he walked forward and came to the edge of the safe path. He squatted down and smiled at Jaime. My sister is right. Technology and magic are the primary productive forces. What? Jaime was at a loss. He was shocked to see the dwarf's right middle finger and index finger were like melted candles. They elongated, changed shape, and turned red. Plop. They fell to the ground and turned into 2 red earthworms that were 30 centimeters long and as thick as a little finger. Hiss. The earthworms raised their heads. A mouth full of tiny sharp teeth appeared on their small heads. When had the 3 little birds ever seen such a horrifying scene? They threw down the work in their hands and ran away while howling. Suddenly, a sound that sounded like a sugar cane breaking came from the front, followed by the painful howls of the youth. The 3 little birds were frightened. 2 of them ran backwards while the other one ran forward in a panic. In the end, he stepped on a minefield and was clamped on his calf by a bear trap that was as big as a basin. The bear trap was too strong. The sharp teeth that flashed with blue light were too sharp. The child was malnourished and his calf was as weak as a stick. Bang! The area below the knee was bitten off. Only a thin layer of blood and skin was left. The dwarf was at a loss. Jaime sadly turned his head away. The fat eunuch reacted quickly. He coldly glared at the dwarf and quickly took off the short crossbow at his waist. He pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow into the eye of the youth with the broken leg. The ear-piercing wails that reverberated in the empty stone path stopped abruptly. What are you doing? The dwarf came back to his senses. He turned his head and angrily looked at Varys. His cries are too loud. It might attract the attention of the guards above. The fat eunuch put away the crossbow and gave a look to the other 2 little birds. The 2 youths endured their grief and walked forward to carry the corpse of their dead companion. When they passed by Tyrion, their eyes became filled with resentment but also fear. They fearfully avoided the 2 red snakes lying on the ground. Tyrion did not care about the youth's resentment. He only coldly looked at the eunuch and said, Just go up and cover his mouth. Is there a need to kill him? His leg is broken. Instead of living in torment, why not go to heaven and enjoy life? Varys sighed. Your leg is also lame and you've lost your penis. Why don't you go to heaven and enjoy life? Tyrion coldly said. I can't raise a disabled person. Previously, I was able to maintain the huge little bird all because of the king and Illyrio's sponsorship. Now that I have no income, the price of living materials increases by the day. Little bird that can't work will only be a burden to others. Varys bitterly said. It's also your fault. You suddenly made 2 strange snakes. Even I was scared. How can little bird not be scared? Jaime looked at the dwarf who was missing 2 fingers. I planned to use witchcraft to investigate the trap so that you guys would commit fewer sins. Chapter 885. Half a day later. Tyrion used a long bamboo pole to point at the ground in front of him and said to Jaime, Right here, a finger deep. There's a wire buried all the way to the wall. It might detonate a device on the ceiling, probably something like a wildfire jar. Jaime walked to the spot the dwarf pointed out, squatted down, and used a small shovel to gently scrape the surface of the soil. He then removed the loose soil on the surface and found a taut 3-strand hemp rope. At the bottom of the rope, Jaime also dug out a small trench that was as deep as a palm. If someone stepped on it, they would definitely leave a deep footprint and trigger a mechanism. I need to rest for a while. I'm so tired. Tyrion waved his hand and found a rock by the side of the tunnel to sit down. Jaime stared blankly as the 2 earthworms crawled out of the ground and crawled to Tyrion's side. They crawled onto his fingers and squeezed out the missing index and middle fingers as if they were plasticine. This kind of witchcraft looks so evil, he said. There's no such thing as evil witchcraft, only evil wizards. How many of these worms are in your body? Jaime asked curiously. Not even one. Tyrion shook his head. Those are not real dragon worms, but my fingers transformed into dragon worms. After understanding the meaning of dragon worms, Jaime unconsciously looked down and finally stared at the dwarf's crotch and asked, Can other parts of your body become dragon worms? You've seen it before. It's big enough. There's no need to transform into dragon worms. Tyrion also lowered his head and looked at his crotch. Which man would complain about his crotch being big? Otherwise, why did you transform your index and middle fingers? Wasn't it to assist your second brother? Jaime sneered. So, with only Cersei as your woman, your life is really lacking a lot of fun. You haven't even experienced group sports. Fun? Jaime was dismissive. If group sports can make you feel fun and not guilty, it only proves that you're pathetic. Envy is envy. Don't say that the grapes are sour just because you can't eat them, the dwarf said with a smile. When you truly love a woman, you can only experience bliss that transcends the physical body when you are in union with her. When you truly love a woman, you won't feel happiness even if your penis enters another woman's body. You will only feel shame and regret, Jaime said calmly. The dwarf's expression changed. He looked at his brother gloomily and said, "Are you forgetful? Wasn't my true love ruined by you?" Jaime smiled bitterly and fell silent. Regardless of whether Tessa was her brother's true love, he did participate in Tessa's demise. He helped Tywin lie to his brother, saying that she was a prostitute who had a sugar daddy. After a while, Jaime asked doubtfully, "Is the dragon worm transformation spell only used to toy with you?" Hearing this, the dwarf pulled out the dagger at his waist. Under Jaime's shocked gaze, he cut the middle finger and index finger of his right hand in half as if he was peeling a carrot. Plop. Fresh blood splattered and the severed fingers fell to the ground. "Are you crazy?" Jaime shouted in horror. The dwarf gave him a strange smile. The two severed fingers wriggled again and elongated into two dragon worms. Even the blood nearby merged into the dragon worms' bodies. Other than losing two fingers, the dwarf's right hand did not have any injuries. Then, just like how he retrieved the dragon worms previously, the dragon worms crawled onto his palm and turned back into two fingers. This. Jaime was dumbfounded. When all my muscles, bones, and organs turn into dragon worms, the weapons of the mortal world will no longer be able to harm me, the dwarf said proudly. Your entire body will turn into dragon worms? An image immediately flashed in Jaime's mind. The upper half of the little devil's body was human, and the lower half of his body was covered in a dense bundle of wriggling, slippery dragon worms. Then a group of women lay side by side and the dwarf raised his head and laughed loudly. He shuddered and cried out, "It's too scary, this is sorcery." Tyrion said indignantly, "If you ask me, the sword techniques you've been practicing since you were young are even more evil than my witchcraft. This is because sword techniques can only kill people. My witchcraft is mainly used to improve bloodlines, increase magic power and immunity to damage. The number of people who have died under my sword far exceeds all the witchcraft in the world combined. It can't even compare to forbidden spells. Why don't you say that sword techniques are evil magic?" Jaime said hesitantly, "You can't say it like that. Sword techniques are upright, while your witchcraft is sinister and evil. Have you forgotten that a little kid was scared to death just now?" The dwarf was stupefied. "If you say it like that, then we can't continue this discussion. Anyway, the benefits of dragon worm transformation will not change because of your thoughts. For example, I will never be like you and become crippled." Jaime's expression turned ugly. But after a moment he had a thought. He asked hesitantly, "If I learn your dragon worm transformation witchcraft, can I grow a right hand?" "You can." Jaime's face showed joy, but the dwarf shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, you don't have the high bloodline of Valeglia. You can't learn my witchcraft." At this time, a light suddenly shone from the cave behind them. The fat eunuch shouted at the top of his voice, "Amazing, amazing, Stannis has broken the city gate. The King's Landing has fallen? That's too fast." Jaime was shocked. Tyrion hung the lantern on the wall and handed the food box in his other hand to Tyrion. He sighed and said, "This is the first time I've seen the Megalosaurus. I never thought that the Megalosaurus would be so powerful. You guys didn't see it, but the Megalosaurus attack was too convenient. First, a group of pterosaurs used kerosene bombs to clean up the crossbows around the city gate and set the entire city wall on fire. Then Stannis rode on the two-headed dragon and spat out dragon flames. The city gate only lasted for a minute before it collapsed. After that, the 20,000 Valley Army, 1,000 Northern Cavalry and 3,000 mercenaries, a total of 24,000 people, rushed into the steel gate. Like a flood, they rushed into the streets and alleys, chasing and killing the King Descends guards, robbing the people of King Descends, raping the women, setting fire to the houses and committing all kinds of crimes. "What about the sea monsters?" Tyrion quickly asked. The sea monsters didn't appear. Stannis attacked from the Megalosaurus gate in the north. It's 7 or 8 kilometers away from the sea. Varys shook his head. Luin is the priest of the god of storm. Doesn't he have a trump card? Tyrion asked again. The city was in chaos. I didn't see Luin. But I heard from the monks that St. Matthew used first appearance of holy light to break Luin's sorcery, Varys said. It only destroyed his sorcerer's magic power. But Luin is not only a sorcerer, but also the son of the god of storm. Tyrion shook his head and said doubtfully, since he dared to defend the king's landing, he must have a way to deal with the two-headed dragon. Strange. Jaime asked anxiously, did Stannis attack the Red Keep? Only those who are not interested in the Iron Throne would want to destroy the Red Keep. Why do you think Stannis attacked the King's Landing? Varys sneered. Jaime said anxiously, how many more days can Luin last? We need at least one more day to completely open up the tunnel. If Stannis is one step ahead of us, don't worry. I told you Stannis won't hurt Cersei, Tyrion comforted. You dare to believe Stannis? The fat eunuch was surprised. It's written in black and white. The Dragon Queen is a witness. Tyrion said. Varys did not say anything. I'm afraid Luin won't let her go, Jaime said worriedly. There's no point in worrying. Eat your lunch and continue to check for traps. I'll help you ask around about the King's Landing, Varys said. The two brothers looked at each other and sat down on 2 rocks helplessly. Opening the lunchbox, the dwarf was neither surprised nor disappointed. The main dish was white bread and barley turnip soup. The side dish was 2 pieces of fried cod and a plate of green shredded kelp. Tyrion threw half of the shredded kelp into the bowl of soup and asked casually, Stannis allowed his soldiers to rape and pillage? The soldiers have been stuck outside the city for months. Varys shook his head. The church didn't do anything? Jaime followed his brother's example and poured the rest of the shredded kelp into the bowl of soup and dipped the bread in the soup. Behind the Megalosaurus Gate is the Renais Hills. It's a few kilometers away from the Visania Hills where the church is located, Varys said. The dwarf's eyes flashed as he looked at the fat eunuch and said, You spent so much to open up the tunnel. Is it also for my sister? What are you trying to say? Varys narrowed his eyes. It depends on what you want to do, the dwarf laughed. Varys laughed too. Tell me, what can I do? The dwarf chuckled and said, Do you know how your nephew failed? The smile on Varys' face disappeared and he said calmly, Because you underestimated the red-robed woman. She can accurately predict her own ominous signs within a day. Your plan was very precise, but she had already predicted it. The 8-clawed spider lives up to its name, Tyrion praised. When Varys heard this, he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Slap slap. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard. His fat face instantly turned red. The 8-clawed spider deserves to meet a deviant. He cursed with a pained expression. I have studied Melisandre for almost 10 years. He stretched out his hands and spread his fingers, waving them back and forth in front of the dwarf. 10 years. When she first set foot on Dragonstone Island, I knew of her existence and gave her the most attention. Because she is the type of person I am most afraid of and hate the most, the red-robed sorcerer. He said the last sentence angrily. Could it be that the red-robed monk cut off your penis? Tyrion asked in surprise. Varys nodded painfully. I was only 10 years old then. A red-robed monk gave me a bowl of medicine. I couldn't move or speak, but my senses were clearer than usual. He expressionlessly cut off my penis and threw it into the fire. I saw shadows and strange scenes in the fire. Then he laughed maniacally and said that the wheel of fate had been activated. What fate? Tyrion asked in surprise. I want to know too. Varys was silent for a moment before continuing. I paid attention to Melisandre and planted a little bird on Dragonstone Island. I knew a long time ago that she used prophecy magic to avoid Scholar Rixon's poisoned wine. He hit his forehead hard and howled like a she-wolf that had lost its cub. I was so stupid, really. I only knew that Melisandre might have used prophecy magic that time. I didn't know that she could make a prophecy every day. You can't be blamed. After all, you are just a muggle and don't know anything about supernatural knowledge. Tyrion consoled him. Varys became even sadder after hearing this. I was so stupid, really. I only knew fear and hate magic. I didn't know that the more afraid I was, the more I should understand and master it. You can't be blamed. After all, rejecting magic is a tradition of Westeros. Tyrion said. Varys left, crestfallen. He was responsible for monitoring the situation in the city while the two brothers continued to check for traps. However, the fat eunuch only left for half an hour before he ran back, panting. His face was twisted as he said in horror, "The Lannister of Casterly Rock City has been exterminated." Chapter 886. The Lannister of Casterly Rock is all dead. Tywin's Lannister branch is all dead. The fat eunuch held up a letter and cried out in fear. Clang, the copper kettle slipped from Jaime's hand and hit the ground. The water from the kettle flowed out and soaked the soil. "How is that possible?" "What did you say?" Tyrion asked, confused. "Your entire family is dead." Varys swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty. "Fuck, you're the one whose whole family was eaten by deviants." Tyrion cursed and rushed forward to snatch the letter. Jaime also moved his head closer. With just one glance, the two of them frowned. There were many words on the letter, but they were all numbers. The two brothers were dazzled. "What is this?" Jaime asked anxiously. "It should be some kind of password, using numbers as the encryption method." Tyrion looked at the fat eunuch in surprise. "You learned this from the Dragon Queen?" "I invented the method of using numbers to encrypt messages decades ago. Now that you mention it, I suspect that she learned it from me." Varys muttered and looked at the two Lannister worriedly. He said softly, "The letter was sent from Casterly Rock. I have little birds there too. Your family, hundreds of people died. Almost all the direct descendants and those close to the direct descendants are dead." At the peak of the eight-clawed spider, he even had spies in Queer's Horse King City and Slave Bay. It was normal for one or two little birds to appear in the families of the Seven Dukes. The #1 spymaster of the Song of Ice and Fire was Varys. "You're kidding." Tyrion's heart tightened when he saw the eunuch's serious and pitiful eyes. He tried to crack a smile that was uglier than crying. "I contacted Uncle Damien a few days ago. I told him not to worry about the Dragon Queen and Stannis anymore. He smiled and said that he believed that I didn't kill Uncle Kevin. He also said that Aunt Xena and her family will return to Casterly Rock from Riverrun in 2 days." Jaime said bitterly, "Who can take down Casterly Rock? Deviants? That shouldn't be. Deviants can't take down Casterly Rock in an instant. If the deviant ghosts attack, Wizard Grom in Casterly Rock City can instantly contact the Dragon Queen of Dragonstone Island through the glass candle, and then the Dawn warriors stationed in Hellenberg will immediately rush to support. It's not deviants, it's food poisoning," Varys said. "What? You're kidding, right?" The two brothers' eyes almost popped out. "Your Aunt Xena is the wife of Count Edmund Fry of Riverrun, right?" Varys asked. "Don't talk about these useless things. Let's talk about Casterly Rock first," Tyrion said irritably. Varys spread out his hands and said helplessly, "I'm done. Including the fire wizard Grom, 874 people died in Casterly Rock. It's that simple. They were all poisoned to death at the banquet. Even the scholars died. We haven't confirmed what the poison was. My spies aren't sure if it was an accident or if it was Lannister's enemies who poisoned them. We should have more news in a few days." "Damn it." Jaime's eyes were sore. He punched the stone wall and choked, "It's all my fault. I should have returned to Casterly Rock immediately after the Battle of Winterfell." Tyrion turned his head away and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He said hoarsely, "Thank goodness you didn't go back. At least we're alive. Cersei is alive. Myrcella is still at Slaver's Bay." The two brothers lowered their heads and grieved for a while. Tyrion wiped the tears from his face and asked the eunuch, "What did you want to say?" Varys hesitated for a moment and said in a roundabout way, "Do you know that there are dead people outside Riverrun?" Tyrion rubbed his red eyes and shook his head. "I only know that there are deviants in Riverrun." Although Jaime had been digging in the tunnels, he had been getting information from Varys. He was not slow on the uptake. He said, "Dragon Queen's judgment that day was correct. The deviant Ghost King activated his second life and disappeared. However, the deviant southward movement did not stop. They just changed from a large-scale attack to a small-scale infiltration by a single deviant ghost. In the north and Riverrun, many tombs have been robbed. The dead are crawling out from the ground to strengthen the deviant ghost army. When there are too many of them, they will inevitably reveal themselves. Many castles and villages in Riverrun have been alerted to the presence of the deviants. In the past month, Riverrun has been alerted to the deviant ghost at least 3 times. However, Dragon Queen ignored them and the Dawn warriors did not move." Varys said with a strange expression. "I didn't know about this. Is it because the deviants are too small?" Tyrion asked. Varys said, "Riverrun is the capital of Riverrun. The Ghost Resistance Committee, or more accurately the Dragon Queen, did not send any alchemists to Riverrun, the fire wizards of the King's Landing Alchemist Guild. She also did not send any atonement scrolls or dragon crystal weapons to Riverrun. If the deviant ghost army attacked Riverrun, it would fall in half an hour like Hearthstone in the north. That's why your aunt and her family had to leave. Most of the Lion army fell in King's Landing. Casterly Rock is unprecedentedly empty. They also welcome any military force that comes to join them. Not to mention Lady Xena is a direct descendant of Lannister. Why is the Dragon Queen targeting my aunt? Tyrion was confused. It has nothing to do with Xena's aunt. It's Wade Frere. Jaime smiled bitterly. Varys looked at him and nodded. The Dragon Queen has mentioned many times that after the Battle of Meereen, she will return to the Westeros and hold a meeting to sort out the rotten things that have happened in the Westeros for the past 20 years. I know, Tyrion said immediately. Even Jaime knew what the Dragon Queen was thinking. Now that the deviant ghosts are heading south, it's almost impossible to gather the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. That's why some things can only be discussed online through candles and letters. At that time you were still at Slaver's Bay. The whole process lasted less than a week before it ended early because Wade Frere didn't cooperate, Varys said. Don't beat around the bush. If you want to say something just say it directly, the dwarf said impatiently. This is my way of expressing myself. Do you want to hear it? If you don't I'll leave, Varys said calmly. Jaime seemed to understand something. Continue? Varys said slowly, the Kingslayer has become a Grey Guard. Lannister, at least Jaime and Targaryen's grudge is settled. After that, the Dragon Queen focused her attention on the red and purple weddings. The purple wedding had already been decided. Joffrey died in the scheme of Old Rose and Littlefinger, and Tyrell was destroyed by Yuluen. The Queen only officially announced that Tyrell and Littlefinger were stripped of their titles. Since everyone was dead, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms had no objections. The Red Wedding was originally very simple. Everyone knew what happened in Clonic River City. The problem was the result of the trial of the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen meant that Old Wade had to admit that he violated the rights of the guests and betrayed his lord. He had to publicly apologize to Winterfell in front of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Every noble would have to send a messenger crow. Secondly, those who participated in the Red Wedding, including Old Wade himself, would have to commit suicide to atone for their sins. Thirdly, the Frere family would be stripped of their title as Duke of Hudgien. Clonic River City would still belong to the Frere family, but the Frere family would be demoted from Marquis to titular knight. The land around Clonic River City would belong to the Iron Throne, and the Iron Throne would take out a sum of money to compensate the families of those who died in the Red Wedding. Of course, there was still the Holy Wedding before the Red Wedding. Stark would also be punished. Robb's violation of the Holy Marriage Contract was no less than Old Wade's. First, Robb and Wade Frere would have to commit suicide to atone for their sins. At the same time, the current Duke of the Northern Territory would have to publicly apologize to Clonic River City's Frere in front of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Secondly, Winterfell would have to fulfill a wish of Miss Frere, who had her engagement broken off. In this way, the Frere family and the House of Stark's grievances would be settled. Tyrion's mouth twitched. That's fair, but to Wade Frere, I'm afraid it would be difficult to accept. Jaime sighed. Old Wade should accept that the most valuable thing in Clonic River City wasn't the land or the title, but the city itself, which was the only bridge to the Green Fork River. The Frere family was the victim of Robb's violation of the Holy Marriage Contract. This was the truth. The Dragon Queen had already considered this point, so she left the Frere family a foundation to rise. Varys sneered. Wade Frere didn't want to die, and he didn't feel that he should give up the title of Duke of Hudgien. He said that the title was conferred by the Iron Throne, and that the Dragon Queen had no right to revoke his title and land. Old Wade didn't know the result of the Battle of Meereen? He dared to reject the Dragon Queen. He really had guts, Tyrion said curiously. Jaime shook his head and said, the trial on the glass candle was just an experiment. After the Dawn Knights were established, the use of the glass candle was demonstrated to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms to strengthen their confidence in fighting against the Ghost Committee. Wade Frere knew this, and he was sure that the Dragon Queen didn't really care about his reaction. Moreover, he already knew the Dragon Queen's bottom line. When the long night passed and the Dragon Queen came to settle the score, he would have died many years ago, and Frere wouldn't receive any heavier punishment. In this way he would have profited greatly. Varys sighed. In fact, the Dragon Queen didn't arrange for the Megalosaurus to burn the city. She just completely gave up on Rapid Flow City. The Atonement Scrolls, the Magic Network, the Dragon Crystal weapons, and the Dawn Knight's rescue were all gone. What does this have to do with the mass poisoning in Casterly Rock City? Tyrion asked hesitantly. Although he was asking the eunuch, his expression became serious. Like Jaime, he had a vague guess in his heart. The only reason so many people were poisoned, including the scholars and the wizards in charge of the glass candles, was because Casterly Rock was hosting a banquet to welcome the Freys from Riverrun. P.S. The Freys. The Dragon Queen refused to help Rapid Flow City, and the news from Winterfell was too frightening. Now that a small group of ghouls appeared outside Rapid Flow City, the people in the castle couldn't sit still and fled to Casterly Rock City, which was building the third line of defense. Rapid Flow City also brought 5,000 Hejin soldiers and a large amount of emergency food to Casterly Rock City. How could they not celebrate? Then that old bastard Wade Freyr led Freyr's enemies to Casterly Rock City? Tyrion's eyes were red, and he was about to cry again. Varys's eyes flashed. Perhaps it's not a disaster. You Lannister have done a lot of evil, don't you know it? Have you guessed who the murderer is? Tyrion's eyes were cold. Varys waved his hand as if he was chasing away something terrifying. The discussion ends here. I'm just a messenger and I don't want to get involved in your feud. More than 800 people were killed just like that. A true killer, I'm scared. Chapter 887. Dragonstone Island received the news of the tragedy in Casterly Rock City half a day later than Varys. After the incident, Little Bird immediately sent a letter to the spymaster. Casterly Rock City lost its backbone, and after another half a day of trouble, they invited Sir West from Lannister Harbor, Tywin's distant cousin, the captain of the Lannister Navy that was being rebuilt. Well, like the Dragon Queen, the Lion Navy began to fish offshore. The first thing Sir West did was to write a letter to Dragonstone Island, not to the Dragon Queen but to the Imp. Now Casterly Rock City had fallen to the point where even the illegitimate child of the Imp was more noble than everyone else. The direct descendants and the slightly closer branches were all poisoned to death. Although it was half a day late, the content of the letter was more comprehensive than the one Little Bird sent to Varys. It was a poison that the maesters had never seen before, and it was in the summer red wine that Waldfred brought from Riverrun. The onset time was half an hour after drinking. There was no warning before the onset, and there was no cure after the onset. In an instant the eyeballs were filled with blood and they died of madness. Casterly Rock City not only lost 874 people, but also 200 or 300 guards died from the frenzied attacks of the poison patients. At that time, the main hall of Casterly Rock City was like a purgatory on earth. The Lannister who drank with red eyes and dark red blood vessels appeared on the surface of their bodies, attacked and tore at each other with swords, forks, chairs, wine bottles, and even teeth and nails, and then attacked and tore at the guards and servants who came to pull them. It should be mixed with snake lizard poison. Warm-blooded creatures will go crazy and lose their minds after being poisoned. Rats infected with snake lizard poison will even bite lions, Dr. Marwyn said from the bull's neck. Scholar Pylus said, in Dr. Wargrave's works, there are many mentions of the faceless poisoning methods. The spices added with the blood of the stone lizard are particularly impressive. When those spices are smeared on meat and roasted, it will emit an extremely tempting fragrance that no one can resist. Well, because of the otherworldly great writer, the whole world knew the methods of the faceless. They were all real and the faceless really liked to use poison. The first target that Arya killed was poison. She smeared the poison on a silver coin and put the coin in the hands of the moneylender who liked to bite the money with his mouth. In the kindly man's room, Arya learned how to make hundreds of poisons. It seems that it really is faceless. Didn't the letter say so? The old crab waved the letter in his hand. Old Wade attended the banquet and immediately invited everyone to toast Casterly Rock. Everyone at the banquet raised their glasses and gave a toast, and they all drank the wine in their glasses. However, when he collected the corpses, only Old Wade was nowhere to be seen. When we checked the kitchen afterwards, we found what we suspected to be Wade Frey's bones in the pot of meat soup. Holy Mother of Mercy, those who attended the banquet all drank Wade's soup. The black girl Larissa, who was standing on the first stone step below the throne, said in horror, "Is so ruthless." Everyone gasped. King's Landing has brown soup every day. What's the big deal? The old crab shook his head disapprovingly. That's not the point. The point is that Old Wade is clearly dead, but he appeared at the banquet and invited everyone to toast. This is Faceless. Yes, it was most likely done by Faceless. Marvin and the others nodded in agreement. Does Casterly Rock not have faceless hounds? Braun asked curiously. That might not be the case. Not everyone is wary of Faceless. Some nobles haven't dealt with Faceless for hundreds of years. Marvin hesitated. Then he said, the point is, who hired Faceless? How much gold royals should be paid for killing so many people? Braun stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, I heard that Winterfell recently made a fortune by selling grain. Not only did they write off the loan from the Iron Treasury, but they also made millions of gold royals. Stark has the ability to hire Faceless, and only they have such a deep grudge against Wade Fry. In fact, there was no need for them to speculate. When Dany received the news of the massacre in Casterly Rock, she had already guessed the identity of the culprit, his methods, and his motive. Who else could it be other than Arya? However, even Dany found it hard to calm down at this moment. Too ruthless. While marveling at Arya's ruthlessness, Dany couldn't help but envy her. She envied Arya's freedom. She could do whatever she wanted as long as her thoughts were clear. She was now the queen, the empress, the seven gods, and the savior of the world. Her many identities emphasized one persona, a kind, just, and kind person. Without a doubt, this was political correctness but also a great restraint. When Wade Frere had refused to follow her instructions and commit suicide to atone for his sins, Dany had also wanted to ride her dragon and fly to Riverrun City, bathe the city in her dragon flames, and then stand on top of the city walls, with the smoke rising into the sky and the wailing of the undead as the background. She would throw her head back and laugh maniacally. Fine, even if she were to indulge herself, this style was still too much for Dany. Your Majesty? Old Crab called softly. What's the matter? Dany was awakened from her thoughts. What should we do about Casterly Rock? Old Crab asked. What does it have to do with us? This is Lannister's family matter, and the letter was written to Tyrion. Let him handle it. Dany said casually. Tyrion is not on Dragonstone Island. Where did he go? Taz Island or Sun Halberd City? Dany asked. Prince Zeon received a letter from the church. He went to the cathedral 2 nights ago to pick up Duke Tywin's coffin. He hasn't returned yet. Scholar Pylus said. King's Landing is at war. Could he be trapped in King's Landing? Bronn asked curiously. Old Crab shook his head. Our people have been monitoring the situation at King's Landing. There are only street battles in the city and no dragon battles. Tyrion is riding a pterosaur. No matter which side attacks him, he won't stay still. At this point, the old Earl couldn't help but look worried. He looked at the Queen and asked, Your Majesty, the battle at King's Landing is more tragic than expected. It's not a battle between high-level supernatural forces like we thought, but a battle between ordinary soldiers. The fall of King's Landing's gates was just the beginning. Luwin deliberately gave up on the city walls with fixed targets for kerosene bombs, and distributed his forces in the streets. The Iron Throne's army and Stannis' men are fighting over every street, every alley, and every building. The soldiers are in a mess and there are also civilians mixed in. The two-headed demon dragon and pterosaur can't interfere. In terms of total forces, Stannis is inferior to Luwin. I'm afraid this battle won't be over for a few days. I know the situation at King's Landing. Dany said calmly. What I mean is, do you want to interfere? If we lose too many soldiers, what will happen to King's Landing when the other ghosts arrive? Old Crab asked worriedly. Who do you want me to help? Dany asked. No one. King's Landing belongs to you. Old Crab said excitedly. Dany face-bombed and said helplessly, I thought you pitted the people of King's Landing in the chaos of war, but it seems that you don't think they're suffering enough. It's better to get it over with, enough. Dany raised her hand to stop him and said seriously, I'll say it again. The biggest enemy in the Long Night is the Frost God. If we can't deal with the Frost God, the 100 cities of King's Landing are no different from sandcastles on the beach. The waves will come and take everything away. The Frost God is a true god. Even Lalo was beaten like a dog by him and I'm just a mortal. It's already very difficult for a mortal to deal with a true god. I can't waste my energy and time on a useless iron chair. To be more direct, unless the Frost God descends, I won't leave Dragonstone Island. No matter what happens in the Seven Kingdoms, no matter which city the other ghosts invade, don't disturb me. That's the business of the Dawn Warriors and the Ghost Resistance Committee. Mortal matters are mortal matters. I'm only responsible for the Frost God. If the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms ask, tell them the same. Do you understand? Understood. That night, Dragon Queen slapped herself in the face and left Dragonstone Island in a hurry, because Casterly Rock City had fallen. Helen Castle was another proof that the Song of Ice and Fire world had a bug-level architecture. It was made up of 5 huge towers that were more than 100 meters tall. The towers were connected by suspended stone bridges. Standing at the top of the towers and looking at the catapults outside the city, they were about the size of insects. The castle was 3 times the size of Winterfell. The Divine Forest alone was 20 acres. Helen Castle's kitchen was as big as Winterfell's main hall. The main hall of Helen Castle was called the 100 Furnace Hall, which meant that there were 100 fireplaces in the hall. Of course, the 100 Furnace Hall was bragging. The real number of fireplaces was only 1/3 of the total, 35. Just 35 fireplaces was enough to imagine how grand the hall of Helen Castle was. In fact, the biggest castle in the 7 kingdoms was Helen Castle. Helen Castle was not only big but its walls were also thick and tall. Its gate was the same size as Stark's main castle. Standing outside the gate and looking up at the inner city, one could only see the top of the 5 towers. The walls were too tall and blocked the view of the observers. Because of this, even though Helen Castle was badly damaged, it was still chosen by Dragon Queen to be the garrison of the Dawn Warriors after the Battle of Winterfell. The city was sturdy, and it was the closest and most convenient way to reinforce Hedgian. We should immediately reinforce Casterly Rock City. Helen Castle's acting castellan, Sir Beaufort Hayes, said. Shadowbinder Tam shook his head and said, I've already sent a message to Dragon Queen. She's on the way and asked us to stay put. Later she'll bring us to Casterly Rock. Yes, not only did the Dragon Queen leave hundreds of sets of tile steel armor here, even the leader of the Royal Mage Corps was stationed here. Why don't we leave first and let the Queen come later? Sir Beaufort said. Helen Castle received a messenger crow from Casterly Rock City. Sir, do you understand what this means? White Knight Garth said with a gloomy face. It means that Casterly Rock City is in danger and urgently needs our help, Sir Beaufort said anxiously. No, it means that it doesn't matter if we go or not. Garth sighed and shook his head. It's more than 1,000 kilometers from Casterly Rock City to Helen Castle. When we received the messenger crow, it had already been 2 days since the attack. More importantly, this time it wasn't just a normal attack. There was a mass poisoning in Casterly Rock City, and the death toll was more than 1,000 people. In an instant they all turned into ghouls and exploded from the inside. The Queen is here. Tam suddenly pointed at the dim light and shouted. So fast? It hasn't even been an hour. Under everyone's stunned gaze, a red light suddenly appeared and expanded into a light red mirror with a diameter of 40 meters. Whoosh! A black shadow came out of the mirror. The black dragon roared, its wings flapping at high speed, stirring up the dark clouds in the sky. Beaufort and the knights on the city gate screamed in horror. It was the Dragon Queen who jumped and fell towards them at high speed. It's over, the Dragon Queen fell off the Megalosaurus. Someone howled. But after a while they suddenly realized a problem. The Dragon Queen's speed of descent was not increasing, but slowing down? It wasn't an illusion. When she was 30 meters above the city wall, she was already like a willow leaf, floating and flying horizontally. 7 gods, this Dragon Queen can fly? Sir Beaufort said in disbelief. Ah, Layla? The Dragon Queen took off her helmet and looked around. Just as she was about to say something, Sir Beaufort lost his composure and screamed. Dany frowned and looked over. She saw the lanky old knight with tears in his eyes, full of reminiscence and love, looking at her. What's going on? Chapter 888. After Littlefinger became the Duke of Hellenberg, he didn't move to his fief. Instead, he went to the valley and became the young duke's stepfather. That was why the Iron Throne, Tywin, appointed the newly surrendered Sir Beaufort as the acting mayor of Hellenberg. After that, Dany didn't change Beaufort's position because he didn't belong to any faction. He was a very devout knight of the Holy See. Before Big Sparrow took over, the church didn't have any armed forces. Maegor abolished them. At that time, the noble knights couldn't even join the warriors' sons like Randall Tarley. So, Beaufort formed a non-profit mercenary group of the church, the 100 Crusaders. It was made up of 100 devout noble knights. Before the War of the Four Kings, the 100-man Holy Legion had been roaming around the 7 kingdoms, escorting pious travelers between the holy churches, and eliminating bandits and robbers when they encountered them. Later, when Joffrey's identity as a bastard was exposed, the 100 Crusaders joined Erlu's side and participated in the Battle of Blackwater River with Erlu. After they were captured by Tywin, they came to Hellenberg to protect the people. They were a group of pitiful knights who were both devout and lost. Of course, that was before. Now, the Holy Mother had descended, miracles were happening, and the Pope ruled the world. They were officially part of the Holy See. In terms of devoutness, there were only 87 people left in the 100 Crusaders, and all of them were priests. Wasn't that scary? Other than being the leader of the 100 Crusaders, Beaufort also had another powerful identity. He was Dany's mother, Layla's ex-boyfriend. Before Layla and Aerys got married, they both had their own lovers, Aerys with Joanna and Layla with Beaufort. But Beaufort was only a productive knight, and Joanna was a branch of Lannister's family. They weren't good enough for the princess and the prince. Of course, the biggest obstacle was a prophecy from the ghost of Noble Heart. The savior would be born from Layla and Aerys's offspring. Beaufort once wore the token that Princess Layla gave him to participate in the tournament. He killed everyone in the tournament. Like Big Bear, who later wore Lyneth's token, he defeated all his opponents and put the crown of love and beauty on Layla's head. Then the next year Layla married the Mad King. Feeling dejected, Bolivar turned to the embrace of the 7 gods and formed a 100-man holy war. Dany didn't know about these things. When she was preparing to make Hellenberg the Dawn Knight's base, she considered changing the Lord. Old Bar dissuaded her and told her a secret that everyone knew. Sir Beaufort is perfectly trustworthy. He would never betray you, said Barton in a very mixed tone. Now that Dany had seen the old knight herself, she was sick of him. If she had known he was like this, she would have sent him away no matter how loyal he was. You know my mother, Sir Beaufort? The Dragon Queen's expression became serious, and an inexplicable majesty and pressure naturally emanated from her body. The tall and thin old knight was awakened from his beautiful dream. He bowed in embarrassment and apologized. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I was rude. Titus, Cain Sester, aren't you going to rescue Casterly Rock? White Knight Garth broke the awkwardness and asked anxiously. The Western region has fallen. There's no point in being anxious. Pick 50 Dawn Knights and follow me to Casterly Rock to see if there are any survivors. I came down to warn you that the rest of the Dawn Knights should be on high alert and be ready to support Hujin Castle at any time. Dany sighed. Beaufort came back to his senses and asked in a trembling voice, What do you mean? Casterly Rock, Port Lannister, and a few castles nearby. More than one. 5 million people in the Western region are all dead. The Western region is finished. Dany said with a gloomy face. How is that possible? Several people almost fell to the ground in fright. Is the truth? Casterly Rock fell less than 2 hours after the messenger crow was sent. Another hour later, Port Lannister fell and more than 500,000 people died. Then, the ghouls scattered into many teams and raided all the castles and villages within 300 kilometers in the next 2 days. So far, more than 10 earls' castles have been breached and their families wiped out. The Western region is finished. Dany also flew out of Dragonstone Island on Blackie. After a cool breeze, she realized, Casterly Rock has fallen. Can't I just go to heaven and see if it's true? She was also stupid before. Now, even Waldfred's family was in heaven. If she wanted to know the secret, she could ask the person directly. Then, she used the portal to speed up and turned into the Virgin Mary to check the heaven in her mind. She didn't know if she didn't look, but when she did, she was shocked. The ordinary spirit was now crystal clear, exuding a huge and mysterious aura. Its volume had expanded by millions of times, like a golden planet. How to put it? A spirit had no volume to speak of. Dany thought it was big because it was measured by its energy. In the space of faith, the higher the power level and the stronger the energy, the larger the size of the spirit. This was also the reason why no believers ever doubted the authenticity of the Holy Mother, because when they met in the faith space, the Dragon Queen's size was countless times larger than the mortal believers, and the naked pressure of a superior energy level, no one would think that it was fake. Now, the heaven of thought was 8 million times stronger than before, and Dany's entire soul could be divided into 10,000 spirits. This meant that the heaven of thought contained 800 times more soul power than Dany's body. The reason why it was so strong was that the quantitative change caused a qualitative change. The heaven of thought had nearly 2 million souls. There were about 150,000 in the northern region, the castles and villages that fell after the Battle of Winterfell, 300,000 in Hujin Valley, Royal Territory, River Bend, Dorne and King's Landing. Then, in 3 days more than 1. 5 million people from the western region suddenly appeared. Right, there were also more than 30,000 people from Urso and more than 200 people from Slave Bay. Obviously, not all of them died at the hands of the deviant ghosts. It was now a long night, cold and lacking in food. More than 20,000 people starved or froze to death every day. More than 1 million souls gave the thought paradise a sense of reality that belonged to a physical substance. Through the heaven of thought, Danny learned many things. For example, because she was unwilling to give out atonement scrolls to Rapid Flow City, Old Wade and the others bought red light ordinary atonement scrolls from the nearby castles. For example, Old Wade was indeed killed by Arya. Before he died, he even ate the meat stew that Arya made from his youngest son. After he finished the meat stew, she took off the servant's mask and told Old Wade everything she was doing and what she would do in the future. You're a greedy old fool. If you agree with the Dragon Queen's judgment, when she announces that Stark and Fry are even in the name of the 7 gods, I won't dare to touch the Fry family. Arya leaned against Old Wade's wheelchair and laughed as she said in his ear, Do you know? Before the Battle of Winterfell, I was on my way to Rapid Flow City. After the Battle of Winterfell, I was about to continue my unfinished revenge when the Dragon Queen meddled and made a judgment. Sai, you don't know how depressed I was. That woman is too saintly. What kind of revenge is it if you don't kill your entire family? Of course, I'm grateful for her saintly treatment of Jon, Bran, Sansa and Stark. After all, my father also destroyed her father's dynasty. Speaking of which, my family owes a debt to the Targaryens because my Aunt Lyanna was a promiscuous slut. She wasn't abducted by Legor at all. Those 2 bastards eloped. Fortunately, the Saintess protected us and you rejected her judgment. Then I excitedly rode Nymeria, Arya's direwolf, here. Hee, I can't give you a chance to regret. Mercy. Old Wade's eyes were full of pleading and regret. Nah, mercy. She slit his neck. For example, from the temporary castellan of Casterly Rock City, West Lannister, Dany learned about the specific process of the fall of Casterly Rock City. The corpses piled up in the Hall of Heroes, Casterly Rock City's burial chamber, waiting for Tyrion to return and dispose of, suddenly came to life in the middle of the night. Taking advantage of the night and the memories of the living in their minds, the ghouls raided the city wall guard camp. Every time a person died in Casterly Rock City, the ghoul army gained a fierce general, cleaning up the Hall of Heroes from the bottom layer to the top layer. Without the help of the ghouls and deviants outside the city, Casterly Rock City fell into the hands of its own people. After receiving information about Casterly Rock City from the Paradise of Thought, Dany immediately contacted Bran in Winterfell and asked him to find the whereabouts of the ghoul army. She had to stop the millions of ghouls from leaving the western region and wreaking havoc elsewhere. Chapter 889. While the Dragon Queen was rushing to Casterly Rock, Tyrion had finally broken through the last tunnel under the Red Keep. Above us is the Black Dungeon and the cellar. There are 4 levels to the dungeon and Balerian's skull is in the cellar, Tyrion said weakly as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. After learning about the massacre in Casterly Rock, he was anxious to return home and wished he could teleport to Casterly Rock. But Cersei was right in front of him and he could not give up halfway. He had to work hard, overdrawing his mental strength and mana to order the dragon worms to scout the way. Compared to the estimated time, they were at least 7 or 8 hours earlier. Are you okay? Can you come with me? Jaime forced himself to stay alert despite his exhaustion. His condition was not much better than the dwarfs. Although he did not have to work through the night, what happened in Casterly Rock and the ongoing war with the King's Landing made him so anxious that he could not sleep. Don't worry, let's rest for 2 hours and recover our mental strength to deal with the upcoming battle. Tyrion grabbed Jaime's arm and forced him to sit on the ground. Varys. Tyrion shouted towards the entrance of the cave. The fat eunuch went ahead to scout the way. After a while, the sound of riding boots running on the stone floor came closer, and the fat eunuch's panting gradually became clearer. 7 levels of hell, Luwin has gone mad. Varys's terrified yell reached him before he even came down the stairs. Luwin are crazy. He filled the cellar with wildfire jars. Hundreds of tons, the eunuch exploded. Luwin are going to bomb the Red Keep? Tyrion and Jaime suddenly stood up and shouted. The fat eunuch trembled as he said, I have always wondered why Stannis' army was not attacked by wildfire bombs. I even wondered if Luwin were thinking about the big picture and left the wildfire bombs to deal with the other ghosts. It turns out that after the madman confirmed that he had no confidence in defending the King's Landing, He wanted to blow up the Red Castle and perish together with Stannis. At the end of his speech, the fear on his face disappeared. His tone became slower, and a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. As long as Stannis entered the Red Keep and ignited the wildfire bomb, even the King of Light would not be able to save him. Seemed worth a try? We have to save Cersei before the Red Keep is blown up, Jaime said anxiously. No, I can't let you Luwin blow up the Red Castle. The dwarf waved his hand repeatedly and said with a serious expression, if the Red Fort is blown up, not only will we lose a large number of wildfires, a huge gap will also appear in the walls of the King's Landing. Moreover, in the Dragon Queen strategy, even if the King's Landing falls, the Red Fortress and the Great Cathedral of Baelor will act as a nail, firmly nailing the Deviant Ghost's passage to the south. You'll understand once you go up and take a look. There are too many of them, we can't carry them all, Varys said helplessly. Inform Dragonstone Island. Messenger crows are too slow. Send a letter to the church and let them use glass candles to contact the Dragon Queen, Tyrion said. Varys hesitated for a moment, then nodded. That works too. He then turned to Jaime and asked, what about you guys? With the Dragon Queen's intervention, it seems that we don't have to take the risk anymore? I think it's useless to call the Dragon Queen. Luwin is about to blow up the Red Keep, why should we care about her? It's better to save Cersei first. Anyway, I have to go up, Jaime said with a firm tone. Tyrion thought for a moment and said, Varys, wait for a moment. We'll go up and scout the way first. The wide tunnel was paved with stone slabs, which clattered loudly as they walked. On both sides of the dark tunnel, there were stone steps that were 1 meter high. On the steps were the skulls of the megalosaurus that were born after the Targaryen family took over the Seven Kingdoms. They were like shrines, worshipping the glory of the Targaryen family. At this moment, where the yellow light of the lantern shone, there were no longer black skulls that swallowed the light. Instead, there were rows of neatly stacked green glass bottles. As they walked, Tyrion felt as if he was in the mouth of a dragon, Crescent Moon Tensei. The King's Landing should have more than this amount of wildfire, Tyrion said doubtfully as they reached the end of the cellar. You think it's too little? This amount of wildfire is enough to make the Red Keep fly, Varys shouted. It's not a matter of whether it's too little or too much. We have to find the location of the remaining wildfire, Tyrion said. Before the Battle of Winterfell, the Dragon Queen asked Randolph Talithos for 100 tons, Jaime said. That still doesn't seem right. The two of them left the cellar as they spoke. The Red Keep had 2 levels. The inner level was for the royal family. There were the Empress Dowager's Tower, the Meg Tower for the King and Queen, the Chu Lady's residence and the White Sword Tower. The outer level was for the council ministers such as the Grand Scholar's Crow's Nest, the Hand of the King's Hands Prime Minister's Tower, which had been burned by Cersei, and the judge's room on the 4th level of the dungeon. Between the inner and outer levels was a city wall and a moat that had dried up all year round. Rusty iron spears were stuck on the battlements, specially used to pierce the heads of traitors. For example, the heads of Ide and the people of Winterfell were hung on the tips of the iron spears on the inner walls. The classic scene of Joffrey forcing Sansa to see her father's head happened there. The problem now was that Meg, who had built the tunnel, was not stupid. The secret tunnel could only lead to the outer level of the Red Keep, such as the Prime Minister's Tower and the Crow's Nest. The inner city of the royal family, such as the Meg Tower and the Empress Dowager's Tower, could not be reached directly. In the original novel, Tywin died in the Prime Minister's Tower in the outer level. If Varys wanted to kill Kevin, he had to lure him out of the inner city of the royal family and kill him in Grand Scholar Pycelle's Crow's Nest. Now, Tyrion and Jaime had to cross the city wall. Fortunately, most of the soldiers were fighting outside the city, so the Red Keep was not heavily guarded. As expected, it was lax. Besides the bronze gate at the front of the city wall, there were a few small side doors around it. At this time, Jaime was glad that he had called the dwarf along. No matter what kind of door it was, whether it had a lock or a bolt, it was defeated by the dwarf's 2 nimble fingers. Along the way, they killed 7 or 8 guards and finally stepped onto the stone steps of the Empress Dowager's Tower. Cersei, Cersei. Jaime shouted anxiously as he ran up. At the entrance of the Empress Dowager's Tower, he and Tyrion had killed 2 Taimin, but they did not find the church's knights. When they reached the outer room of the Empress Dowager's bedroom, even the nuns were nowhere to be seen. Jaime became more and more anxious. He pushed the thick oak door with all his might, but it did not budge. He could only open the small window above. Immediately, A faint stench of blood rushed to his nose. Jianghu? After a series of shouting and banging on the door, a weak and hoarse voice like a female ghost came from the room. Cersei, it's me. I'm Jamie. I'm here to save you. How are you? Jamie began to use his knees to push against the wooden door, and used his steel sword to hack at the door lock. Jamie, what are you doing? Why are you so loud? Tyrion, who was standing guard downstairs, exclaimed. No. The door lock was hacked open and the oak door opened. Carrying an oil lamp, he stepped into the dark, cold, and bloody bedroom. Jamie broke down and wailed. It was as if Sister Xianglin had seen a Mao with a hole in his stomach and all his organs eaten. 7 levels of hell. The dwarf, who had heard the commotion, only took one look before he retreated, cursing. Come back and treat her. Jamie stopped him. Tyrion had no choice but to walk over. He tried his best not to look at the bloody face that had been stabbed thousands of times, and the wet and bloody crotch. He only put his hands on her bruised chest where her head had been bitten off. A white light flashed, bringing warmth and vitality to her. Sob, 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 is the Lannister of Casterly Rock City wiped out? Cersei's toothless mouth let out a mournful cry. Hearing this unexpected sentence, Jamie and Tyrion were stunned. How did you know? Tyrion asked. Sob, 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 Luwin said that Casterly Rock City was destroyed, that I was useless. Sob, sob, sob. He couldn't do it himself, so he let Tywin take turns to XX me. Last night many of them died. He said that he would use the queen to reward the warriors and boost their morale. Sob, sob, sob. Bastard. I'm going to kill him. Jamie's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He clenched his fists so hard that they broke his skin. Blood and dull pain seeped out, but he did not feel it. His anger and frustration were about to burst out of his chest. Tyrion asked with a gloomy face, What about the Reverend Mother and the Paladin? The Paladin was chopped up and fed to the dogs. Tywin also raped Sister Maul. They killed her in front of the statue of the Madonna. Her body was thrown into the sea by a catapult, saying that it was a gift to Inami. Cersei's throat moved as she spoke, and a yellowish-white substance with traces of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. You Luwin have gone mad? Jamie said in disbelief. Cersei opened her bloodshot eyes and struggled to look at the man beside her. Tears began to well up in her eyes again when she saw the man beside her. Luwin hated Matthew for crippling his magic. He wanted to blow up the Red Keep and sacrifice the King's Landing. He said that after this he would return to his hometown with glory and wealth. He said that he wanted to sit on the Iron Islands and wait for the chance to rise again. Don't worry. We have found the wildfire in the cellar of the Red Keep. We won't let you Luwin succeed. Jamie held her face and comforted her gently. No, no, no. Don't look at me. Please don't look at me. Her tears washed away the blood in her eyes, and her vision became clear. Cersei saw her lover, who was still as handsome as he was in her dreams. At the same time, she also saw her own condition. She broke down. Tears poured out of her eyes and she pulled the straw quilt to cover her dirty body. But she had been tortured too much last night, and she had no strength left. She could only cry like a kitten. Tyrion's eyes were sore and 2 tears fell. He quickly pressed the lion head button on his shoulder and covered her with the brocade cloak embroidered with a red dragon and a golden lion. She clenched the cloak tightly and pulled it up, trying to cover herself, but she wanted to see the man crying like a child. So she slowly pulled it down again, leaving only a slit outside. Mother of God, why did you arrange such a fate for us? Why? Jamie held Cersei and cried. Tyrion was very sad and there were still tears on his face. But when he heard Jamie's cry he could not help but smile. Mother of God only left a Bible to teach people what to do, how to do, and what the end result is. She doesn't care. Don't doubt it. She said this to me herself. She told me not to complain about fate. Fate has nothing to do with her. Jamie ignored him and Cersei only stared at Jamie. Jamie, you are so cruel. You left King's Landing after our fight. It's been more than 2 years and you didn't even send me a letter. When I got married you didn't even come to see me. You bastard. I was captured. I wanted to come back but I couldn't. James cried. I'm sorry. Who caught you? I swore not to tell. Jamie's face was full of pain. You still want to lie to me? Are you hiding somewhere and giving birth to a child with that ugly Brittany? Cersei cried. Jamie. Chapter 890. Tyrion broke the awkwardness and said, It was Madame Stoneheart, Sansa and Robb's mother. She died and was revived by Red Monk Soros. When she let Jaime go, she forced him to swear an oath to release Sansa and Arya. Jaime broke the oath, and then she caught him in the river and forced him to. After a pause, Tyrion shook his head and continued, I don't know what Jaime did. Jaime didn't break the oath and tell me this information. I came up with it with my clever brain. You're Tyrion? Cersei turned to the handsome young man in front of her and asked in surprise. You just realized? The dwarf was a little unhappy. Even if his face changed, what about his voice? Jaime had told her his name before. You're here to kill me? Cersei asked in a trembling voice. The dwarf raised his hand with a wooden face so that the Horse Sister could see the holy healing on his hand. He's here to save you, Jaime said gently. Why didn't you save me earlier? If you had saved me a day or two earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Boo-hoo. Cersei cried resentfully. The dwarf's brocade cloak covered her body and seemed to hide her shame and cowardice, giving her the courage to hold her head high. Jaime wanted to explain, but he lowered his head in the end. I'm sorry. That's enough. Tyrion shouted and scolded, Didn't you bring this upon yourself? After the Battle of Winterfell, Jaime didn't even return to Casterly Rock. Instead, he came to King's Landing to dig a hole and worked for more than a month like a gray mouse. You, on the other hand, are willing to give up your life for an iron chair. Didn't Matthew want to take you away last time? Did you leave? Even if Jaime came a day earlier, would you have left with him if he took you away? Cersei glared at the dwarf and shouted, Why should we leave? If we kill you, Luwin, the Iron Throne will be ours. Aren't you proficient in assassination with a crossbow? Go and shoot Luwin to death just like how you shot your father's penis. Sneak into Luwin's bedroom and shoot him to death on the toilet bowl when he goes to the toilet. Before Tyrion could say anything, Jaime suddenly asked, Did you kill Uncle Kevin? What? Cersei was stunned for a moment before she shook her head in denial. No, it wasn't me. It was Tyrion. No, it was you, Luwin. Yes, it was you, Luwin. The dwarf was speechless. How did you become like this? Jaime seemed to have been hit twice and was in extreme pain. You despise me? Cersei was surprised. She clearly didn't mean it that way, but Jaime's words instantly reminded her of her current situation. Feeling the numbing pain all over her body, Cersei lost her courage. Weakness and humiliation overwhelmed her once more. She pulled her cloak up to cover her face and sobbed. Damn it, what are we doing? The dwarf suddenly woke up. Hurry up and take her away. We killed someone outside. Soon the guards will, dang dang dang. Before he could finish, the sound of a gong came from outside the tower. There were also warriors shouting, Enemies have infiltrated the Red Keep. Enemies have infiltrated the Red Keep. We can't let them take the gate. Otherwise we'll be trapped. The dwarf pulled up his helmet, unbuckled the axe on his back and ran out. Hurry up, I'll open a path. Jaime nodded and bent down to carry Cersei. Let's get out of here. Cersei pushed him away. There was no expression on her bloodied face, but her blue eyes were filled with despair and determination. Go. I'll only be a burden. Don't be silly. I'm here to save you, Jaime said anxiously. No, you're here to save the noble and elegant eldest daughter of Duke Tywin, the beautiful and pure Queen Cersei, not a monstrous old woman like me. Cersei shook her head in pain. Don't be silly. You've never been pure. You're just a slut who talks nonsense with your brothers even after marriage. Your current appearance perfectly complements your ugly heart, but I still love you. Because I'm also a monster, an old man. Jaime hugged her and said passionately, You're an angel, Jaime. Cersei caressed his face, her eyes glazed over. If only we were the son and daughter of the Mad King. Even the 7 gods wouldn't be able to stop us. I'll be your wife and you'll be my husband. We'll receive the blessings of the nobles and people of the 7 kingdoms and sit side by side on the Iron Throne. Sigh, can you not mention the Iron Throne? Jaime wailed. The good atmosphere was completely ruined. Cersei suddenly became very happy. You and I have been circling around the Iron Throne for our entire lives. You're protecting the person on the throne, but I want to be the one sitting on it and giving orders. The best situation would be me sitting on it and you protecting me. Unfortunately, perhaps when we're both dead, the Iron Throne should be carved on our tombstones. Let's leave this place first. When you've recovered, you can ask a stonemason to design 2 tombstones for the Iron Throne, Jaime said sadly. What joy is there in life? What pain is there in death? My injuries are too severe. I can't be saved. Even if Mother Mary is merciful and St. Matthew is willing to save me, I don't want to live. I'm in too much pain right now. Death is only a release. Cersei smiled bitterly. No, you can't, fuck. What are you two waiting for? Come down. The dwarf shouted hysterically from downstairs. Jaime took a deep breath and begged, Cersei, you can't die. What will happen to me if you die? Listen to me, Jaime. Cersei's eyes were filled with pain. I wish you Luwin had tortured me to death last night. Just like Sister Morley, you threw me into the sea to feed the fish. That way your memory of me would forever be fixed at the moment before we parted. At that moment I was the dazzling Queen Cersei. Well, the reason she was not tortured to death was not because Luwin wanted to save her life. After losing the church, Randall Tari and Casterly Rock, you Luwin would not hesitate to kill her. Cersei had a seal of redemption that Mother Mary kindly gave her. Every time she prayed to the Mother Mary, she would be rewarded with a weak healing spell. She could only heal herself and not others. Last night she had been tormented. In her despair, she had prayed to the Holy Mother and managed to survive. Jaime, I beg you, let me go to the Mother Mary with my last dignity. So what if you take me away? Let the whole world know that I became a camp chicken, used by you Luwin to inspire the fighting spirit of the soldiers, and trampled on by hundreds of barbaric and filthy Taimin? Cersei begged. The dwarf, who was climbing up the stairs, heard this and the anger on his face disappeared. He quietly retreated. He stood guard at the door and did not call out anymore. But I don't want you to die. I want to save you. Jaime said in despair. If you love me, then kill me with your own hands. To be able to see you before I die is the greatest misfortune and also the greatest fortune. Come and kill me. It's me who killed Uncle Kevin. I used my queen's blood to cast a curse on you Luwin. I also had an affair with cousin Lancel and brother Kate Black. Jaime, kill me, I beg you, it's too painful for me to live. You're missing an arm. If you hold me, you won't be able to hold your sword. Without your sword, how can you escape the Red Keep? Cersei thought, but she did not say it out loud. She only humiliated herself. At first she was screaming herself hoarse, but in the end her face was covered in tears, and her voice was full of pain and pleading. Jaime's heart and body were trembling. As if possessed, he reached out with his trembling left hand and held her slender neck that was covered in hickeys and bruises. Wait, she called out just as he was about to use more force. Remember to avenge me. Yes, I swear I will kill you Luwin. Jaime cried. No, I want to blow up the Red Keep. Cersei said with a twisted face. What? Jaime was stunned. Cersei said, I want all Taimin to die with me. Actually, I had people build the wildfire under the Red Keep. I was going to blow up that little bitch Sansa. But the fake crown prince was useless. He was defeated by Stannis before he even reached the King's Landing. Later, I thought that without Aegon, Dany Rise might come down personally. So, I didn't move the wildfire. Sigh, now it finally comes in handy. Ugh. Jaime could not listen anymore. He closed his eyes and turned his head. His left hand was as hard as steel as he tightened it. Thump, thump. Cersei's eyes rolled back as she struggled violently. Even the bed was shaking. Wait. The dwarf suddenly rushed over and grabbed Jaime's hand. Cough, cough, cough. Cersei caught her breath and coughed violently. What are you doing? Jaime roared. He was already feeling bad, and it was not easy for him to make up his mind. Now that he was interrupted by the dwarf, his anger rose. Atonement scrolls? The dwarf took out a large 7-pointed red pouch from his pocket. Oh, right, you have to wear atonement scrolls? Jaime was scared. Cold sweat broke out on his back. With Cersei's sins, even the 7 levels of hell would not be enough for her if he did not have atonement scrolls. Seeing the dwarf stringing the little sunny pouches one after another on a string, James asked in bewilderment, One is enough. What are you doing? Tyrion shook his head. Not enough. When Cersei killed Uncle Kevin, she made a deal with the evil god. Anyone who borrows the power of the evil god will be branded by the evil god. When she dies, the evil god will come and take her soul. The essence of the atonement scrolls is Moke's divine power. The more divine power there is, the stronger the effect. He heard this secret from the fire wizard Pogba. At that time he was negotiating with Davos on Tidehead Island. He met his former underling and saw a string of pouches around his neck. He thought that he was selling atonement scrolls, so he tried to persuade him. In the end, Pogba mysteriously told him a big secret. One of Volantis' dual masters, the old fire wizard, had once sacrificed to Lalo. After his death, he was immediately captured by the shadow demon Lalo. Luckily, the Dragon Queen helped him escape. The Dragon Queen had asked him about the old fire wizard's legacy and his family. All right. After hanging the string on Cersei's wrist, the dwarf quickly retreated. Cersei slapped away Jaime's left hand and complained, "I'm not done yet." "I know. Blow up the Red Castle." Jaime nodded helplessly. Cersei then smiled in satisfaction and raised her neck for him to strangle. But when Jaime put his hand on her neck, her pupils contracted and she struggled. "What's wrong?" Jaime let go and asked. "I suddenly remembered something. You are also my Valonqar. So I misunderstood Tyrion." "The toad which prophesied that the person who killed me was you, not him," Cersei said in horror. Chapter 891. What if we don't die? Jaime did not understand Cersei's prophecy. "No, I want to go to heaven. Jaime, help me." Cersei begged, clutching the scroll tightly. Jaime put his hand on it again and Cersei struggled again. Jaime looked at her helplessly. "I think it's better to tell you about the prophecy," Cersei said. "What are you doing?" "Soldiers are coming this way." The dwarf wailed downstairs. Cersei spoke faster. "Do you still remember the Toad Witch? She had prophesied that my brother would seize me by the pale throat and take my life. I thought it was Tyrion and wanted to kill him. Now I know it was you." "I didn't want to," Jaime said in pain. I know, my dear. I'm sorry, but this is fate. My life has been going according to the witch's prophecy. Before I die, I want to try one last time to change my fate. Don't grab my neck. Stab me to death." She gritted her teeth. Jaime stood up, drew Widow's Howl from his belt, turned his back sadly and waved it gently at Cersei's neck. Chi-chi. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the golden thread lion's cloak red. "Arg?" Cersei hissed in pain. James turned his head back, only to find that his hand had trembled and he had chopped at the wrong spot. Seeing that Cersei was in so much pain, he let go of the sword hilt and rushed to her side. He grabbed her slender neck and twisted it, ending her pain once and for all. But when he moved his trembling hand away and looked at Cersei's body, he was shocked to see that her eyes were wide open, and she looked like she had died with a grievance. Only then did he remember that Cersei had asked him to help her change her fate. "Fuck, what are you doing?" The dwarf ran up the stairs again. His silver armor was stained with blood, and the axe in his hand was also stained red. Thud, thud, thud. "Don't let him run away, dwarf." The sound of soldiers running and shouting could be heard from the staircase below. Looking at his sister's eyes that were wide open in death, the dwarf spat, "You've killed her. Tessa." He pulled Jaime back and shouted at the window. Boom. The next moment, wood shavings flew everywhere, bricks toppled over, and a small part of the wall collapsed. A huge beak reached in. As Tessa opened her mouth and screamed, a gust of wind blew in the room. "Now." Tyrion grabbed Cersei's body, flung it forward, and jumped into Tessa's mouth. Well, Tessa could swallow a horse alive, and her mouth could easily hold 3 living people. "Jaime." The dwarf turned around and cried out anxiously. Jaime was stunned for a moment. When he turned around and saw the Red Fort guards rushing up, he didn't dare delay any longer and jumped in as well. Boom. Tessa kicked hard and her huge body flew out of the Empress Dowager Pagoda upside down. Swoosh, swoosh. Dragon-slaying crossbows were nailed to her wings, back and abdomen. Even her neck was pierced by 4 to 5 sharp arrows. Awoo, leaving behind a pool of fresh blood, Tessa howled as she disappeared into the dark Blackwater Bay. Back then, Jon had sent 2,000 Winterfell cavalrymen to follow Erlu to the south to fight the Iron Throne. After the Battle of Winterfell, 1,000 cavalrymen remained in the valley to form the 3rd defense line. The other 1,000 cavalrymen followed the rations in the valley from Seagull Town to King's Landing. It wasn't that Jon wanted to be loyal to Erlu. He wasn't interested in the glory of conquering the King's Landing. He was willing to send 1,000 cavalrymen to King's Landing because Erlu had told him about the Battle of King's Landing plan. To put it bluntly, Jon had asked Big John to lead 1,000 cavalrymen to King's Landing in order to fight the deviant ghosts. Hence, when Erlu's mercenaries and the vassals of the valley fought the Iron Throne's army, Jon only led the Northerners to follow behind and collect the corpses. Collecting the corpses was literally collecting the corpses. The Northerners carried the corpses of the dead soldiers from both sides and the innocent civilians outside the city and burned them together. On the first day, the Northerners collected 4,000 corpses. The Iron Throne lost 2,000, the vassals lost 1,500, and the other 500 were civilians. Among them, Erlu had executed more than 200 of his own men. John followed suit and used the Dark Sisters to cut off the heads of 20 knights of the north. Because they burned, killed and looted. On the day of King's Landing's siege, as Varys had said, many nobles were used to the venting of their soldiers. However, Erlu had never spoiled his soldiers in the past few years. No matter how difficult the situation was, he was very strict with his soldiers. If they encountered anyone who raped women, robbed civilians, or killed indiscriminately, they would be tied up and sacrificed to the Red God, regardless of whether they were mercenaries, peasant soldiers, or noble knights. Just like when Erlu had led 1,000 cavalrymen and 3,000 clansmen to attack Winterfell, they had traveled thousands of kilometers in the snow. Many of the soldiers could not bear the hunger and secretly ate the flesh of their comrades. However, if they were discovered by Erlu, they would be burned regardless of whether they were hungry or not. John followed suit. As such, on the second day, there were no more incidents of rape or looting in King's Landing. However, the strict discipline also resulted in many deserters in Erlu's army. Merciful Virgin Mary. Duke John, please let me go. My 8-year-old son and 50-year-old mother are waiting for me in my hometown in Bravos. I can't die. At the north shore of Blackwater Bay, behind a small hill, there was a 4-meter-long boat tied to a shallow beach. The boat was filled with gold and silver utensils and leather coats stained with blood. 4 Bravosi soldiers from the Great White Shark mercenary group knelt on the icy beach and kowtowed to the Unicorn Rider at the top of the hill. Behind the Unicorn Rider, there were 30 horseless cavalrymen with bows and arrows aimed at the mercenaries on the beach. Caw caw caw, there's blood. Murder, they're murdering people. Don't let any of them go. Take them all away. The big crow flew from the boat and landed on the Unicorn Rider's shoulder as he cawed loudly. Hoo hoo hoo, the white wolf beside the Unicorn Rider snorted in agreement. Capture them. If they resist, kill them on the spot. John's eyes flashed as he ordered coldly. On the way back to the campsite, John met Davos, who looked exhausted. Duke Stark, how many captives did you capture today? The Onion Rider greeted him. John pointed behind him and said, not too many. Including these 4, only 23. Only 23. The old knight smiled bitterly. They're all mercenaries with no honor. They robbed a bunch of gold and silver utensils from the Whitehead Fish Hotel on Powder Street and planned to escape, John said. Let them go. Davos waved at the northerners who were holding the deserters. We're close to Aegon Hill. Tomorrow we'll take the Red Castle. The war will be over soon. From tonight onwards, I'll arrange for the soldiers to go to Silk Street in batches. The old knight smiled ambiguously. Duke, you can also go and take a look. There are girls from all over the world on Silk Street. There's even Saintess Yuan Kaizi who's proficient in the 7 types of spring cries. No need. John quickly waved his hand to refuse. If it was another time, he wouldn't mind going to the famous Silk Street in the King's Landing to observe. But the bitter civil war of the humans these days made him very depressed. He was even a little confused about the future, so he wasn't in the mood to visit brothels. The king's hand then announced to the soldiers that His Majesty Stannis would pay for everyone to visit the brothels and promised a high reward. The camp was filled with cheers and the atmosphere was instantly high. Even the deserters were gone. Today's war ended in the afternoon. The Terrasor Knights in the sky even saw a large number of Taimen escaping from the King's Landing through the King's Gate in the south and the Mud Gate near the river. Duke Yuluin escaped. Big John stood outside the steel gate. He saw the Unicorn Knight from a few dozen meters away and shouted at the top of his lungs. We won even though we didn't fight a single battle. Are you sure? I just met Count Davos. He said he would only attack the Red Keep tomorrow. John was bewildered. Even we have deserters on our side. Taimen can't see any hope of victory, so there will only be more deserters. Now that those Taimen are running away in waves, how many will be left in the Red Keep tomorrow? Yuluin won't be able to escape tomorrow if you don't run today. Big John chuckled. John's heart skipped a beat. How many people died today? Big John stepped on the wet mud mixed with snow and water as he walked to the Unicorn. He exhaled a white breath and sighed. It's a bit tragic today. We lost 5,000 people, and the other side lost 6,000 or 7,000. We're almost at our limit. It's just a matter of who breaks down first. Now it seems that our morale isn't high, but it's much better than Yuluin. The casualties are too heavy. John's expression was heavy. Sai, the Mystic Dragon is also effective in street battles. At noon, 3 Dragon Knights were even shot down. Big John shook his head. I only heard a whine. John frowned. 2 of them were shot through the head and fell to the ground like rocks. They didn't even make a sound before they died. After explaining, Big John sighed. You Luin are too sinister. You actually hid the Dragon Slayer crossbow in a residential building and aimed through the bowl-sized window on the roof. It was like shooting live targets. That scene was too spectacular. The explosion was too sudden. I was stunned at the time. Not only was I stunned, the entire battlefield was silent. Then Stannis rode the two-headed mystic dragon and burned the streets in anger. Every house that was shot with the crossbow, no matter if it was a residential building or an army stronghold, was set on fire. However, the mystic dragon wasn't invincible. I saw it with my own eyes. At least 2 arrows pierced through the mystic dragon's neck. Blood flowed out, and its wings became like the rags of the church's beggar army. In the end, it couldn't even fly. Now, I understand why the Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus wore chainmail. John was also fascinated by the story. He said regretfully, I didn't expect there to be a dragon battle today. I should have left a crow in the sky to watch the battle. Watch the battle, I want to watch the battle. Caw caw caw. The Mormont crow immediately flapped its wings and cawed. Indeed, today's battle was more exciting than yesterday. I have to say, although Yu Luin was at a disadvantage, today's battle was beautiful. Big John was excited and regretful. It's a pity that we didn't participate in such a magnificent battle. Even if you didn't participate in the Battle of Winterfell, you should know how serious the situation of the Seven Kingdoms is. What's the point of the infighting between the humans now other than wasting power? Big John's eyes were sharp as he scolded. I'm just saying. Although he was an elder of Winterfell for 3 generations, Big John was still as obedient as the dire wolf beside Big John when he was scolded in front of everyone. John didn't oppress him and immediately comforted him gently. Quickly move the corpses out of the city and burn them. Tonight you can go to Silk Street for a stroll. Stannis will pay for it. Ah, that's great. Big John laughed and said with nostalgia, the last time I went to Silk Street was during the War of the Usurpers. Your father eyed, B.O.O.M. The earth shook and their ears buzzed. In the King's Landing city, the enchanting green color suddenly filled their vision. Chapter 892. Let me be the King of Ashes in King's Landing, let me be the King of Ashes. These were the famous words of the Mad King Aerys and also his dream. Because of Jaime's stab in the back, his dream turned into his will. He thought that the Mad King's will would be forever buried in the dust of history and the ridicule of future generations. He didn't expect that in just 20 years, someone would turn his dream into reality. This was a day that the people of King's Landing and the people of the Seven Kingdoms would remember forever. After a day of fierce fighting, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was like a volcanic eruption. Some of the survivors of King's Landing even swore that the Valeglia cataclysm was nothing more than this. The explosion first occurred at Rionice Hill, starting from the Silk Street's technical complex. Green pillars of fire and sparks rose into the sky one after another. Eventually, half of King's Landing was covered in wildfire. Shops, stables, technical complexes, plazas, street crossings, city gates, and so on were all covered in wildfire. The highest point of the explosion came from the Red Castle. The crust that supported the Red Castle was like the lid of a can. More than half of it was lifted, leaving a huge hole in the ground. Because Aegon's Hill was higher above sea level, from afar, it looked like there was a divine torch near the bay of King's Landing. The torch burned with green flames that were 100 meters tall. It was the largest wildfire that humans had ever seen. No living person under the shadow of the flames felt warm or scorching. They broke out in cold sweat in fear and confusion. An inexplicable chill was like a living nematode, seeping into their bones from the bottom of their hearts and freezing their souls. 7 levels of hell. What happened? Why is it like this? Outside the city gate, John's legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. He looked at the fire in the direction of the Red Castle in fear and helplessness, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked away. No, a howl that sounded like the cry of an old ape came from afar. It was Erlu. Like John, he also seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat on the ground in despair, looking in the direction of the Red Castle and wailing. You Luin are too ruthless. You destroyed it when you couldn't get it. Now that everyone's gone their separate ways, there's no Iron Throne left. Big John murmured in shock. Quick, let's go to Dragonstone Island and invite the Dragon Queen. A knight yelled at the top of his lungs. Big John turned around and found that the one who shouted was the Red Heart Knight beside Stannis. He recognized him, the pockmarked knight Richard. That day in the divine forest of Snakewood City in the valley, the two of them had fought over King Aegon. That's right. Send a message to Dragonstone Island and ask the Dragon Queen to save the citizens of King's Landing. Another Crimson Heart Knight shouted. It was the short and stout Knight Songo. Are those two guys scared out of their wits? Big John was confused. He led the Northern Territory Cavalry and was stationed in the valley. He did not participate in the Battle of Winterfell, so he did not know much about the legendary experiences of the two Knights of Red Heart. Well, Richard and Songu were almost taboo in the Urlu camp. No one dared to talk about them. At this moment, John recovered from his shock. He stood up and said anxiously, "The Dragon Queen is proficient in fire control. Let her." Before he could finish, he saw Melisandre's red hair fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were glowing red, and she was mumbling something as she rode past him on her horse. Every flame within 500 meters of her, be it candles, bonfires, torches, or lanterns, seemed to be covered by a layer of shadow that was as thick as sand. The flames were extinguished one by one. As she entered King's Landing, the burning wildfires and the people and houses that were set ablaze by the wildfires were quickly extinguished as if they were covered by sand. It was as if a self-moving EMP electromagnetic pulse emitter had appeared in a brightly lit modern metropolis. The power was not high, only half a kilometer away. Everywhere it went, the lights were extinguished and a large circular scar appeared in the city. This is a domain. The shadow domain and the fire domain are stacked together. The fire domain absorbs the fire element, while the shadow domain lowers the temperature. This is terrifying. The others did not know what was going on. They only felt that the red-robed witch's magic was powerful. Now that John was no longer a novice, he was truly shocked and in awe. Like Melisandre, he was also a shadow binder who practiced both fire and shadow. She was his senior and the goal that he worked hard for. There's no need to look for the Dragon Queen. He shook his head and smiled bitterly at the northerner beside him. But we still have to inform her. Yuluin, Erlu suddenly shouted from afar. His face was twisted as he boarded the two-headed demon dragon. The demon dragon flapped its tattered wings and flew unsteadily towards the west. John's expression changed. He quickly ran to Davos and said anxiously, "Count, please stop His Majesty Stannis. I suspect that Yuluin guessed that we would be angered, and that there would be dragon knights chasing after them. So, he might have set another trap. We've already suffered a few losses from him today. Duke, you're right." Davos's expression changed. He immediately rode his pterosaur and chased after Stannis. Before leaving, the Onion Knight said with an unnatural expression, "Duke Stark, please inform the church to let the monks come out and help the people. Let the church knights help with the disaster." Without needing anyone to remind him, when John arrived at the Wisania Hills, the 7 holy light towers lit up the surrounding 1 kilometer as if it was daytime. The white-robed monks, priests who knew holy healing, were all mobilized. There were 400 to 500 of them. The square in front of the holy church was filled with people and nobles who were burned, smashed, and injured by the shockwaves of the explosion. The nobles were carried into the holy church by servants, while the commoners were left on stretchers in the square. Holy white light shone in the hands of the priests, stopping the bleeding and healing the injured. The hateful gazes of the people around King's Landing embarrassed John. He carefully avoided the injured and found the one-armed hero Lancel under the statue of St. Bailey. He asked, "Bishop, have you informed Dragonstone Island?" "The Queen has gone to rescue the western region," Lancel said gloomily. "What happened to the western region?" John was surprised. The one-armed hero looked at him with a complicated expression. "The Lannister family of Casterly Rock City has been exterminated." Does Duke Stark know? The other party's stare made him feel uncomfortable all over, and the content of the other party's words shocked him even more. "What do you mean by exterminated?" As soon as he said this, he had a terrible premonition. This matter was probably related to Stark. On the day the phrase of Rapid Flow City arrived at Casterly Rock City, the Lannister family held a banquet for them. In the end, 874 people died from poisoned wine, including Walder Frey and his sons. Arya. In an instant, John thought of the culprit. "This is the first time I've heard of this." John showed a shocked and sympathetic expression. Lancel's expression was indifferent as she continued, "Later we discovered that there were deviant ghosts watching Casterly Rock City. When they noticed the large-scale deaths in the city, they immediately resurrected more than 1,000 dead people. Within 2 hours the ghouls blew up Casterly Rock City from the inside, followed by Lannister Harbor. Hundreds of thousands of ghouls spread in all directions. So far, the western region's death toll has exceeded 1.5 million. Counting the ghouls that crawled out of the graves, the Dragon Queen estimates that the ghoul army is more than 300. Right now, she's chasing after the huge army of ghouls. Gods. This time John was truly shocked. He lost his composure and cried out. Are you sure 1.5 million died? The voice in his throat sounded like it came from the mouth of a dead person, stiff and erratic. Before the War of the Four Kings, the western region had a population of nearly 2 million. Now less than 10% are left. Lancel said sadly. John's heart was filled with bitterness. He felt that any words of comfort were meaningless. Lancel glanced at the wounded around her and said, the church will definitely do its best to save the King's Landing. Right now, the archbishops are praying to the Holy Mother in the Holy Church, asking for God's landing. After saying this, he took his leave and went to the side to treat the wounded. While he was also a priest, John stood beside the statue of Saint Basil in a daze. The water in his body seemed to have frozen into ice. He didn't even care about the one-armed hero's landing. His mind was filled with only one thought. Arya, what have you done? Suddenly, a cold mist surged in from all directions. The sunlight from the Tower of Light became hazy. Oh whoa! The dire wolf beside him stood on end. It adopted a vigilant posture and whimpered softly. John felt a tingling in his soul. He suddenly woke up from his deep pain and frustration. The next moment, in the dark city where the fire had been extinguished, screams of the living rang out. The living dead. The corpses are moving. A chill ran down John's spine. Lancel's words were like a hammer, hammering into his heart. So there were otherworldly ghosts keeping an eye on Casterly Rock, and when they sensed a large number of deaths in the city, they immediately resurrected the dead. So deviant ghosts were smart. They were also watching King's Landing. When they sensed a large number of deaths in the city, they immediately resurrected. Oh gods, there are still 3 pterosaur corpses in the city. John ran to the edge of the square in fear. He looked at the street of Sister Silence where the pterosaur had fallen. The more you worried about something, the easier it was for it to become reality. 3 pairs of flickering blue eyes slowly rose into the night sky, like 6 sky lanterns. Oh gods, Bran. John's consciousness left his body. It rose infinitely and entered a strange state. Bran, come here quickly. 3 ghoul corpse pterosaurs have appeared in King's Landing. Mark them, lock them, don't let them leave your sight. His consciousness sent out such mental waves in the mysterious space. I'm busy. Bran's tired voice rang in his ears. The next moment, John's consciousness returned to his body. Whoosh 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 boom boom. Before he could react to Bran's busy, he saw a series of meteor-like fireballs rise from the dark land. The fireballs whistled in the air as they flew. It was Melisandre. She had made her move. In the face of the incoming fireballs, the 2 ghoul corpse pterosaurs below closed in on each other and blocked the one at the top. Although they were hit head-on and ignited into 2 gigantic fireballs, the pterosaurs above them pulled their bodies higher and higher. The last 2 balls of blue light were about to disappear into the night sky. Caw 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 caw. As the crows cawed, the chanting in the holy church became louder. A golden line of fire rushed out from the dome and into the darkness. It flew in a strange trajectory. No one knew what the line of fire did, but a fireball suddenly lit up in the sky. The last ghoul corpse pterosaur failed to escape. Buzz, finally, the line of fire flew to the center of King's Landing. It drew a circle and lit up a huge sun in the circle. Chapter 893. Big sun stretched across the sky. In an instant, the King's Landing was as bright as day. Standing at the edge of the lectern in the great cathedral and looking towards the north, one could see the ruins of the city, the wailing living people and the cold-blooded ghouls chasing after the living. Everything was visible. Chi. Under the sunlight, the living dead's pale skin emitted a cold white mist, as if a red-hot iron was pressed on pork belly. The white mist rose and immediately dissipated under the bright, almost scorching sunlight. The world was clear and the cold mist was not allowed to exist. At least, the cold mist emitted by the ghouls could not block the sunlight of such a scale. The ghouls' agile movements became stiff and slow, and they even reached out their hands to block the light that shone on the indifferent face. They gave up on the massacre of the living people in the King's Landing and began to retreat weakly, running away from the sun. The monks in the sacred hall were still chanting scriptures. but they switched from the Holy Mother scripture to the Light Maiden scripture. Outside the sacred hall, a white-robed priest broke the silence and shouted excitedly, "The night is long and full of danger. Fortunately there is a young girl who is with me. Long live the Maiden of Light." After the long night, the night is long, was no longer Lalo's exclusive sacrifice. Long live the Maiden of Light. Soon the living people in the city shouted together. "Block the city gate, don't let the ghouls leave the King's Landing. The Maiden of Light is with us, kill the deviant ghouls, go to heaven." Randall Tully in the colorful striped cape raised the dragon-toothed blade and roared loudly. His current spirit was completely different from before. Although it was the first time he saw the living dead, he exploded with unprecedented fighting spirit and vitality. Because he was fighting for glory, for faith, for the people, because hope was like the sun in the sky, so dazzling, so bright he would never lose his way. Kill the deviant ghouls, go to heaven. Hundreds and thousands of warriors' sons were fanatical, raising their dragon crystal weapons and shouting in unison. They were like a flood, rushing down the Vezania hills and along the streets, cleaning up all the smoking existences under the sun. The Maiden of Light was with the church's warriors. The great sun formed by 100 fire elves split into two. The great sun continued to hover over the King's Landing, while the little sun formed by 10 fire elves came to the top of the warrior's son's head. The sunlight was blinding. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that the large-scale battle officially stopped. During this period of time, Dragonstone Island had airdropped more than 10 tons of dragon crystals to the Templar, and hundreds of Dawn warriors had rushed over from Hellenberg. Of course, the Red God believers did not let the Seven Gods monopolize the battle. Not only did the Erlu that Yuluin shot a few arrows return, but even the remnants of Erlu's army raised their flaming blades and flaming swords and blocked the retreating ghoul army at the city gate. Just like what Aunt May did in the last season of Power Rangers, she ignited thousands of weapons by herself. The effect on deviant ghosts was uncertain, but it was barely enough to kill ghouls. After the battle, the young beggar army that stayed in the Great Templar walked to the streets and alleys to clean up the individual ghouls that were hiding in the dark. They also carried the ghouls that were killed by the dragon crystal weapons to the square in front of the Great Templar. Some people stood numbly in front of their houses, watching the monks and the church's armed forces come and go. Some people cried and wailed as they searched for traces of their loved ones among the piles of corpses. There were also people who volunteered to join the beggar army to help carry the corpses and carefully collect the belongings of the ghouls. They also brought the corpses of animals back home to pickle. Yes, the church's monks had promised the people that eating ghouls was harmless to the human body, and they would not be punished with any sins, but they should not eat humans. In fact, the number of ghouls in King's Landing was limited. Many people who could not find food had secretly hidden some fat pieces of meat with obvious human characteristics. By the afternoon of the third day, about 100,000 corpses had been collected from the entire city, and they piled up into a small mountain in front of the Templar. Those who were still alive, whether it was the Bravos mercenaries, the Northern Knights, the Valley Warriors or the ordinary people, had all come. They stood at the periphery of the Vezania Hills to bury their companions and loved ones in the mountain of corpses. Hundreds of white-robed priests chanted together the scripture to expiate the souls of the dead, stranger guest, so that the souls in the body that had been desecrated could ascend to heaven. The reason for such a ceremony was that a noble had questioned the monks. Why did my father still become a ghoul even though he was wearing an atonement scroll? Moreover, the father ghoul seemed to recognize me and chased after me to bite me. When I hid in my bedroom, it even knew how to find the spare key under the flower bed to open the door. One soul and two spirits, this was the official explanation of the church. After the explanation they had to make arrangements. Send them to the church to expiate the souls of the dead and burn them to ashes. This was also beneficial to the Dragon Queen. As the monks chanted the demon-hunting ritual, the divine spell to kill evil beings as a sacrifice to the seven gods, chapter 861, a large amount of spiritual substance entered the faith space. The burning lasted for more than half a day. When everyone was physically and mentally exhausted and ready to leave, something strange happened again. At the front of the crowd, a group of warriors' sons with colorful cloaks stained with blood was suddenly enveloped by a beam of light. Among the thousands of warriors' sons, 400 to 500 of them had a golden beam of light descending from the sky. The Holy Mother has descended? Bronze John, who was standing at the front, looked around and asked the monk in front of him. This should be the Holy Mother's grace, the monk in linen clothes said with uncertainty. What is grace? John, who was standing beside Bronze John, asked in confusion. It means that the Holy Mother may give a reward after slaying the demons. But this is the first time I've seen such a scene, so I'm not sure if, before he could finish, the beam of light suddenly disappeared, leaving only the shining golden runes on the forehead of the warrior's son. Ah, it's really grace. Earl Randall and the others have become holy knights. The monk in linen clothes shouted in excitement. Holy knights? 400 to 500 of them. How can there be so many pterosaurs? Even if there are, it's not enough to keep them alive. Stannis is almost broke from eating just 20 pterosaurs. He can only go fishing in the bay every day. Jon was confused. Why don't we go and ask? Bronze Jon's eyes flashed as he squeezed into the noisy and excited group of monks. The people around him saw his unique bronze armor and the family emblem on his chest and immediately recognized him. They didn't stop him and made way for him. Jon hesitated for a moment and followed him. Hey old friend, you're finally free from the abyss of suffering. After Jon went over, he gave Randall a big and warm hug. Randall Tari's body stiffened. He wasn't used to and didn't like Jon's sudden closeness. But with their status, he couldn't push him away impolitely. Nice to meet you, Earl Jon, he said with a stiff face. I'm so envious of you. Actually, I didn't want to work with that heathen Stannis for a long time. But the 20,000 warriors of the valley came with me. The responsibility is too heavy. Jon sighed in a low voice. This was a little too deep for a friend. Randall Tari kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Bronze Jon, on the other hand, had a bellyful of grievances to pour out to his old friend. Tell me, what's all this about? We, the people of the valley, were originally living our own peaceful lives. If it wasn't for the great ideal of ending the chaotic world, who would leave their home and travel thousands of miles to come to King's Landing? But after we took down King's Landing with great difficulty, the way the people of King's Landing look at us. I reckon that even Tywin, who looted King's Landing during the War of the Usurpers, didn't receive this kind of treatment. We're here to liberate King's Landing. We should be enjoying the rain of petals and cheers, riding tall horses into the Red Fort surrounded by glory. But in the end, now half of King's Landing is burned down, the Red Fort is in ruins. More than 5,000 warriors of the valley died in the wildfire and the ghouls broke through the encirclement. Randall Tari's face was stiff and expressionless. Bronze Jon didn't care about Randall's reaction. He was just frustrated and wanted to find someone who had the same experience as him to pour out his mental garbage. Well, in his opinion, Randall, who had joined Luwin and Cersei, and himself, who had no choice but to serve Erlu, were the same type of people. Even their titles and statuses were similar. I'm very confused about the future. I also want to join the warrior's sons. What do you think? In the end, he said tentatively. Up to you, Randall said blankly. But now, the future of King's Landing is uncertain. The remaining warriors of the valley are at a loss. I can't bear to abandon them. Bronze Jon said bitterly. What are you trying to say? I've already joined the church and will no longer participate in the political games of the Seven Kingdoms. Randall wasn't a political novice. He could already tell something from old Jon's words. Bronze Jon glanced at Randall beside him and said without hesitation, I want to bring the warriors of the valley back home. Can the church help convert His Majesty Stannis and ask him to let us go? St. Matthew has already left. Randall's mouth twitched. There are other archbishops, right? Randall said calmly, not everyone is St. Matthew. Think about it, how many people in the world can be unscathed after a sword pierced through the heart, or after being punched and kicked for a few days and nights? But the heart of mercy and the will to sacrifice oneself to save the devil, mercy is common, but normal people don't have the right to sacrifice themselves to save the devil, Randall said impatiently. In the end, he added, I'm a pious disciple of the Holy Mother, but I'm not stupid. Actually, you can summon the Holy Mother and use the Holy Mother's palm to convert my king. Bronze Jon thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. If word got out, Erlu would definitely send him to heaven with the flame of the demonic dragon. Jon fell silent. Jon took over and asked, Count Randall, the monk said that you received the Holy Mother's grace. Is it the Holy Knight's seal? When Jon heard this, he also looked over curiously. It's a pure Holy Knight's seal, not the Pterosaur Knight's seal. What can it do? Jon asked. Randall hesitated for a moment. He felt that there was no way to hide it and there was no need to hide it. Miracles needed to be spread widely. There are stamina, strength, warrior's sword, level 1 holy healing, level 0 holy light, and level 2 holy fire. There are 6 divine spells in total, he said. Ah, Commander, you have 6 divine spells? I only have 3 level 0 holy light, level 1 holy healing and strength. Sir Theodore was shocked and envious. I only have 1 level 0 holy light. I have 2 holy healing and strength. I have 2 too, but it's different from you. Sigh, I didn't receive the Holy Mother's blessing. I have to work harder next time. Hearing the discussion of the warriors' sons, Bronze John was confused. What's going on? Does everyone receive the Holy Mother's grace differently? Randall searched for a piece of information in his mind and said thoughtfully, the Holy Knight profession is the same, but there are levels. I'm a level 3 Holy Knight. Chapter 894. Randall murmured, trainee Holy Knights only have 1 level 0 Divine Art slot. Level 1 Holy Knights get a specialty Divine Art. After that, every Divine Art you get will be promoted by half a level. Every time you level up, you will get a specialty Divine Art. I have 6 Divine Arts, 3 of which are specialty Divine Arts, so I am a level 3 Grand Knight. How do you classify the professions? John asked curiously. Hearing this question, Randall immediately found the answer in his mind. Piety, understanding of the doctrine, practice of the doctrine, and contributions to the world, he murmured. It seemed that the Holy Mother had sealed a memory that did not belong to him in a remote corner of his sea of memories. He needed to find it slowly or the outside world would trigger one of the memories. Just like how the Holy Mother Danny taught the Big Sparrow and St. Matthew, the introduction of the Holy Knights was also stored in Randall's mind. Because she was worried that the extra information would confuse the believer's memories, she burned it in the blank edge of the hard disk. Well, it was far away from the normal memory area. This would not affect his original memory, but there was a side effect of not being able to notice the information at once. After digesting the memory in his mind, Randall said, pious believers of the 7 gods or one of the 7 gods. For example, I believe in the warriors. Not only do they have to understand the doctrine, but they also have to recognize the doctrine from the bottom of their hearts and use the doctrine as the standard of conduct. Contributing to the world is doing things that are beneficial to the people, society, and the world. Combining the above, this is the standard of the Holy Mother's grace. Beneficial to the people, society, and the world. Randall was embarrassed and said, I thought it was a contribution to the church. The essence of the 7 gods doctrine is to let the human mind and soul evolve in a more perfect direction, making the world a better place. Randall repeated what St. Matthew taught him. Isn't killing the other ghosts good for the world? He continued. That makes sense. John nodded thoughtfully. I only know Holy Light and Holy Healing, but I have never heard of the others. Count Randall, can you tell me more about them? For example, the Holy Fire. Bronze John asked curiously. Randall frowned and was a little unwilling. But when he turned his head around, he saw all the newly promoted Holy Knights looking at him eagerly, so he couldn't refuse. The sacred flame technique is a blacksmith's flame. It can be attached to weapons and deal great damage to evil beings, he said. Is it the same as Melisandre's weapon enchanted with fire? Bronze John asked immediately. It should be slightly stronger than the red-robed woman's sorcery. The holy fire can burn away the enemy's weapons and armor, Randolph said. Ah. The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. John was very suspicious, Bronze Yon was skeptical, and even Blue Dao himself was uncertain. Why don't you demonstrate it for us, Count? John urged. Lan Dao's heart was restless. His hands were itching, but he still kept a straight face and refused. How can you show off your divine arts in public? Only by understanding every bit of your strength can you use it better. This is the basic knowledge in knight training, Bronze Yon said confidently. What you said makes sense. However, we can't do it here. Let's go to the Templar training grounds. Randolph said hesitantly. Thus, the group left the training grounds noisily. In the wide training grounds, Randolph held a sword in each hand. Blacksmith, please bless me. He chanted an incantation, and a golden flame rune flashed between his eyebrows. Then, boom. The sword in his left hand burned with a circle of white gold flames. Then everyone was shocked. The sword quickly turned red. Before Lan Dao could swing it, the tip of the sword melted, dripping with dark red liquid. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Wisps of steam rose from the ground due to the heat. The exhausted divine power also woke up the knight from his stupor. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. Lan Dao dispelled the holy fire and threw away the burning sword. He was more excited than embarrassed. Blacksmith, the holy fire is so strong. Looks like I have to practice more in the future. Otherwise, I will destroy my sword before I hurt the enemy. Blacksmith, it can actually melt metal. Bronze Yon was shocked. Specialty divine arts, strength art, physical art, warrior's sword, I can't demonstrate them. I used up all my divine power just now. Lan Dao frowned. Blacksmith, you used a lot of holy fire? John asked. I didn't control it well. I used up all my divine power and burned the sword, Lan Dao said. Strength art increases strength, physical art increases stamina. What about warrior's sword? John asked curiously. Warrior's sword can provide a lot of sword experience and help me increase the level of my sword skills. At this point, Lan Dao, who always had a serious expression, couldn't help but look regretful. If I could get the specialty warrior's sword, when I was young, I might have reached Arthur Dane's level of swordsmanship. Soon Lan Dao Tully left. He had to go to the Holy Church to pray to the Holy Mother. After he left, the crowd dispersed. Count Yon, don't you think that the Church of the Seven Gods has changed a lot in the past 2 years? It's like a different church? On the way back, John asked hesitantly. There were no miracles before, but now miracles are appearing every day. It's said that it's because of the great guardian of light. The Megalosaurus is a magic conduit that connects the world of mortals and gods. Bronze Yon relayed the explanation he heard from the monks. It's not just miracles. The doctrine and system have changed a lot. There weren't priests, winged dragon knights, or demon-hunting knights before. John's eyes flashed and said softly, it's like a different church of the seven gods. Bronze Yon was like a dragon whose tail had been stepped on. He roared angrily, Blasphemy, John Stark, you're blaspheming the gods. I'm going to report you to the church. The people of King's Landing on both sides of the street looked over coldly. John was embarrassed and a little angry. He growled, Count, don't forget that you're wearing the skin of the blazing red heart. Bronze Yon looked at himself subconsciously. He sighed in relief when he saw that there was no sign of the blazing red heart on him. However, he regained his rationality and stopped yelling angrily. Sigh, you're stabbing me in the heart. He lamented, I don't want to pledge my loyalty to Stannis either. If the warriors of the valley can return home safely, I'm willing to follow Randolph Tari's example. I'll leave the title to my son, wear the colorful cape, and serve the seven gods for the rest of my life. The Iron Throne, we found the Iron Throne. John was about to comfort the old knight when a loud knight shouted excitedly from the front. It was a real knight of the blazing red heart. No. When John walked up and saw the knight's face, he realized that it was the pockmarked knight, Richard. Your Majesty Stannis, we found the Iron Throne. It flew to the flea's nest. Sir Richard ran out of the slums that had been burned to the ground. He jumped on his horse and galloped towards the city gate. As he ran, he shouted Erlu's name. John stopped and looked around. The streets were a mess, filled with charred trash and smelly black water. The shops on both sides of the street were only charred ruins. Slums with numb expressions and tattered clothes were looking for valuables in the ruins. This was the King's Landing's famous place of slums, the Flea's Nest. Your Majesty. Erlu strode over with a group of people. John immediately saluted him. Erlu was very excited. His face, which had always been as pale as a corpse, was now glowing with the red light of a living person. He nodded casually at his two followers' greetings and said, Richard has found the missing Iron Throne. Come and take a look. John nodded nonchalantly and joined Erlu's group. After the Red Keep was blown away by hundreds of tons of wildfire, the blazing Red Heart Knights went to investigate the ruins. They found the throne room where the king held court, but they didn't find the iron chair that represented the supreme power of the Seven Kingdoms in the pile of broken tiles that once formed the throne room. When Aegon conquered the Westeros, he required every noble of the Seven Kingdoms to hand over their sword. There were more than 1,000 swords in total. Black Death Balerian's dragon flames first melted it into shape. Then, a blacksmith spent 59 days carving it before it was completed. The Iron Throne weighed 3 tons and was 5 meters tall. It was covered in spikes, sharp horns and twisted blades. There were also many spikes on the back of the chair. Sitting on it would only make one feel uncomfortable. Even twisting one's butt could hurt one's body, much less the back. Aegon the Conqueror had deliberately designed it this way. He believed that the king shouldn't sit too comfortably. He had to be as wary of his throne as the chair. The Iron Throne was to Westeros what the Jade Annulus of he was to China. Erlu could give up the Red Keep, but if he still wanted to be the legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, it was best for him to sit on the iron chair. 7 gods above, from the Red Keep to the Flea's Nest, It flew at least 5 kilometers. How heavy is that iron chair? How did you do it? Justin exclaimed. The short and stout knight Jianghu said disapprovingly, last night when I was defending against the ghouls at the gate of all gods in the west, I saw a twisted skull on the road. It was the skull of the Targaryen megalosaurus. It flew out of the Red Keep and flew more than 10 kilometers. The explosion last night was too terrifying. The foundation of the Red Keep was lifted. No matter how heavy the Iron Throne is, can it be heavier than the Red Keep itself? Richard pockmarked said in fear. Hey King, do you want some brown soup? As soon as they turned into a narrow alley with flowing sewage, a rough and loud voice greeted them jokingly. Erlu turned his head and saw an open thatched shed at the intersection of unpaved slabs. In the shed, there was a large iron pot with a diameter of 2 meters. White steam and a strange sweet smell of meat came out of the pot. 2 big men stood on the wooden table next to the boiler, holding spades. They were shoveling the food in the pot while looking at them with a smile. The tall and thin man with a square face was an acquaintance of the Dragon Queen, Stryker. Around the intersection, the houses were close together like sardines. At this time they were all burned black and broken. People with disheveled hair and dirty faces crowded in the broken houses with collapsed courtyard walls, snuggling together for warmth and waiting for the brown soup to cook. At this time, when they heard the sound of people outside, they looked over with their clear eyes. The resentment and fear in their eyes were almost as much. Hundreds of eyes, densely packed, seemed to grow on the body of a giant monster. He didn't know what Erlu felt, but John's scalp tingled and his palms were sweating. He couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Thanks to the king's blessing, the food has been particularly sumptuous in the past few days. Why don't you come and enjoy with the people? Stryker laughed. Chapter 895. The short and strong Sir Jianghu pulled out his long sword, pointed at Stryker and scolded, "Bastard, do you want to die? How dare you insult His Majesty the King? His Majesty came to the door and I was cooking. How can it be an insult to invite His Majesty into the house to drink hot soup?" Stryker complained. "Is brown soup for people to drink?" Sir Jianghu said angrily. "Are we all deviant ghosts?" Stryker opened his eyes wide and stretched his head forward. Look at my eyes. Are they shining?" Sir Jianghu was clumsy and had nothing to say. He just kept shouting, "Unruly, unruly, big unruly." "Jianghu, don't make a fool of yourself." Sir Richard glanced at Stryker coldly. "Your weapon is a sword. Why are you arguing with a commoner?" "Sir Knight, are you hungry?" Stryker turned to him with a smile. "You are so bold." Richard pressed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and looked at Erlu. Erlu's face was gloomy, but he did not give him any instructions or hints. "Aha, people like us who have no tomorrow and don't have to think about tomorrow have no courage. Because we were too hungry before, we threw our liver and gallbladder into the pot to cook brown soup." Stryker laughed boldly. He looked calm as if he was not afraid of death at all. Erlu looked at Stryker and said lightly, "Starting from noon tomorrow, I will send someone to count the population of King's Landing and the food of each family. Those who have no food to eat can go to the Blackwater River Wharf to get relief food." After leaving this sentence, he gave Richard a look and walked away first. The others did not say a word and just followed the king. Looking at Erlu and the others who disappeared around the corner, Stryker was a little confused. The roads of the flea nest were as complicated as a maze, and the houses were built next to the narrow alleys. People walked in the alleys and many times they couldn't see the sky when they looked up. The balconies or bedrooms on the second floor that extended out of the foundation blocked all sight. Occasionally, a woman poured a basin of dirty living water from upstairs and splashed it on the muddy road. It was dirty, crowded, and poor like a moldy box of smelly caviar. If the previous flea net was a neat and tidy spot on King's Landing, it couldn't even be tidy now. Yesterday's fire had turned the flea's nest into a pile of psoriasis. Anyone who had not lived in King's Landing for a long time would definitely get lost here. Anyway, John started to feel dizzy 15 minutes after he entered the flea nest. One moment he was heading north, the next he was heading southwest, and after a while, he was having a hard time distinguishing between north and south. At this moment, John could not help but feel some respect for Sir Richard. Not only did he know the way, he even found the tiny, Iron Throne in such a complicated city. "Here we are," Richard shouted excitedly, startling him out of his reverie. Then they turned a corner, and standing at the top of a narrow slope a little higher, looked down on a little pool close to the wall. Could also be a ditch. The ditch was blocked and the water inside overflowed, forming a 40-square-meter pond around it. Due to the layers of twisted courtyard walls, it was easy for the people below to overlook the people on the slope. But looking down from the top of the slope, the view was wider. Erlu and the rest saw the Iron Throne at a glance. The Iron Throne that symbolized the highest authority of the 7 kingdoms was stabbed straight into the pond. At least 3 meters of the 5-meter-tall throne with stairs were still above the water. At this moment, a group of mischievous children occupied it. Erlu could not help but stop and stare blankly ahead. When he stopped, the people behind him stopped as well. I am the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and Forerunners, and the protector of the realm, Aegon Targaryen. A 10-year-old boy with a dark and thin face was sitting on the throne, announcing to the children below with a serious expression. The chair was inserted into the pond, and a 20-centimeter-wide wooden plank was placed on the edge of the stairs closest to the water. The child stepped on the plank and crossed the pond, came to the chair and climbed up to sit. Eggface, are you trying to be a fake crown prince? A little girl with a rotten face with frostbite pointed at the king on the throne and laughed. Fake crown prince, fake crown prince. The other children all clapped and laughed. I am not the fake crown prince Aegon, I am the master of the Black Death god Balerion, the conqueror Aegon I. Eggface's face was red as he refuted loudly. Eggface, come down quickly, it's my turn. A yellow-haired boy who looked like a skinny monkey under the Iron Throne jumped up and shouted. Eggface stood up reluctantly. *rip*, the sound of cloth tearing came from his butt. Turning around, he saw a piece of gray sackcloth hanging from the woven sword seat. There was another tear in the patched cotton pants, and the old yellow and black cotton swayed in the wind. Ouch, my pants are torn. Mother will definitely beat me if she knows, Eggface cried. Haha, King Aegon with his buttocks exposed. The little girl with frostbite clapped her hands and laughed again. Eggface glared at the girl and walked down the stairs with a disheveled expression. As he walked, he cursed, what kind of stupid chair is this? It's not for people to sit on. Soon, the skinny monkey child climbed up the Iron Throne after Eggface. That comical appearance made it seem like a macaque was placed on the throne. The skinny monkey child shouted in a high-pitched voice, I am the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and Forerunners, as well as the protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon. Where is my hammer? Legger, eat my hammer. The child was too engrossed in his role. He mimicked the actors in the tavern, raising his right hand as if he was holding a sledgehammer and shaking his head as he spoke. Haha, Robert, your Gigi was eaten by a wild boar. It was the little girl with frostbite again. She was laughing so hard that she bent over. Robert pointed at the little girl below and shouted, Hey bitch Cersei, you dare to poison me, eat my hammer too. I'm not Cersei, I don't like you, I don't want to be your wife. The little girl shouted angrily. Monkey, you're still playing? A triangular-faced boy picked up a stone and threw it at Monkey on the Iron Throne. This is not your toy, it's my turn. Monkey reluctantly got down from the chair. This time he did not cut his pants, but he looked back twice with every step. He was not careful and fell into the pool with a splash. His whole body was wet and his clothes were covered in different colors. It was feces. A disgusting smell filled the air. Haha, Monkey fell into the cesspool. Robert ate feces in the cesspool. Amidst the laughter of his friends, Monkey was embarrassed and cold. After climbing out of the cesspool, he lowered his head and ran away. I am the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and Forerunners, as well as the protector of the realm. The triangular-faced boy was stuck. He frowned and thought hard. Who should I be? He asked his friends. The frostbite-faced girl rolled her eyes and suggested, Why don't you be the great Emperor Joffrey? No. Joffrey was crazy and stupid and he died in such a stupid way. The triangular-faced boy shook his head. What about Tommen? A child said. That slug, he didn't even know his wife was cheating on him. If I have to be a cuckold to be king, I'd rather not be on the Iron Throne. Help me find someone more powerful. I remember there was a Targaryen king. In the play, he defeated the Dornishman? He was very young and promising, the triangular-faced boy said. The Mad King. Not the Mad King. How about Stannis? He has the mystic dragon and just took over the King's Landing. That's impressive. No, that's an evil heretic. My father and brother have been secretly cursing Stannis these days. If they know I'm Stannis, they'll beat me to death, the triangular-faced boy said fearfully. That's true. If people know you're Stannis, you'll be beaten as soon as you go out. Look at what he and you Luwin have done to us. Someone agreed. Hurry up, stop messing around. It's my turn. The triangular-faced boy sighed helplessly and said loudly, I'm the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and the First Folk, and the protector of the realm, Renly Baratheon. Well, I'd rather be Renly. At least he's pretty, he explained to his companions. Be careful of your brother. His Red Witch wants to kill you. The little girl shouted in fear. What? The triangular-faced Renly was confused. Fool, don't you even know how Renly died? The children around him said in disdain. Oh, you mean the King of Hearts. The triangular-faced Renly understood and laughed. I'm not afraid. When I become king, I'll take St. Matthew with me every day. Then it was the little girl with the frostbitten face's turn. The people below cheered, Cersei, Cersei, Cersei. She pouted and thought for a while, then said, I want to be the Dragon Queen. Can you not spread it? I want to say it, I want to say it. I want to tell your mother that you blasphemed St. Danny. See if she doesn't whip your ass. The tanned and thin face Aegon from before laughed. Fine, I won't be the Dragon Queen. I'm the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and the First Folk, and the protector of the realm, Barbara Kimbell. She raised her head and announced. TSK, isn't that your name? You might as well be the horse Cersei. Her companion said in disdain. What do you know? Now that I'm sitting on the Iron Throne, of course I have to say my name. This means that the Iron Throne is mine, and the 7 kingdoms are mine. If Stannis came now, would he be like Eggface and say, I'm Aegon? That's right. The children were surprised and doubtful. Then the children began to say their names one by one. In a short while, the Iron Throne had more than a dozen previous owners. However, not all of the children successfully sat on the Iron Throne. When it was the turn of a 10-year-old girl with a flat nose, she carried her younger brother who was not even 2 years old and climbed onto the Iron Throne with difficulty. Fortunately, the Iron Throne was wide enough for her to put her brother to one side. But before she could shout her slogan, her brother squatted on the Iron Throne and pooped. I haven't even gone up yet. Why is Hammer pooping on the Iron Throne? The children below stomped their feet and wailed. Hammer is still young and doesn't know any better, Hammer's older sister said shyly. Wait a moment. After Hammer poops, I'll go home and get a basin to wash the Iron Throne. My house is behind the wall. This pit is even the public toilet of my hotel. She pointed at the wall with more than a dozen drains. No, I don't want to sit on a poop-stained chair. It's disgusting. The child said with a look of disdain. What did Hammer eat? Why is it so smelly? It smells even worse than this pit of feces. The little girl with frostbite pinched her nose and mumbled. Hammer's older sister was even more embarrassed. Yesterday my father picked up a corpse ghost pig. I don't know which noble family it came from. It's so fat. Long night falls. Pork is expensive. I haven't eaten pork for many years, so Hammer ate a little more. Sister. After Hammer pooped, he stuck his white butt, which was covered in yellowish-brown feces, over. Hey, help me find a wooden stick. I want to scrape Hammer's butt, Hammer's older sister said anxiously. No need. The Iron Throne is big enough anyway. Use the Iron Throne. It's so cold here. I'm leaving. The little girl with frostbite pulled her clothes together and ran off first. The children seemed to have gotten tired of the game of fighting for the Iron Throne. They left one after another. Don't go. You don't want the Iron Throne anymore? You don't want to be kings anymore? Hammer's older sister said anxiously. Who wants a poop-stained Iron Throne? The children said in disgust. In just a short while, everyone had run away. Wah wah wah. Hammer rubbed his bare butt against the chair. The sharp blade cut open his soft skin and fresh blood flowed out. He was in so much pain that he started crying. Hammer? Is that Hammer crying? The sound of a woman holding her feces came from the other side of the wall. Mom, you're in the toilet. Hammer's older sister shivered and said, I'm sitting on the Iron Throne. Hammer pooped on the Iron Throne and cut his butt. Stupid girl, the feces pit is just beside. Why didn't you pull Hammer into the feces pit? The Iron Throne is cold and piercing. What's so good about sitting on it? Hammer's mother scolded from the toilet on the other side of the wall. I want to be a queen. Hammer's older sister said softly. Idiot, you think you're king just because you're sitting on the Iron Throne? Even an idiot wouldn't think that. Erlu's face was pale. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. In the end, she spat out a mouthful of black and smelly blood and fainted. Chapter 896. Casterly Rock City was a towering mountain by the sea. It was hollowed out with tunnels and halls. In fact, It was easy to understand the existence of Casterly Rock City if one had watched The Lord of the Rings. It was the lonely mountain of the Song of Ice and Fire world. The dwarves excavated gold and gems in the Lonely Mountain, and the early ancestors of the western region excavated gold and silver mines in Casterly Rock City. The dwarves built the hollowed-out Lonely Mountain into a city within the mountain, and the ancestors built Casterly Rock City, where the gold mines had dried up, into a main castle. Lonely Mountain was close to a huge freshwater lake, and there was a long lake town on the side. Casterly Rock City was close to the Sunset Sea, and there was a Lannister port built on the side. Lonely Mountain was occupied by the mystic dragon Smaug, and the owner of Lonely Mountain was homeless. Casterly Rock City was occupied by ghouls, and the owners of Casterly Rock City were almost all dead. Now it was the mystic dragon's turn to save the city. However, the owners of Lonely Mountain and Casterly Rock City were different. The dwarves liked mines and humans longed for sunlight. Therefore, Lonely Mountain had no windows, only a main road and a secret passage, while Casterly Rock City was full of skylights. If the layers of open-air windows were installed with floor-to-ceiling glass, Casterly Rock City could even be disguised as a modern city. Similar to the Pyramid Garden, there was also a stone garden at the top of Casterly Rock City. Dany was standing by the jujube tree in the center of the stone garden, and Bran's red-eyed crow perched on a dead branch. This is the distribution map of the tunnels and rooms in Casterly Rock City. The blue dots are the armory, the treasury, the granary, the wine cellar, and the furs, and the red dots are the ghouls. Bran's will connected with Dany's mental power and transmitted a three-dimensional topographic map of Casterly Rock City to her. "How many ghouls have you found in the western region?" Dany asked. "I can only find a few large-scale ghouls, and there should be ghouls among them," Bran said. After a pause, he hesitated and said, "We are in big trouble this time. There are no babies among the ghouls, and there are no baby corpses left in the city. Do you understand what this means? Tens of thousands of deviant ghosts?" Dany frowned and asked suspiciously, "Babies can be turned into deviant ghosts without any sacrifice. In the bedtime stories of the old nannies in the Northern Territory, there are often plots like this. Other ghosts ride ice spiders to hunt down women, eat babies, and reproduce with humans to give birth to terrifying half-human half-ghost offspring." Of course, this plot was not entirely true, but it also contained three real secrets. First of all, deviant ghosts did not devour babies. Instead, they turned the babies into deviant ghosts. Secondly, deviant ghosts could mate with humans and reproduce. Finally, deviant ghosts were also divided into different levels. Deviant ghosts that reproduced naturally had a relatively independent will. With the death of the Strange Ghost King, all the strange ghosts that had been born from the babies had died as well. However, the half-human, half-ghost monsters that had been born naturally still lived on. This was also the reason why there was a second long night at the Great Wall in less than 100 years after the end of the previous long night. It was the time when the commander of the Night Watchers married the deviant ghost bride. Last long night, a strange ghost king and all the deviant ghost soldiers died. The remaining deviant ghosts retreated to the land of eternal winter and waited for the next world fall. The body temperature of deviant ghosts is lower than -50 dragon degrees. How can humans ensure that their bodies won't freeze during the process of reproduction? Dany's mouth twitched. "It's probably magic," Bran said awkwardly. When one was indecisive, quantum mechanics could not be explained. Traveling through time and space. It was very reasonable, very scientific, very magical. Dany complained in her heart and asked again, "You mean the deviant ghosts that are reproduced are the strongest, the sacrificed babies are second, and the plundered babies are the weakest after being transformed into deviant ghosts? What about the effect of bloodline on deviant ghosts?" Bran said, "Generally speaking, the nobler the baby's bloodline, the stronger the magic power it possesses when it is transformed into a deviant ghost through sacrifice. After a sacrificed baby is transformed into a deviant ghost, the magic runes it possesses are more complete than those of a plundered baby. The willpower of a non-sacrificed baby will subconsciously resist the transformation. Thus, it is weaker than the deviant ghosts produced by the sacrifice. The sacrificed person with a noble bloodline can become a noble among the deviant ghosts. The sacrificed person with a normal bloodline can become a knight. The plundered baby is an ordinary soldier. The deviant ghost that you fought at the Great Wall was probably an earl among the deviant ghosts and was very powerful. The deviant ghosts that appeared during the Battle of Winterfell were also of a high level. They were all sacrificed by the barbarians and the ancestors." Dany nodded slightly and had a plan in her heart. The deviant ghosts that crossed the Great Wall were equivalent to the Jurchens outside the Great Wall during the end of the Ming Dynasty. The deviant ghosts that crossed the Great Wall were equivalent to the Manchus who started to collect the Han army flag. The deviant ghosts that crossed the Great Wall were equivalent to the Manchus who built the Green Camp on a large scale. Bran continued, the deviant ghosts that are transformed have higher limits. Once the transformation is complete, they possess ice magic and necromancy spells that can summon corpses into ghouls. Not only is natural reproduction difficult, but there are also many uncertainties about the offspring. Just like a human, a newborn can be strong, tall, short, weak, deformed, or even dwarfs. The deviant ghost's limits are very low. Many naturally born deviant ghosts don't have magic at all. Other than their bodies being colder, their strength is inferior to that of an ordinary human. What about the upper limit? Will there be a higher upper limit for naturally born deviant ghosts? Dany asked. After pondering for a while, Bran denied, if the deviant ghosts that reproduce are stronger, they can just choose one of their descendants to be the deviant ghost king. Why force Benjen Stark? 8,000 years have passed since the last long night. Even if the birth rate is low, a great king should have been born. The truth is not so. The true deviant ghost king has not appeared. It is as if the laws of the world are preventing him from appearing. Or rather, when the deviant ghosts completely exterminate the living, when the world enters eternal darkness and coldness, when the deviant ghosts become the main characters of the new era, the deviant ghost king will appear naturally. As two megalosaurus, one green and one white, flew from the east, followed by 5 pterosaurs full of steel knights. Dany and Bran were not extremely bored, standing in the stone garden of Casterly Rock City to enjoy the breeze. They were waiting for Little White, Little Green, and the 5 pterosaurs that followed them. Let's begin. Dany closed her eyes and Blackie, who was lying on the side, jumped up and spat out dragon flames with his 2 younger brothers, burning the corpses on the walls of Casterly Rock City. The 3 dragons were all wearing steel armor and were not afraid of the javelins thrown by the Han army flag. In fact, there were only 3 deviant ghosts in Casterly Rock City. If the deviant ghosts dared to appear outside the city, they would have been discovered by Bran and then killed by the Dragon Queen. Well, although Bran was not a competent 3-eyed crow and was far less omniscient than Blindon, he was still a bug-level spy. Letting him help to scout the enemy was better than having a shape-shifting animal companion. In Westeros local wars, because of Bran's existence, the humans actually had an information advantage. Dany liked asymmetrical wars where she had an absolute information advantage. Well, she often fought in Slaver's Bay and was used to it, so she called Bran over as a scout. Gugugugu, a series of crow shadows flew out from Dany's eyes, turning into a line of fire that surrounded her body. Gradually, a golden-red fire cocoon appeared on her body. A total of 300 fire crows. Prepare to cover me with your will, Dany said. I'm afraid the effect won't be too good. Others might not be able to sense it, but Deviant Ghost King will definitely know. Bran hesitated. Don't you know my situation? Am I hiding it from Deviant Ghost King? Dany said indifferently. All right. The big crow jumped into the sky. The huge 3-eyed crows will cover the entire Casterly Rock City, isolating the area within a 2-kilometer radius in a terrifying wall of will. Well, it was like using the will to create a golden bell that covered Casterly Rock City, thus blocking the senses of the gods and fate. Don't doubt, in Westeros, as long as the 3-eyed crow was willing, they could hide it from any existence, even if the other party was a true god. For example, when Blindon invited Dany to work together to deal with Lalo, Lalo didn't even notice it before he fell into the trap. When come. Dany's eyes suddenly turned green. Gradually, a gentle wind blew around her, and the clouds began to gather, the wind swept away the clouds and a tornado began to form. Finally, in the stone garden of Casterly Rock City, a huge tornado with a diameter of 100 meters stood tall. It was obvious that as the wind pillar above Casterly Rock City took shape, the howling northern wind within a 10-kilometer radius of Casterly Rock City weakened. Like the god of frost extracting the cold air of the north to cast white frost, Dragon Queen extracted the power of the surrounding northern wind and turned it into a tornado controlled by her. Power couldn't be created out of thin air. The true essence of magic was to take away what was lacking and make up for what was surplus. If the surplus was too much, it would become a forbidden spell. Domain? Bran said bitterly, how is this possible? You comprehended the wind domain in a month's time? It's just a prototype. Dany floated in the center of the tornado, her blue cloak fluttering in the wind like a banner. I thought you would comprehend the fire domain first. Bran said. I thought so before, but soaking in the wind of a world every day, I can't help but think. Dany seemed helpless, but she was very proud of herself. She had only comprehended the prototype of the wind domain the day before yesterday, and had never truly tested its power. Now that she had tried it out, the effect was too shocking. Previously, she only knew fire witchcraft and didn't know any proper wind witchcraft, but once she comprehended the domain, the first thing she did was to cast a forbidden spell. No wonder when she chased after the door god to ask for wind witchcraft, the door god said he didn't know any witchcraft. When pressed, he impatiently warned her, "Focus on the Song of Wind. With the Song of Wind, witchcraft is completely useless." Now Dany finally understood. Compared to Tao, witchcraft was really just a side branch. The tornado gradually expanded, and like a condom, it wrapped itself around Casterly Rock City, the Lannisters' second son. Hiss. Big Black, Little White and Little Green stood in a triangle on the city wall, surrounding Casterly Rock City. At this time they all spat dragon flames at the tornado wall. It was like sprinkling a strand of red dye in the milky white vortex. The dragon flames kept spitting, and the fiery red in the tornado gradually deepened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then the fire cocoon around Dany's body also expanded and fell to the bottom of Casterly Rock City, mixing with the dragon flames. Wind and fire complemented each other, and the wind carried the fire, pouring into the city gate at the bottom of Casterly Rock City. It was as if the tornado had turned into a cloud of red smoke, and Casterly Rock City was a vacuum cleaner, sucking the fire and wind into its stomach. As it inhaled, it spewed out. Casterly Rock City was divided into many levels, and each level had an open-air window. At this time the wind carried black smoke and fire, spewing out from the window, occasionally bringing out corpses and ghost limbs that burned like torches. Other than the warehouse of supplies, Casterly Rock City was completely exposed. Chapter 897. There were many islands in the Westeros near the Sunset Sea, such as the Iron Islands, the Shield Islands and the Bear Islands. Among the islands in the western region, the largest and most famous was the Fairy Island. The Fairy Island was more than 200 kilometers long and had an average width of 50 kilometers. It was close to the mainland in the east and the Sunset Sea in the west. Not only was there a rich estate on the island, but there was also a thriving fishing industry. In fact, the two largest fishing grounds in the western region were on the Fairy Island and the port of Lannister. The Fairy Island was also very close to the capital of the western region, Casterly Rock City. The straight line of the Messenger Crow was only about 100 kilometers. However, the Fairy Island and Casterly Rock City were separated by a peninsula that looked like a bull's horn. The sea route was more than 300 to 400 kilometers long. Even so, the fleeing ships still sailed to the Fairy City on the Fairy Island. During the fall of Casterly Rock City, the neighboring port of Lannister was on alert for more than 2 hours. Even if they couldn't form a strong defense line, they could at least let the ships leave the port and transport tens of thousands of people. Most of the ships went to the Fairy Island. Because of this, Targaryen and the Megalosaurus once again came to the Harmon family's Fairy City. The best friend who stole the 3 dragon eggs of the social princess, Rhaenyra, came from the Farman family in the Fairy City. More than 200 years ago, during the time of Meg, Rhaenyra lived on the Fairy Island with her Megalosaurus for many years. Until Count Farman could no longer afford the huge social expenses of the princess, he didn't hesitate to ask them to leave. "Megalosaurus, it's the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen is here. The Dragon Queen received the news and came to save us." Blackie howled in the air. The crowd crowded on the dock cheered excitedly, some even had tears in their eyes. They were all refugees who had escaped from Port of Lannister. They had drifted on the sea for 2 to 3 days and had just arrived at the dock. They were still in shock and couldn't help but lose their composure when they saw the Megalosaurus in the sky. Soon, a melodious horn sounded from the sentry tower of the Farman family castle. The castle gate opened, and the mayor and his knights came to the square in front of the castle with torches. "Your servant Sebastian Farman greets Her Majesty." The well-maintained middle-aged count with a mustache who knew what he was thinking. He directly saluted Dany in front of Blackie like a vassal meeting the king. Behind him were several knights, a dozen knights, a number of women, and a great crowd of a score of children. Just like Count Farman, everyone bowed respectfully before sneaking curious glances at the Dragon Queen and her dragon. Although Dany was a little surprised by the mustached count's behavior, she did not show it on her face. She lightly jumped off the dragon and smiled faintly. Count Farman, please get up. After that, Farman, introduced Count Farman. Other than that, there was his family, his wife, sister, and children. Farman, the first generation of men who broke off their engagement, Duncan the Short, and the third generation of men who broke off their engagement, Rob, both married Jenny. Other than her name, there were also her children. 13 children. Jenny Farman was only in her early 30s. She had given birth to 13 children, but she was still elegant and decent. Her skin was white and tender, and her figure was plump but not fat. She looked like a 30-year-old woman who had not given birth to children. Her face was also very kind and gentle, with a kind of motherly beauty. Mrs. Jenny is really a lucky person. Danny couldn't help but sigh. He thanked the Holy Mother for her blessings. Jenny's gentle smile carried a hint of shyness. You are more like the Virgin than I am, Danny complained in her heart. In the doctrine of the 7 gods, the Holy Mother was merciful, but the more practical meaning was fertility, which meant more children and more blessings. Jenny was so good at giving birth, and she even looked like she was blessed by the Virgin Mary. Count Harmon could see that the Dragon Queen had a good impression of his sister, so he wanted to use this topic to get closer. Actually, my sister suffered a lot when she was young. As he walked into the hall, he said. Back then, because Duke Tywin had some misunderstandings with my father, Casterly Rock City almost sent troops to Fairy Island. My sister was sent to Casterly Rock City as a hostage to Queen Mother Cersei. Yes, to be Lady Cersei's maid. You know, with Lady Cersei's temper, my sister suffered a lot. There was no misunderstanding at all. The truth was that the mustached old man had a funny brain. After Tywin destroyed the entire Castle family, and when Tywin was the Prime Minister, he actually prepared to send troops to Casterly Rock City to rebel against Lannister. Then Tywin sent a singer to Fairy City to play the song Castlemay's Reign, in the castle hall. Old Harmon woke up from his dream and sweated profusely. He quickly sent his daughter to Casterly Rock City as a hostage. Brother, Lady Cersei did not mistreat me. Jenny smiled and shook her head. Danny smiled and revealed a big piece of news. Cersei is dead. Dead? How did she die? Everyone was shocked. Danny's smile disappeared and she sighed. She was tortured to death by Yu Luan. Very tragic. After that, she added a simple sentence. In fact, the dwarf did not even need to give Cersei a string of atonement scrolls. The seal of redemption that Danny blessed her before had the function of caller ID. Cersei's death, Blackie was alerted, and the stranger guaranteed that her soul would not fall into the hands of demons. When Cersei met the Great Sparrow, it was not hard to imagine how big of a commotion it would cause. The lawsuit would even reach the mother. Cersei loved Prince Rhaegar all those years ago. If she had married him as she wished, so many unfortunate things would not have happened, Jane said sadly, her eyes red. She said the same thing. Danny said with a strange expression. Cersei? What did she say? The mustached man was confused. Cersei is now repenting to the stranger in hell. She has been repenting for a day and a night. As soon as she said this, the surrounding people felt as if a gust of cold wind blew past their necks, and their hair stood on end. Are you kidding? The mustached man forced a smile. I can send you to see how Cersei repents. How about it? Danny was eager to try. No, I don't want to go to the 7 hells. The mustached man's face was pale as he waved his hand. His sister, Jenny, asked hesitantly, can visiting her pacify her soul? Danny looked at her in surprise and nodded. If she is willing to listen, yes. Jenny, are you stupid? Why would a living person want to go to hell? The mustached man shouted. Danny smiled at Jenny, whose expression was constantly changing, and said, you all know about the tragedy that happened in the western region. I will try my best to clean up the ghouls into a large army. During this time, I will stay in your Andromeda city. You can think about it and come to me when you have made up your mind. Is it okay for me to stay in your house for a while? Then Danny turned her gaze to the mustached count. When cleaning up the ghouls in the western region, Danny had to have a place to stay. The strait between the Fairy Island and the Westeros was only 30 to 40 kilometers, and it was very close to the castles in the western region. There was no safer and more convenient place to stay than the Fairy City. The mustached man said excitedly, this is the honor of the Fairy City. You can stay as long as you want. I will let the servants tidy up the West Garden. It was built for the West Empress Renee. Well, the West Empress Dowager and the East Empress Dowager were the same person. They were both social queens. Renee, the one whose daughter was taken by the dragon worm. When she lived on the fairy island in the west, Renee was called the West Empress Dowager. When she lived on the Dragonstone Island in the east, she was called the East Empress Dowager. Not long after, the 5 pterosaurs brought Ursa, Garth and 50 other steel knights to the fairy city. After another round of greetings, the woman left with the children. The knights and knights stayed to listen to the Dragon Queen's arrangements. First of all, I have good news for everyone. 2 days after the fall of Casterly Rock City, it has been successfully recovered. So fast. Casterly Rock City is so deep. It won't be easy to clean it up, right? The mustached man and his followers were skeptical. We went to investigate. There were no other ghouls, but there was a warehouse full of gold left. Ursa said strangely. Gold? The mustached man was shocked. Greed flashed in his eyes. Garth Hightower said faintly, Prince Tyrion Zeon has taken the position of acting mayor of Casterly Rock City. Oh, where is Sir Jaime? The mustached man's eyes flashed and asked tentatively. He was too sad and is recuperating on Dragonstone Island. Danny said casually and began to assign tasks to the knights on the fairy island. There were 2 things. First, send a fleet to the neighboring continent to receive refugees. Second, arrange for the knights to go ashore and form a volunteer group to follow the Dragon Queen to fight the other ghouls. The terrain of the western region is very special. Many cities are built along the coast, so a rescue fleet is necessary. In addition to fishing boats, I hope that Count Farman can mobilize the entire island and call for all ships to form multiple formations. Send a fleet to support wherever there is a request for help. Danny said. This should not be a problem. The mustached count said. But will it be too dangerous to take the initiative to challenge the other ghouls? Winterfell is defending the city and has suffered heavy casualties. How can we fight outside? He said worriedly. Don't worry, it's different this time. Without the Frost God and the King of Ghouls, ordinary ghouls are no threat to humans. Danny smiled confidently, hoping to bring her confidence to the people around her. The effect was not good. The nobles on the fairy island looked at each other with hesitation. How could this Dragon Queen lie through her teeth? The other ghouls had already bathed Casterly Rock City and Port Lannister in blood, slaughtering a total of 1.5 million people in the western region. How could she say that ordinary ghouls were no threat? Before the 1.5 million ghouls, they had already destroyed cities and countries. Now that there were a few million more ghouls, did the Westeros still have any hope? To be honest, they were in despair. Seeing their reaction, Big Bear snorted and said, more than 50,000 ghouls in Casterly Rock City were wiped out by Her Majesty the Queen in one afternoon. How did she do it? The mustached man was shocked. Forbidden spell. Danny said calmly. Forbidden spell? The Muggle nobles on the fairy island were confused and shocked. They were confused because they did not have a specific understanding of forbidden spells. They were shocked because they knew that the Frost God had frozen Winterfell with a forbidden spell. Even if they did not know much about forbidden spells, they knew that they were very powerful. So they quickly handed over their teams. That night, they formed a 2,000-strong Western Region Volunteer Corps for the Dragon Queen. Before dawn, another group of pterosaurs flew over from Dragonstone Island. In addition to bringing a large number of dragon crystal weapons, there was also a fire wizard and a Lannister. Why is it you? Where's Jaime? Danny asked curiously. Chapter 898. Andromeda City, West Park. The tower overlooking the sea where the social Queen Rhaenyra once lived. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks could be heard, and the fireplace crackled. At the dining table, the Dragon Queen was having breakfast with the help of the centaur maid Eerie, while the exhausted Tyrion sat beside her. Why are you the only one here? Where's Jaime? Danny asked. Cersei is dead. She died a horrible death, he said bitterly. Danny swallowed a bacon roll and nodded. I know. She's being tortured in hell. Oh. Tyrion was shocked. Is there a hell? Of course there is. There are 7 levels of hell. Tyrion's lips twitched. He looked at the pretty maid who was peeling the eggshells for the queen and asked tactfully, there are 7 levels of hell now? There has always been. Danny spouted nonsense. The dwarf was silent for a moment before asking, I hung a bunch of atonement scrolls for Cersei. If anyone can go to heaven, then what's the attraction of heaven? After pausing for a moment, Danny said meaningfully, "When I saw Cersei in heaven, the Great Sparrow's faith almost collapsed. So, do you understand? The Holy Mother had to make a choice. In order to give Cersei a place to stay, the Holy Mother had specially built a fantasy hell for her. If the Atonement Scrolls can't help people go to heaven, what's the attraction?" The dwarf said. "The Atonement Scrolls, as the name suggests, only redeem some of the sins. For example, if a person has 30 points of sin only by cleansing his sins, which means that his sin value is 0, can he go to heaven? He originally couldn't go to heaven, but fortunately he obtained an Atonement Scroll, and the Atonement Scroll can redeem 50 points of sin. After using the Atonement Scroll, his sin value was cleansed and he successfully went to heaven. But your sister Cersei has more than 150 points of sin. After redeeming 50 points of sin, she still has 100 points of sin left. At most, she should have gone to the 7th level of hell, but now that she's redeemed, she can only go to the 5th level. For ordinary people, the Atonement Scrolls were enough. After all, those sinners who had committed countless crimes were in the minority. Speaking of which, hell can't be empty. She has at least 5 Atonement Scrolls on her," the dwarf emphasized. "Do you think the Holy Mother will allow such a bug to exist? 100 Atonement Scrolls will only increase Stranger's godly power, it won't increase his authority at all," Danny said calmly. "Can you make an exception?" the dwarf pleaded. "Make an exception? Do you think heaven belongs to your family?" Danny said coldly. The dwarf choked and rubbed his nose, saying, "There must be some remedy, right?" Danny nodded and said, "Of course, the Holy Mother will not cut off all paths. For example, the angels of heaven could redeem the demons of hell. If you have 200 merit points, you can offset 100 of her sin points, making it 2 against 1. Or perhaps, Cersei would have an epiphany while looking up at heaven from hell. Her soul would be refined and she would be reborn. She would obtain a pair of angel wings and fly up to heaven. Forget about self-redemption. My bitch of a sister is still a bitch when she goes to hell. You don't even know that the wildfire buried in Red Castle was her handiwork. She was going to blow up Aegon or you, and Luwin was just a guide." Tyrion sighed helplessly and asked, "How do I get merit points?" "Kill deviant ghosts, save the common people, understand the laws, understand the teachings. As long as you are a person who benefits the people and society, you will receive the praise of the 7 gods. Look at me, how many merit points do I have now?" Tyrion patted his chest and asked nervously. Danny did not look at him and said casually, "At least 120 sin points, only 1 level higher than Cersei." "Impossible. What big mistake did I make?" the dwarf cried out excitedly. "Just patricide alone you have 80 points. He's not my biological father," Tyrion said weakly. The Dragon Queen decided to enlighten him with a story of wisdom, so she said, "Thousands of years ago, there was an undull king named Oedipus in Hegian. Before he was born, his father seduced the son of another king. It should be the daughter of the king," Tyrion interrupted her. "It was the son, a beautiful boy." Fuck. Tyrion was disgusted. Danny continued, "His father seduced the prince of another kingdom. The king was furious and cursed that his father would be killed by his own son, and that his son would marry his wife." "Patricide and marrying the mother, that's too shocking," the dwarf said in shock. "His father abandoned the newborn Oedipus in the wilderness to avoid the prophecy. You should be able to guess what happened next, right? Oedipus was adopted by others, and when he grew up, he did not know who his biological parents were. Of course, his parents did not know that he was their son either. Under a strange combination of circumstances, the prophecy that he had been avoiding became a reality. But Oedipus went to heaven in the end, and he did not commit any sins. Do you know why?" "I don't know why, but I'm sure you're lying," the dwarf said disdainfully. "Even the 7 gods in heaven are fake and you're telling me the story of heaven? You're an idiot who thinks you're smart. You don't listen to the teachings of the Holy Mother and still want to go to heaven," Danny sneered. "I'm the Holy Mother, if you want to go to heaven, you have to listen to me." The dwarf immediately understood her unspoken words and sighed helplessly. "You're right, in Slave Bay, you have to follow the rules of Slave Bay. Continue, I'm listening. If you do evil without intention, you won't be punished unless you're stupid. If you do good with intention, you'll be rewarded for your kindness." Then she explained, "If you don't commit an unintentional mistake without being stupid, it's not considered a sin. Even if you do good with a purpose, it's still considered a merit." "Doing good with a utilitarian heart is also considered a merit?" The dwarf frowned. If you're really kind without a utilitarian heart, you'll cultivate your heart and morality, your soul will be sublimated, and you'll be promoted to an angel, which is a high grade. If you're kind with a utilitarian heart, you won't cultivate your heart but morality, your soul will be immortal, but your body will have merit, which is a middle grade. If you don't do good, you'll be mediocre and won't benefit society, which is a low grade. If you do evil with intention, you'll be a low grade. High grade, you'll be an angel and help the Holy Mother manage heaven. Middle grade, you'll go to heaven and be an ordinary saint. Low grade, you'll be reincarnated. Low grade, you'll go to hell. In the end, Danny concluded, kindness is the same as cultivation, it also depends on talent. Some people can't be pure by nature like you. If I say to you, if you do good with intention you won't be rewarded, then why do you do good? But if you don't do good, the world will have less beauty and more mediocrity. Why won't you be punished unless you're stupid? The dwarf asked again. Mortals are mediocre, many of their mistakes are unintentional, but some mistakes are beyond their abilities. For example, Oedipus killed his father and married his mother. That kind and brave person was actually a victim, his fate played by a group of evil gods from the Olympian pantheon. But some mistakes, even if they're unintentional, are still unforgivable. For example, 1,000 years ago, the dwarf raised his hand to interrupt her, advising her tactfully, just tell me what you want to say, there's no need to add a time, place, or person's name to prove that you're telling the truth. Your vision is too narrow, you can't understand the profoundness of the multiverse. The vision of the 7 gods has already surpassed this world, past, present, and future. One day you'll kneel before the Holy Mother and repent for your ignorance. The Dragon Queen's expression was serious, and there seemed to be stars in the universe flickering in her eyes. The sacred and dignified aura made the dwarf doubt himself. Could it be that my sister's true talent is to be a charlatan? Her talent to be a charlatan is even stronger than the Queen's, I almost believed her. Since I'm destined to repent in the future, then allow me to make a mistake now, the dwarf said. The Dragon Queen glanced at him indifferently and said, 1,000 years ago, a village woman was bathing her son on the stove. Halfway through, her brain went haywire and she was called to gamble. She forgot about her son, who was waiting for the water to heat up in the pot. Then wouldn't her son be boiled to mush? The dwarf exclaimed. There was also a mother who accidentally warmed her infant to death. They didn't want to do evil, but stupidity is also a sin. All right, what you said makes sense. The dwarf sighed and said, according to your calculation, I have the intention to kill my father. Even if he's not my biological father, the sin is the same. But I don't get along with Cersei, even if I have merit points, I won't use them to save her. In the end it's still up to my brother. How many merit points does Jaime have? He committed adultery with Cersei, is that a sin? Jaime has only done one good deed in his life, saving the King's Landing, which is about 50 merit points. It's very likely that his adultery isn't a sin, but Cersei's adultery is definitely a sin. Likely? The dwarf frowned. How can we conclude that a person isn't dead and a coffin isn't closed? When he dies and his soul is exposed to strangers, we'll know what's real and what's fake. In this world, it's not uncommon for siblings to be together. If it's out of sincere and irrepressible love or social customs, the 7 gods won't condemn them. But if it's out of desire, then it's a sin, Danny said faintly. The dwarf muttered, Cersei doesn't love Jaime? Love, but it's not true love. How does it count as true love? Why didn't Jaime come? Cersei died too tragically, and with all the recent events, he fell ill from grief. So I can't hold on any longer. The dwarf sighed. Danny didn't comment. Did you see how Cersei looked before she died? Being disfigured and humiliated is almost the most embarrassing thing for a woman, but your brother only loved her more. If the two of them were switched, what would Cersei do? The dwarf shook his head hesitantly. I don't know. This is also one of the 7 hells, the Purgatory of Heart. It's a hell full of illusions, mainly created to understand the sins of one's past life. In the Purgatory of Heart, Cersei was so frightened by the disfigured Jaime that she hesitated. She couldn't bear the ugly reality of him. She did love Jaime, but external factors such as appearance, power, wealth, and so on affected her too much. After that, she was reborn to 15 years old with her memories. When Liga and Jaime confessed their love to her at the same time, she only hesitated for less than 30 seconds before saying to Jaime, I'm sorry, but this is the best choice for both of us. The Purgatory of Heart, interesting. Tyrion thought for a moment with great interest, then smiled bitterly. We can't let Jaime know about this. Dany raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Maybe Jaime is an honest person and doesn't care about these things? After all, your sister's behavior in this life, seducing a beautiful boy, Lancel, and keeping multiple mistresses, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like she only loves him. Cersei loves herself the most, Tyrion said helplessly. After chatting with the dwarf and having breakfast, the Dragon Queen rode on her dragon and under Bran's guidance, entered the mountains of the western region to wipe out the Ghoul army. Chapter 899. There was a national highway between Hujian and the western region, the Hujian Avenue. It ran from King's Landing to Rapid Flow City, through Golden Tooth City, Sarsfield, and finally to Casterly Rock City. When Luo Bai broke into the western region from Hujian, he took the Hujian Avenue. Of course, Luo Bai was very cunning. He only took the Hujian Avenue to Golden Tooth City for the first half of the journey, making Tywin think that he was going to attack Golden Tooth City. When Lannister's forces were concentrated in Golden Tooth City, he took a shortcut and quietly entered the defenseless northern region of the western region. But generally speaking, the Hujian Avenue was a pass between the western region and Hujian. If hundreds of thousands of ghouls wanted to leave the western region and enter Hujian, they could only take the Hujian Avenue. There were many mountain ranges in the western region, and there were only 3 main roads from Casterly Rock City to the outside world. Casterly Rock City, Rapid Flow City, Hujian, Hujian Avenue, Casterly Rock City, King's Landing, Royal Territory, Golden Avenue, Casterly Rock City, High Court, River Bend, Coastal Avenue. If Dany wanted to stop the ghouls from spreading from Casterly Rock City to the southern continent like a plague, and then to destroy the overall situation, she had to block off the 3 main roads. Right now her target was the Hujian Avenue. Near Sarsfield, Bran discovered a massive army of the dead, numbering as many as 300,000. Tyrion brought his men ashore from the opposite shore of Fairy Island and chased after them along the Hujian Avenue. Meanwhile, Dragon Queen was in Golden Tooth City, sweeping toward the west. A 2-pronged attack. Tyrion only had 3,000 soldiers, facing 300,000 ghouls in a pincer attack. It sounded a little scary. At least, the soldiers of the western region who were facing an army of ghouls for the first time were terrified. This was a valley with steep mountains on both sides. The mountain rocks were covered in snow, and the birch and beech trees were not completely buried in the snow. Half of their bodies were exposed, and they waved at the soldiers of the western region below with their bare branches that looked like the fingers of a dead person. The soldiers used the materials on the ground to build a simple wooden fence in the valley that was more than 40 meters wide. In front of the fence was a fire path made of branches and freshly cut wood. "Your Highness, can this stop the ghouls?" Behind the fence, a 15-year-old with a freckled face asked the dwarf who was looking ahead with rapt attention. This was Tyrion's new squire, Jaime Clafton. He was the 2nd son and 5th child of the productive knight Gareth Clafton and Jenny Farman. In addition to Jaime Clayton, there was also a young man as fat as a pig, Leon Farman, the 2nd son of the Count of Fairy Island. It was obvious that Lannister needed to rope in the Farman family, the most powerful family in the western region, after the destruction of Casterly Rock. The dwarf even publicly promised that when the long night was over, he would arrange a fief for them that matched their merits. After all, of the 3,000 people who followed the dwarf to attack the deviant ghosts, 2,000 came from Fairy Island. The other 700 were mercenaries, ruffians, and refugees that the dwarf had recruited from Fairy Island's pier. The last 300 were Dawn warriors in full tile armor. Can it stop them? The dwarf wasn't sure, so he turned his gaze to the big bear beside him. Definitely not, just like a wooden door can't stop a flood from breaking through a dam, the big bear said calmly. Then aren't we dead? Fatty Leon said in fear. What are you afraid of? We have the Dragon Queen. The dwarf was the first to shout, stabilizing the morale of the troops. The Dragon Queen has always been invincible. If we follow her tactics, we won't lose. The freckled Jaime said in a firm tone. The dwarf gave him an admiring look. We are here to fight in the wild, not to build a camp to stop deviant ghosts. They're here. The big bear pulled down his helmet and said in a deep voice. Everyone was silent, listening carefully, but they didn't hear anything. Tyrion was about to ask again, but suddenly, he felt the wind blowing along the mountain path become colder. Cora also explained in a timely manner, deviant ghosts and corpses run without making a sound, but they bring cold air and freezing fog. Then he shouted, "Long live the Maiden of Light." Tyrion and the others also shouted, "Long live the Maiden of Light." Caw caw caw. The big crow, which had been resting on a treetop and taking a nap with its eyes closed, flapped its wings and took off, expanding into a small sun above everyone's heads. Rustle, in the distance, there was a sound like a group of snakes crawling in the grass from the snow. The sound came from a dense group of figures. The living dead were like rabbits being chased by a dog, running wildly, leaving the cold fog behind them. 7 layers of hell. This is the army of corpses. There was a cry of surprise from the knights of the western region. Fuck. Tyrion's hands, which were holding the axe, felt sore and weak. He felt like a female celebrity who was recognized by her fans on the street. The point was, the female celebrity was naked, and tens of thousands of male fans were drooling, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced on him. He wanted to turn around and run away. But he couldn't run away. If he ran away today, Lannister would be completely finished and lose the hearts of the people. For the Holy Mother, for justice, for humanity, for honor. He could only relieve the pressure in his heart by shouting slogans. For the Queen. For the 7 gods, for humanity. The rest of the people also began to shout in a mess. Compared to the noisy Western Region volunteer army, the flood of corpses was terrifyingly quiet. Squeak. The sound of Megalosaurus came from further away, and the faint light of the fire dyed the eastern sky red. Boom. The army of corpses crashed into the bonfire and the wooden fence. Then Tyrion threw a bottle of wildfire, causing a green flame among the corpses. The corpses avoided the green wildfire and began to rush to the hillside on both sides of the wooden fence. The living dead began to fight with the soldiers in close quarters. Kill. Korra roared and swung his sword. The head of the corpses, together with the lion helmet, flew into the sky. Kill. Tyrion was chopping open a corpse's chest with his axe. Suddenly, a hole seemed to break in the sky above his head, and a tragic roar sounded. Looking up, he saw a silver-armored general with a blue cape floating above the small sun. It was the Dragon Queen. What surprised the dwarf was that the Dragon Queen seemed to have grown more than 20 light green tentacles, and the end of each tentacle was connected to a strange sword. A hiltless willow leaf sword. He saw with his own eyes that she forged a long and wide willow leaf-shaped strange sword with steel in the fairy city. It was 2 meters long and half a meter wide in the middle. The 2 ends were tapered, and except for the sword ridge in the middle, the blade was as thin as paper. The tragic roar came from the willow leaf sword. They irregularly revolved around the Dragon Queen, and the sound became louder and louder, spinning faster and faster. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the Dragon Queen's figure became blurry, because there was a twisting tornado around her. It had a diameter of more than 10 meters. The tail of the tornado was like the slender legs of a girl who woke up in the middle of the night. It carefully probed down from the air, and finally landed on the slippers in front of the wooden fence. The next moment, something that shocked the dwarf happened. The tornado was like a whale sucking in water. Everything it touched, whether it was the wooden fence or the corpse, was sucked into it. Then he heard the chi-chi-chi-chi sound of flesh being cut. Broken limbs and wooden stakes that were half a person's height were thrown out of the air. The tornado moved forward at the speed of a normal person, like a harvester in a paddy field. The neatly arranged corpse was sucked in and broken limbs flew out. Fuck, so this is how the willow leaf sword is used. It should be considered a forbidden spell, right? The dwarf muttered with his eyes wide open. He was stunned for a moment, then he swung his axe and split open the corpse's lower abdomen, and the cold and slippery internal organs flowed out. His face didn't have the excitement from before, and he only looked at the axe and muttered, "This is a god. A god shouldn't appear in the human world, otherwise we ordinary people wouldn't be able to live. Long live the Queen." Korra and the Dawn Warrior were very excited. Long live the Dragon Queen. The Western region's morale was high. The tornado was controlled by the Dragon Queen, and it gradually shortened and thickened. When it reached a diameter of 30 meters, it was only 40 meters high. The wind wall also became thinner, and the people around could vaguely see that there were dozens of giant leaves in the tornado, layer by layer, crushing every corpse that was sucked into the tornado. The Dragon Queen drove the tornado to wash the ground, and a group of soldiers rushed out of the fence, following behind and killing the corpses that were caught in the net. 5 kilometers away they met the 3 megalosaurus. Dahe, Little White and Little Green flew side by side in the air, and a group of soldiers followed behind them. They were the soldiers of the Western region in the Golden Tooth City Fortress. The Golden Tooth City was guarded by the Raffles, but it wasn't their fief. The Golden Tooth City guarded the only road from Hejin land to the western region through the mountains, and it was rich in gold, otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Golden Tooth City, so Lannister didn't give it out at all. After the two armies met, the dwarf finally had a group of troops loyal to Lannister. Uhuhu, the tornado gradually dissipated, revealing the Dragon Queen who was surrounded by willow swords. Chi. The 27 wide-leaf swords lost their momentum and fell from the sky, but they were pulled by a breeze, and neatly inserted into the leather sheath tied to Dahei's back. Then the Dragon Queen slowly landed on the dragon's saddle. The people around had personally experienced this magical journey, and they all looked at her in awe, not even daring to come over and greet her. Only Tyrion didn't notice and curiously walked to Dahei's side asking, "What kind of witchcraft is this? Is it a forbidden spell?" The Dragon Queen didn't answer and only ordered, "Carry the wounded to my side and the rest of the soldiers collect the corpses on the ground. Pile the human corpses together and prepare to be cremated. Pickle and smoke the animal corpses and prepare to use them as rations." The freckled attendant looked around and asked doubtfully, "How do we distinguish between human and beast corpses? There are only pieces of meat left and they're all mixed together." Tyrion immediately said, "Those with hard fur are beasts, those without fur or those with so little fur that you can see the skin, are humans." The soldiers responded and scattered under the leadership of the knights. Tyrion didn't leave, and while waiting for the wounded he asked about the previous topic. "You've become a god? Why can an iron sword fly?" "You've seen a kite, so why can a kite fly?" Dany asked back. "I saw green tentacles on your body and they were holding swords," the dwarf said. "That's also wind." Dany smiled and opened her palm, and the invisible wind whistled and gathered in the center of the iron glove. The colorless wind condensed into green, and the formless wind turned into a streamer-like existence. It was almost like the tentacles that the dwarf had seen before, curled into a ball. "What is this thing?" the dwarf asked curiously. "You're the thing. I'm a beat." A female voice that sounded like the howling wind said. Who's talking?" The dwarf looked around in horror. Seeing this, Dany laughed. "What kind of demon dares to show off in front of an expert? Quickly show yourself." Caw caw caw, the demon was indeed obedient, and turned into a big crow with green eyes in her palm. Chapter 900. Dany had obtained a little over 2,000 children of the forest crows from Bran, and they were divided equally between wind and fire. Previously, she had been transforming the fire crows, so the burning process of the wind spirits was relatively slow. In other words, the cycle of transforming the wind spirits was very long. Burning once a day, it often took more than half a month to burn the fire crows into a pure life mark. More than a month after the Battle of Winterfell, the 1,000 fire crows had not been completely transformed, and only 50 wind spirits had been transformed in the past few days. Elemental spirits had 3 forms: crow, human form, and elemental body. The elemental form of a fire spirit was a fireball, and the elemental form of a wind spirit was a gust of wind. They gathered into a green ribbon, and were invisible and intangible when scattered. So strange, if there is an elemental spirit to assist in casting witchcraft, it will be twice the result with half the effort, right? The dwarf looked at the crow enviously. "There are some things that you can't get by being envious. Be an honest person and do things steadily. Go set up the tent first, we will spend the night here and go to Branded City tomorrow morning." The dwarf didn't leave and only gave a few instructions to the attendant. Then he leaned over to Blackie, pointed at the crow that was looking left and right, and asked curiously, "Why is she called Beet? I remember that your crows are all named after fruits." "Fire spirits are fruits, wind spirits are vegetables." As she spoke, Dany's hand shook, and Beet turned into a gust of wind again, singing a cheerful song in the sky that only the wind god could hear. Similar to how fire spirits hated ice and liked to stay in high-temperature bonfires, wind spirits hated confined and narrow spaces, liked the open sky and liked to swim in the wind. Now the north wind whistled day and night. Humans hated this kind of weather, but wind spirits absorbed power from the raging wind and thrived, and were not affected by the cold at all. The dwarf said shamelessly, "Can you give me 2 wind crows? I also want to fly." "You want to fly?" Dany glanced at him strangely and nodded. "All right, now I have given you a pair of invisible wings. Wherever there is wind you can fly as far as you can. Fly past despair and towards hope." Tyrion actually jumped up and down a few times. Where are they? Where are the invisible wings? Why can't I see or feel them? Is there some spell? Since they are invisible wings, of course you can't see them now. You can ride Tessa to an altitude of 3,000 meters, then jump down and shout, "I am a big idiot," Sichuan dialect, after jumping down and then activate the invisible wings. Dany said seriously. The dwarf was stunned and said angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Dany nodded. "Only a fool would think that I would give you a wind spirit." The dwarf was speechless. After tossing and turning until nightfall, thousands of Western Region volunteers finally piled up the remains of 100,000 ghouls on the side of the road. Well, they weren't transported together. They were just placed on the side of the road. Then the two dragons went from east to west and from west to east to burn the corpses. In addition to human corpses, they found nearly 10,000 animal corpses. There were cattle, sheep and other domestic animals as well as tigers, leopards, wolves, bears and other wild beasts. If we don't use the dragon flame to burn them, I'm afraid there will be more of them. The dwarf picked up a piece of meat covered in black hair and sniffed it. This is wild boar meat. It doesn't have any stench, so it should have been killed by deviant ghosts when it was still alive. Fighting deviant ghosts, it seems that you can make a fortune? Big Bear said strangely, "The night is long and cold. It's almost impossible to find prey in the forest. But when the ghouls sweep the forest, they can lure out all the wild beasts that are hibernating in the winter. The wild beasts are also hungry. The wild beasts can eat the flesh of the ghouls, and then the living people can eat the flesh of the wild beasts and ghouls. In this way both humans and wild beasts can live through the long night." The corner of Dany's mouth twitched. Isn't this the human-beast version of swapping children for food? "How are the casualties?" she asked. "Almost half of them are injured. Including the ones in Golden Tooth City, more than 300 people died." Tyrion sighed. "It's the first time and it's a field battle. It's already very good. Even 5 Dawn warriors died." Big Bear said. "Gather them together, I will personally send them to heaven," Dany said. She first treated the wounded, then gathered the living warriors together to bury the dead. With the recitation of the 7 Stars Bible, the fire burned fiercely and finally the ashes were buried in one place. Dragon Queen also slashed the mountain with her sword and flattened one side of a huge boulder. Then, using the sword as a pen, she engraved the general process and results of the war, as well as the name and title of each warrior, if there was a title. Sensing the uncontrollable fanatical admiration of the surrounding soldiers for Dragon Queen, the dwarf said sourly, "I think this monument should be erected by me." Dany glanced at him and said lightly, "Can you do it? There is no swordsman in the 7 kingdoms who can use a sword to carve on granite so smoothly. I can find a stonemason to carve slowly. Anyway, I just need to buy people's hearts." The dwarf said. "Do you think I need the hearts of the people in the Western region? If you need it, I won't say anything. But you obviously don't need it, and such a good opportunity to buy people's hearts has been wasted." The dwarf sighed. "If you perform well in the war to clean up the deviant ghosts, every time you charge at the front, enjoy at the back and work hard to feed the remaining people, it's better than any method to buy people's hearts." In the following battle, the dwarf really fought at the front, bravely and fiercely. In the next half a month, Bran opened the map, Dragon Queen used Blade Storm, and with more and more Western Region volunteers, they killed more than 1,000,000 corpses. Almost all the fallen castles were subdued, including the largest city in the Western Region, Port Lannister. Well, when passing through some fallen villages and cities, they often met some refugees who had escaped disaster by hiding in cellars, caves, woods and other places. Without exception, regardless of gender, they all joined the volunteers. When they first left the fairy city, they still needed the pterosaur to transport food. After the first wave of deviant ghosts, the volunteers suddenly found that there was more bacon in bacon than they could eat. This was true. In the first wave, during the Battle of the River, Dragon Queen used the Megalosaurus to burn the army of corpses. After that, she simply used the Megalosaurus to cooperate with the soldiers to block the path of the corpses, and then used Bladestorm to serve them. Not only did she have more food and spiritual substance, but her understanding of the Song of Wind and the Domain of Wind also improved rapidly. Actual combat was the best way to increase experience and combat power. When Dany used Bladestorm now, she was more and more proficient. Almost with a thought, she could borrow the wind within a radius of 10 kilometers. And with the increase of her strength, Dany's mentality also gradually changed. Her control and understanding of high-end power made her more confident. Now that she used Blade Storm, she no longer needed Bran to use the Will Barrier to help her hide her influence on the River of Fate. The frequency of using the Domain of Wind was too high, and there was no way to hide it. This was one reason, and another reason was that she had a new trump card. Well, using the Domain of Wind to drive Blade Storm every day also made her have some understanding of the Domain of Fire and Domain of Light. More than 1,000 fire crows were completely transformed, and more than 300 wind crows were transformed. The Song of Fire had increased to 45%, and the Song of Light had reached an astonishing 53%. The more Songs of Law she obtained, the less sheep eggs in Lalo. Now, Lalo didn't have the face to call himself the King of Light in front of Dany. Moreover, the Space of Faith also stored a part of the Song of Light that was snatched from Lalo, when he helped Jon resurrect. Through comparing the two, Dany had a new understanding of the structure of the sun. Perhaps, in the near future she would be able to make the fire spirit evolve into a real sun? All of these were the sources of her increase in confidence. Another change brought about by the increase in strength was the transportation method and efficiency of the Western Region's volunteer corps. Today, when night fell, riding a horse was far less practical and efficient than riding a sleigh. But how could ordinary soldiers be qualified to ride a sleigh? In fact, the fairy city had the ability to equip each of the 3,000 soldiers with a horse, but not all dogs and horses could pull a sleigh. In the northern region, it was very easy to gather enough sled dogs and long-haired ponies, but the warhorses of the western region couldn't withstand the cold, and their legs were thin and long, suitable for galloping on the plains, so they couldn't pull sleighs. The dogs were the same. The dogs of the western region were hunting dogs, not sled dogs. The only sled that could be pulled by horses and dogs were the noble knights. At most, the ordinary soldiers were allowed to put their weapons and leather armor on the sleigh, while they followed behind the sleigh and used poles to ski. Every time Dragon Queen made a quick turn, the soldiers would be as tired as dogs. Later, the Dragon Queen's wind domain gradually matured from its embryonic form, and she began to give the volunteer corps benefits. The wind sleigh bus. It was a giant sleigh built from solid iron trees, with a huge sail on it, and could seat 30 to 40 people. Except for climbing slopes and turning corners, people needed to push it down. When placed on flat ground, the Dragon Queen's wind domain could make it run as fast as a galloping horse. If it ran 24 hours a day, it could easily travel 1,000 miles a day. It was also by relying on the sleigh bus to transfer troops, and by relying on the pterosaur to transport food, wheat, vegetables, and fruits, that the Dragon Queen could travel 1,000 miles. Every time she conquered a city, every time she won a battle, the Dragon Queen would broadcast the news through the Magic Net Hub and the Messenger Crows. Now the people of the Seven Kingdoms knew that the Dragon Queen was killing in the Western region. Well, she didn't do this just to show off. 2 or 3 million corpses suddenly appeared in the Western region. Although she and the volunteer corps of the Western region had a great harvest, killing more than 1 million enemies, 1 million was not even half of the total number of corpses. Where did the rest go? Some of them were trapped in the mountains of the Western region, and some of them infiltrated into Hajin, the royal territory, and River Bend. Therefore, recently, the deviant ghosts once again nibbled at the northern region in the same way as that day. 1 or 2 deviant ghosts led 40 to 50,000 corpses, and dozens of troops scattered all over the place, attacking the local villages and small castles. Well, the deviant ghosts adopted the strategy of surrounding the cities from the countryside. They wretchedly farmed in the graveyard and gathered to steal chickens from the small cities. After a wave, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they immediately scattered and ran away, not letting the Dragon Queen catch them. To be honest, Dany would rather have 1 million corpses gathered together to besiege the capital cities of the Seven Kingdoms. She was not afraid of the enemy's concentrated attack on the city. But once the deviant ghosts scattered and acted, the Dawn warriors she formed began to lose focus. Sometimes there were frequent crises, and even she had to stay up late riding the dragon to rush to the scene. Because of the incident in Casterly Rock City, the entire Westeros was now in a state of decay. The half-year period predicted at the end of the Battle of Winterfell was actually less than 2 months. Recently, she had conquered the Lost Land in the Western region. The 3 kingdoms in the central and southern Westeros, Hajin, the royal territory, and River Bend, kept losing their castles, or the nobles in the castles sacrificed deviant ghosts to ensure their safety. The Dragon Queen had to use the frequent news of victory to strengthen the confidence of the people of the Seven Kingdoms and establish the determination to win against the deviant ghosts. Chapter 901. The Tingshe River originated from the western region and flowed towards Hejian before finally converging into the Trident River. Rapid Flow City was located at the delta where the Tingshe River and the Trident River's tributary, the Red Fork River, converged. As the night fell, the surface of the Tingshe River began to freeze. The river water dried up, the flow rate almost stagnated, and the river became narrow. In this way, the deviant ghosts had a way to leave the western region through the Tingshe River and enter Hejian. In fact, there were more than 200,000 corpses gathered there. In the end, they were discovered by the Bran who had opened up the map. Danny led the western region's volunteers to rush over and fought a not-so-great but very fierce battle of the Tingshe River. Without waiting for them to recover, the Bran sent news that there were corpses gathering around Calamity Bastion. Calamity Bastion was located at the northernmost tip of the western region and was only separated from the Iron Islands by a 100-kilometer-wide strait. The deviant ghosts could attack Calamity Bastion that had not yet fallen, or they could sneak into Hejian along the coastline. Regardless of the situation, it was a fact that the corpses were gathering on a large scale. Danny had to go there. Therefore, after they cleaned up the battlefield at the Tingshe River, they did not rest and immediately broke camp. In the end, they went to the Tarbek Hall 100 kilometers away to spend the night. Castme's reign involved two major families. One was the Tarbek family and the other was the Reyes family. The two families joined forces to rebel against the Lannister. Tywin captured the Tarbek Hall and killed the entire Tarbek family. The Castme castle of the Reyes family was similar to Casterly Rock. It was built in a mine and was easy to defend. Tywin poured the river into the mine and drowned hundreds of the Reyes family members. At this time, 150 sleigh buses surrounded the collapsed castle. The main hall of the castle was cleaned of debris on the ground and spider webs on the walls. The Dragon Queen's tent was set up inside. In the tent, the usual dinner had already ended. Well, every time it was dinner, the noble knights of the volunteers would come to eat at the same table with the Dragon Queen. They did not necessarily eat well, but it was a Westeros tradition for the king and his subjects to eat together. If Danny wasn't here, Tyrion would be the one to entertain the knights. At this moment, dinner had just ended. The centaur maid was instructing the knight squires to clear the plates and clean up the place. The Dragon Queen and the dwarf sat on the other side, staring at the lit glass candles together. "Your Majesty, please come back quickly. The people of the royal territory need you," Old Crab said earnestly from the other end of the candle. "The people of the western region need the queen more. There are still millions of ghouls waiting for the queen to clean up." The dwarf laughed. "Sigh. The royal nobles are the true roots of the Targaryens." Now, there were frequent reports of victories in the western region, where they could easily kill 100,000 or even 200,000 enemies. This was in stark contrast to the difficulties in other regions. The nobles of the royal domain wrote letters one after another, expressing their willingness to form a royal domain volunteer regiment, and that they would wholeheartedly obey the queen's command. They are fearful of the increasingly frequent otherworldly assaults and are hoping for the queen to come and suppress them. The old crab said helplessly. "The castle in the royal territory hasn't fallen yet, right?" Danny asked. Without waiting for the old crab to speak, Tyrion said first, "Not a single one. The royal territory is very close to Heron Castle and Dragonstone Island. Reinforcements can arrive in 2 or 3 hours. In fact, they don't need reinforcements at all. Last time, when Staghorn Castle was besieged by 30,000 ghouls, Sir Berkwell led 800 clan soldiers and held on for a day and a night. He killed more than 10,000 enemies and forced the ghouls to retreat without much loss. That was a special case. Sir Berkwell's family happened to have 2 bishop-level priests. The big crab shook his head and said with an amazed expression, "They saved up divine spell slots for more than a year. In just one day they used more than 2,000 divine spells. How terrifying." Generally speaking, there were 3 things that every noble family in the Westeros was well equipped with: scholars and their matching crow's nest, monks and their matching Templars and God's Wood Forest. Scholars, crow's nest and God's Wood Forest were things that almost every family had. Monks and Templars rarely appeared in the northern region. In fact, only White Harbor and Mandalay believed in the 7 gods. Staghorn Castle also had a Templar, and there was only an old monk surnamed Berkwell and an apprentice in the Templar. He was the granduncle of the current Earl Berkwell. Because the second son did not have the right to inherit, the granduncle went to the King's Landing Cathedral to study when he was young. After becoming a monk, he went home to preside over the business of the Templar. Half a century passed in a flash. Then Sir Berkwell's younger brother did not have the right to inherit, so he followed the granduncle to study the teachings of the 7 gods. After more than 10 years, he also became an apprentice monk, not registered in the church headquarters. However, the 2 second sons of Berkwell had a special root of wisdom, and were very devout. They became priests more than a year ago. They belonged to the family's lineage and did not go to the Cathedral of Baylor to become archbishops. In fact, many regional archbishops did not go to King's Landing after becoming priests. Instead, there were bishops of King's Landing who were appointed by the Holy See to preside over affairs after becoming priests. The 2 Berkwell monks stayed at home to study the 7 Stars Bible, and did not have a reputation. Earl Berkwell knew that they had become priests, but he did not pay too much attention to it. The 2 devout monks prayed in the family's Templar every day and did not have many opportunities to use divine spells. However, the Holy Mother Dani allowed the infinite accumulation of spell slots. The 2 of them held back for more than a year, and each of them accumulated more than 20,000 spell slots. 20,000, they could be called human-shaped divine cannons. One could imagine how much shock they brought to others when the deviant ghosts attacked the city. Well, under the divine system of the 7 Gods Church, as long as the bronze held back for a long time, defeating the gold was not a dream. That scene was almost as big as the shock to the Shaolin Temple and the entire Jianghu when the sweeping monks suddenly jumped out and overturned South Murong and North Xiaofeng and his father. The defense of Antler Castle also made the world understand the huge role of monks in war for the first time. The effect of sacred healing was not very good because the priests did not use it in the right place, but for sword wounds, especially bleeding, sacred healing could be called a bug, and wasn't this the most needed treatment in war? Since monks are so useful, let the church send monks to each castle, Tyrion said. Those nobles certainly thought so, but the church did not agree. The old crab shook his head. Dani said disapprovingly, "Think about the Dawn warriors. Even a fool would not divide the Dawn warriors into hundreds and scatter them in each castle. Antler Castle is a special case. The 2 monks have been accumulating spells without a chance to use them, so the 2 of them are equivalent to a team of hundreds of priests. Just like after the Dawn warriors were divided, 1 or 2 Iron warriors would not be of much use other than boosting morale. Low-level priests only have a dozen spell slots in a day, and do not have the ability to turn the tide of the battle. Only when the priests are gathered together and form a large group of priests, together with the elite warriors' sons, can the effect be more powerful. For example, guarding King's Landing and holding back the deviant ghost's main force in the south." At this point, Dani could not help but think of Erlu, who had already become the king of King's Landing, and asked, "What is Stannis doing?" "He has finally fulfilled his long-cherished wish of many years, to take King's Landing and ascend to the Iron Throne. Even if he is unable to defend the 7 kingdoms, he should at least protect his own territory, right?" Tyrion nodded and smiled. "I almost forgot about Stannis. Although the Red Keep was destroyed by Yuluen, he has finally been crowned king, and the Iron Throne's fief is the king's responsibility to defend the fief. Speaking of which, I have already pledged my loyalty to him, and as the Lord, he should come to Casterly Rock's aid. Stannis' situation is a little complicated." The old crab was hesitant. "How complicated? Just tell me what he is doing now," Tyrion said. The old crab hesitated. "Half a month ago when he saw the Iron Throne, he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. After that, there were rumors that he was ambushed when he was chasing Yuluen, and was heavily injured, and has been recuperating since then. There were also rumors that he was not injured at all, and was just sitting in his room in a daze. There were also rumors that he was hysterical, and kept saying things like, 'Shireen, the highest and most holy authority of the king, I am the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, I will judge the 7 kingdoms and judge Yuluen and Cersei.' It is very scary, and it is said that he is on the verge of going crazy. There are too many unconfirmed news and he has not shown himself, so we do not know much about his situation." Dani obviously knew the story of the search for the Iron Throne, and hearing this she said disapprovingly, "Isn't it just that the Iron Throne fell into a cesspool? What is there to be unable to accept? It was also in a cesspool before. To put it bluntly, Yuluen and Cersei's buttocks are not as clean as a child's poop." "If Stannis heard this he would go mad," the dwarf said with a grin. "Maybe Stannis is really recuperating and has not gone crazy. After the Red Keep was bombed, he went to pursue Yuluen, and was indeed ambushed by the Dragonslayer crossbows. I can confirm that Davos, who was following him, was pierced in the stomach, and if not for the many priests in King's Landing, he would not have survived," the old crab said. Stannis is not even afraid of death. Why would he be afraid of being injured? He does not need to recuperate at all unless it is a heart wound. Dany shook her head. Has the Iron Throne been moved back? Tyrion asked curiously. The old crab nodded. The Red Heart Knight used a crowbar to pull the Iron Throne out of the cesspool, then stretched the rope and 3 wyverns carried it back to the Red Keep. The image of the Iron Throne appearing in Dany's mind, and when it was pulled out, juices flowed, colorful. She shuddered and quickly extinguished the thought. It was too disgusting. Stannis can still eat that kind of chair? What a good appetite, she said in disgust. Sitting is sitting, just treat it as sitting on the toilet. There is no need to say, eat, right? Tyrion and the old crab also had disgusted expressions. Sitting on the toilet? Dany chuckled. That is a good idea. The dwarf seemed to be able to smell the smell coming from the Iron Throne during every court session. Didn't the Red Keep blow up a huge crater? He changed to a clean topic. The outer city became a huge crater, and the towers in the inner castle near the crater collapsed, while Meg Tower and White Sword Tower were at the back and were preserved. Has the gap in the city wall been repaired? The dwarf asked again. It is being repaired. Davos is mobilizing the people of King's Landing to repair the city wall and clean up the burned city. Renai's Hills was the worst hit, and he plans to move the people to Visania Hills. Between the corner of Powder Street and Sister Silent Street, a quarter of the residential area near King's Landing, which is the area of the flea nest, are all being pushed down. What nonsense! If he has the energy, he might as well save the vassals. Tyrion said with a frown. No, he has no other choice. You know how complicated the environment of the flea nest is. There are many ghouls hiding there and there is no way to clean them up. Recently there have been sightings of the living dead in the dark alleys. Chapter 902. The old crab said, after the small sun appeared, the ghouls hid in wells, gutters, ruins. As long as they could hide, they would go inside. The ghouls don't need to breathe or eat. When the sun disappears, when a living person is alone, they will silently approach and kill them. Rando Tarly led the warriors' sons to sweep the outside of the city every day, but they never killed all the ghouls spying on the King's Landing. The ghouls kill the living and the ghouls revive the dead. So smart? The dwarf was surprised. You killed more than 1 million ghouls in the West. Why don't you even know this? The old crab was puzzled. Although they hide in the woods, they never infiltrated our camp like an assassin. The dwarf said. The old crab turned his gaze to the Dragon Queen. That's because Her Majesty is there. When the barbarians went south to the Great Wall, they were also followed by the ghouls. They nibbled away at the barbarians' troops from the outside, strengthening their ghouls' army. It seems that the church still lacks a divine spell like evil detection. Dany said thoughtfully. Of the 7 gods, only the Holy Mother, Warrior, Blacksmith, and Stranger had been activated, while the girl, Old Woman, and Father were empty. And the Dragon Queen had been busy fighting the ghouls recently, so she didn't have the time or the mind to plunder a few evil gods for a meal. Maybe she should make some time to activate the remaining 3 clergies. Dany secretly made a decision. She said, as a warrior, the ghouls aren't scary. They can't form an efficient and powerful military formation like a human army. They are a group of scattered soldiers who only know the tactic of charging like pigs. But the ghouls have the memories of their lives in familiar places facing familiar people. They are very terrifying assassins. This can be seen from the fall of Casterly Rock. At that time, Casterly Rock had 4,000 defenders. If they cooperated well with the dragon crystal weapons in their hands and the terrain advantage, it wouldn't be a big problem to block more than 1,000 ghouls. However, the ghouls didn't rush over while yelling. They spread out silently and went from house to house to assassinate familiar people in the castle and soldiers in the barracks. What about Melisandre? Did she deal with the deviant ghosts outside the city? Tyrion asked. If a deviant ghost appeared, she would definitely make a move. But even if a deviant ghost was found, it wouldn't be her turn to make a move. The church's knights would have already rushed over while shouting, for the 7 gods. The old crab pursed its lips. I mean, can the red-robed woman detect the location of deviant ghosts? Tyrion emphasized, she knows prophecy magic. Prophecy. The old crab's expression turned strange. I don't know if the red-robed woman can predict the location of deviants, but our Dragonstone Island really does have a master of prophecy. Several times he had predicted in advance that the castle would be attacked, and that the castle would not fall even if it was attacked. At first we thought he was lying. After all, he had just arrived at Dragonstone Island and hadn't even set foot on the Westeros. In the face of our suspicions, he only said, "It's because of the Queen's request that I make time every day to help predict the deviants. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Then we had to believe it. For example, that time at Deerhorn Castle, he predicted that the deviant ghosts would return in failure. "Are you talking about the Red Monk Machiro?" the dwarf asked in surprise. He had a deep impression of Machiro because he looked very much like his family's emblem, an angry lion's head. "I've already converted him and converted him to the 7 gods, Dany said proudly. But Machiro's face is full of sorrow, sighing day and night, as if he's missing his old master, the old crab said hesitantly. Dany's face turned serious. "Did he study the Pope's annotated version of the 7 Stars Bible that I gave him?" "I don't know." The old crab shook his head. "He makes prophecies every day at a fixed time, and after the prophecies he goes to the basement to make wildfire. After completing his quota for the day, he goes home and shuts himself in. I don't know what he's doing." Sigh, the religious atmosphere on Dragonstone Island is still not strong enough. Dragon Queen sighed and decided. "How about this? You arrange for someone to send Machiro to the great cathedral of Baylor and give him the identity of a bishop. He'll be influenced by what he sees and hears, and with the company of many colleagues, he should be able to quickly adapt to his new identity and new life." "Is there a need for that?" Tyrion was puzzled. Dany revealed her true feelings and sighed. "Sigh, you don't even know how much the Holy Mother envies Lalo, and how much she hopes to have a believer like Melisandre." The old crab reminded her, "Your Majesty, there's something else I have to report to you. The first batch of red-robed monks to assist King's Landing have arrived. They're from Pentos and Myr. Other than the red monks, there are also warriors wearing gorgeous armor. They wear orange capes and hold spears with burning tips. They're called Hands of Sacred Fire. They're the armed forces of the Red God Church, similar to our Sons of Warriors. I heard that not long after, Bravos, Terasai, Reese, and even Volantis Red God priests will arrive one after another. King's Landing is about to be dyed red," he emphasized. The Dragon Queen nodded happily and said with grace and boldness, "Very good, the Anti-Ghost United Front has united all the forces that can be united, international friends coming to Westeros to participate in the war, we should warmly welcome. Count, pick 500 pounds of cabbage from Dragonstone Island and send it to them as an extra meal. The Long Night has been here for a few months, they must not have eaten live vegetables for a long time." The old crab's cheek muscles twitched and said directly, "Your Majesty, I can send the cabbage, but what I want to say is, the Red Monk has always been in conflict with the Church of the 7 Gods, and now you want to send Machiro to the great cathedral, and let him become a bishop. Machiro was the successor of Volantis' supreme priest. If there's a religious war, King's Landing will really be dyed red with blood. Even if there's a religious war, the Church of the 7 Gods as the local dragon will not lose." Dany was very calm. "But this will affect the overall situation of the Anti-Ghost United Front." The old crab shouted. Tyrion immediately said, "Then let Stannis and his Red Monk take care of the overall situation. Tell the vassals to send a message to King's Landing if there are any deviant ghosts harassing the city. There are so many red monks, 2-headed demon dragons, and the winged dragon legion, we can't just leave them in the city for nothing." Dany rolled her eyes and said, "Count Sedega, why don't you use the cabbage as an excuse to visit Stannis? See what he's been busy with recently and let him move around. I heard that there are rumors of deviant ghosts being sacrificed in many castles. We can't make the mistake of surrendering. Since he's sitting on the Iron Throne, even if it's stained with shit, he has to bear the corresponding responsibility." She emphasized with a serious expression. After the old crab went offline, the dwarf muttered, "If I were Stannis, I'd rather die now. After all that effort, all I got was a shitty chair and I still have to wipe your shit." "What did you say?" The Dragon Queen's gaze became dangerous. The dwarf raised his face and didn't dodge. "Did I say something wrong? You were the one who wanted to punish those nobles who surrendered to the deviant ghosts, but you cherished your reputation and didn't want to be stained with shit, so you let Stannis be the villain." "I'm not the Queen of Westeros, why should I be stained with shit?" Dany said unhappily. "I didn't say you did anything wrong, I'm just lamenting Stannis' misfortune." The dwarf sighed. "You're an unlucky bastard whose clan was exterminated, yet you sympathize with others." Dany mocked. "Wasn't Theon of Bella almost exterminated as well?" The dwarf's expression became more and more complicated. Timon killed High Court Tyrell early on. I wonder if Marjorie died in LV. When Casterly Rock fell, Hugian Tully was also exterminated at the same time. Stark's uncle, Ide Tully, his wife and son were all prisoners in Casterly Rock, and in the end they became ghouls along with Lannister. When he said this, the dwarf's expression became very strange. It was like a smile that wasn't a smile, sorrowful and mocking. The best uncle in the game, Ide Tully's experience was a bit similar to that of King Aegon. They were both tricked by Stark, leading to their capture. They were also promised that they would lose their freedom or be exiled, but their children would inherit a small title and a small castle when they reached adulthood to continue the family. They died miserably before the promise could be fulfilled, and now they were all in heaven. After a moment of silence, the dwarf said, 2 days ago Robert Arryn died of typhoid fever, and his heir, Harry, was burned to ashes in a wildfire while he was visiting a prostitute on Silk Street. The Arryn family, which has been passed down for thousands of years, is completely without descendants. In the past few years, everyone's life has been hard. Our Lannister still has at least 2 strong men, a healthy daughter and 3 living direct descendants. We have every right to sympathize with the others. You can still find happiness by comparing how miserable you are after the extermination of your family. Very good. Dany praised in all seriousness. Reality is like this. Whether or not I find some fun, what difference will the result make? It's better to live a happier life. In any case, I have a clear conscience and have already done my best for Lannister. At this point, Tyrion sighed deeply. Alas, this is the cruel rule of the game of power. If there are winners, there will be losers. There will inevitably be irreconcilable hatred between the losers and the winners, and in the end, no one can escape unscathed. Speaking of which, of the once incomparably glorious 9 great families in the Westeros, only Dornmartel remains intact. As expected, doing nothing is actually not wrong. Dany was no longer in the mood to talk nonsense with the dwarf. She began to ask him to leave and said, "Okay, it's getting late. You should go back to sleep." Tomorrow morning you still have a long journey of more than 100 kilometers. Well, Tyrion hesitated for a moment and said shyly, "Can you also move my tent into the hall?" "For what?" Dany was puzzled. "This is Tarbeck Hall. It's closer to you and safer." He said awkwardly, "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Dany looked at him as if she was looking at a lunatic. "Why don't you understand?" The dwarf shouted. "I'm Lannister and this is Tarbeck Hall. Back then my father was here where we are sitting now. He massacred hundreds of the Tarbeck family's master and servants. Not even chickens and dogs were spared. Even the 6-year-old child was drowned in the well. Now that I'm here, how can the undead not seek revenge on me?" As if he was worried that Dany would laugh at him for being suspicious, the dwarf explained, "In the western region many people have heard the whimpers of the undead here. Tarbeck's wind and Castamer's rain are all the wails of the undead. There are even travelers passing by who see the traces of the undead at night. When you meet the undead, just tell them that your own father made Tywin's father a cuckold, and you killed him with your own hands. The undead can't wait to love you." Dany said lightly, "There are really undead?" The dwarf was shocked. Dany was too lazy to pay attention to him. She just waved her hand to chase him away. After the dwarf left, she took out the glass candle and began to contact King Kong in the distance. Chapter 903. Inside King Kong's giant cave. "What, you've been sleeping in the cave for the past year, hibernating? You didn't find a single evil god?" The Dragon Queen was extremely angry. With a flip of her wrist, she took out the little King Kong's soul fragment, that was stored in the space of faith. Like squeezing a pressure ball, she squeezed King Kong, who was lying on the ground and kowtowing, until he rolled back and forth, crying out in pain. The barbarians outside the cave heard the noise and were shocked and scared. They stretched their necks to look inside. After King Kong cried for a quarter of an hour, Dany put away King Kong. She was still angry and her tone was very unfriendly. "I don't care if it's dark or not, I don't care how cold it is outside, and I don't care where you find food. But now, immediately, get out of this cave. I'll give you a month. If you can't find 2 evil gods in a month, I'll eat you." King Kong lay on the ground and panted. When he heard the news from the spiritual projection, 2 drops of tears came out of his golden eyes. "You still dare to pretend to be pitiful?" Dany didn't sympathize with him. Instead, she got even angrier. "Before the sun goes out, you have at least half a year. If you're willing to work hard, you can help me find 8 or 10 evil gods. Now that you're sleeping in the cave, I won't force you. Instead, I'll give you benefits. Now you've harmed yourself by being lazy and you've also harmed me. I've been using you as an important trump card. I'm waiting for you to secretly find evil gods in the Sasros continent so that I can farm in a low-key way. In the end, you used the precious farming time to sleep and cry. If I knew it would be like this, I would have subdued that bat demon and let him eat you. Danny wasn't speaking out of anger. If she knew King Kong was so sneaky, she would have changed him. The bat demon looked ugly, but he had many descendants. Countless vampire bats spread out, and the efficiency of finding evil gods was much higher than King Kong. Roar, roar! King Kong rolled over and sat up. Facing the little one Danny, he slapped his forehead hard. You've been cultivating and didn't sleep? Danny was startled. Her spiritual projection teleported and came to King Kong's forehead. She pointed at it. Then she was shocked. That bastard King Kong actually had divinity. However, he was still not a demigod. That's strange. You're not a demigod. How can you nurture so much Song of Power's divinity? Danny was puzzled. Vajra was like a piece of fertile land. Planting a divinity of Vajra's Song of Power, in spring, and reaping 10 divinities in the coming year. In addition to the skyrocketing divinity, the Song of Power runes in King Kong's body had also doubled. It was more complex and complete than before. After recording the runes of the Vajra Song of Power version 2.0, Danny's expression softened a little. She said, "Tell me the truth. Is it because of the special environment of this cave that you can grow divinity by sleeping? Or are you practicing some secret technique that I can't detect? Or did you get something strange?" King Kong stood up from its cross-legged sitting position and jumped up and down on the stone slab where it slept. Roughly looking at it, it was an ordinary stone floor close to the stone wall. Because King Kong often rested on it, it was smoother and tidier than other places. When Danny projected her image over, she saw King Kong snoring on the ground. After jumping in the cave for a while, King Kong waved at Danny and strode out. After passing through a long giant tunnel, King Kong and Danny arrived at the outer cave. It was the spacious cave where Danny had discovered the ruins of the temple. At this time, the temple had been renovated. Beside the stream there were 40 to 50 thatched cottages. Danny saw a group of somewhat familiar striped barbarians. At least, she still remembered the old priest who danced naked to her and offered her a living human arm as a blood sacrifice. There were old and young men and women. There were more than 300 of them. When King Kong walked out, they were kneeling in front of the temple and praying. It was the same old priest who was dancing beside the fire. Danny did not understand at first. However, as she appeared and was seen by the pig-nosed striped barbarians, the power of faith surged toward her. She was now an expert in manipulating the power of faith. She immediately noticed that the striped barbarians' power of faith was just ordinary energy to her, but it was slowly increasing King Kong's divinity. What's the principle behind this? Danny was puzzled. Ho 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 ho. The old priest looked at King Kong fervently and grinned, shouting words full of primitive power. The striped barbarians around him were also full of fanaticism. They looked at King Kong and surrounded him, jumping and shouting the same words. Danny did not understand the striped language, but she could roughly sense the meaning of the words. The God of Power. They called King Kong the God of Power. Ho 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 ho. King Kong excitedly stomped his feet and got into a horse stance. He beat his chest with his fists that were as big as a locomotive. Dong 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 dong. The spacious cave that could be used as a hangar trembled slightly. After that, the old priest gestured and explained to Danny what had happened in the past year. When they were first captured by King Kong, there were only 100 of them. King Kong killed the striped barbarians who originally believed in bats to make room for them. Naturally, there was no great ethnic integration. However, the place was dead, but the people were alive. Among the dozens of people who were captured, many of the striped barbarians' family and friends stayed in the original mountaintop village. Some of them secretly ran back and brought the whole village. The entire village originally had thousands of people, but hundreds were killed by King Kong. After a long journey, only about 200 people successfully entered this paradise. Later, the old priest found an abandoned temple outside the cave. He was knowledgeable and immediately understood that the deity that the temple used to worship was King Kong. After finding the sacrificial words of King Kong on an old slate, Danny had also seen the slate. She thought it was just scribbles and did not expect it to be words at all. The old priest, who was originally an extraordinaire, immediately changed his profession to the chief bishop of the King Kong sect. After carefully listening to the old priest recite the King Kong Sutra, Danny looked at King Kong and said, "Your ancestors must have been great. They might have been a true god." King Kong grinned and started to laugh. However, Danny then shook her head and said, "It's a pity that your descendants are unfilial, lazy, incompetent, and unambitious. They can only eat and wait for death." In the end, King Kong left the warm and comfortable cave and walked alone in the dark and cold forest, looking for traces of evil gods for the Dragon Queen. However, Danny also gave him a great benefit, the warrior's sword. It was the passive divine spell that she gave to Rando Tully. After helping Blackie activate the divine title of warrior, Danny and the big black dragon entered the warrior state and could obtain the combat experience of all the devout swordsmen in Westeros for thousands of years. By comprehending the swordsmanship of countless swordsmen, the swordsman Danny was promoted to the sword god and understood the divinity of the sword god. Now, she turned the warrior's experience into divine spells of different levels. Even the lowest level warrior's sword could only be obtained by high-ranking priests. Now, King Kong obtained the highest level warrior's sword. One day in the future, King Kong might carry an iron rod and guard the door of the Seven Gods' temple like a dog. Or he might carry a giant iron sword and walk alone on the earth, slaying demons for the Seven Gods. The surrounding forest was as short as the grass under the feet of mortals. With a swing of the sword, mountains and rivers would be split. After King Kong did not get the whereabouts of the evil gods, Danny turned her attention to her old friend Kueishi. "What have you been up to recently?" Danny looked around and asked curiously. Kueishi no longer lived in the underground palace. Her house was now a two-story building. The main structure was made of wood and the furnishings were simple. There was a bed and a desk. Kueishi still wore the red wooden mask and a robe that was as dark as the night. When Danny came over, she was reading a book by the light of a candle. There was a stove burning with dark red charcoal beside her. The sky outside the building was dark. There was the sound of waves and the market. It seemed to be a hotel by the sea in Edu. Kueishi looked at Danny and said, "This is Edu, the capital of the Bo family in the Azure dynasty. It is also the largest port in the Jade Sea. If the sun is not extinguished, one can see the emperor's 9-layered palace from the balcony. It is even bigger than the King's Landing city." Danny turned to the northeast and smiled. "I can feel the aura of the Seven Gods' temple. The faith is so weak. It is difficult to send down a miracle. Be content. Many evil gods' churches dream of walking on the stage but can't. They can only secretly recruit believers." Kueishi said and then exclaimed, "Your strength is growing so fast. I can no longer see your figure in the river of fate, nor can I hear your name. The end of the era, the beginning of the era of great battles. It is the best time for us to stand out and fight for fate. Yet you cower in Edu and don't fight for it. Of course your progress is slow." Kueishi said disapprovingly, "When the era changes, other than the children of the era, everyone else is cannon fodder. I still want to live to the next era. If I lose my life, what's the use of advancing bravely?" "Follow me and you will not be in danger," Danny said confidently. Kueishi's tone became very strange. "You've been in the limelight recently. Even Asha from the Shadowland, the focus of the wizards and the God of Darkness discussion is you. Everyone is talking about how to kill you." "So I have the same feeling now." Danny did not jump up and down in excitement. Instead, she acted as if she already knew. "When I was plotting against the evil god was aware of it. Now, I can almost feel the malice of others towards me. That was why when Pale Moon Chunu came to find her last time, she was not excited at all. Instead, she felt uneasy and left the Bay of Sorrow immediately." "What is the motive for those demons to attack me?" Danny asked curiously. "The main reason is that many gods have prophesied the long night of the gods. You are to the gods just like the king of the deviant ghosts is to humans. Is there a need to be so exaggerated?" Danny smiled bitterly. "I am busy fighting the deviant ghosts every day. How can I have the time to do something like the long night of the gods?" Kueishi shrugged and said calmly, "They also want to know why you can't tolerate them. Have they found a way to deal with me?" Danny asked again. "More or less." "What way?" Danny was surprised. "Gather more people and attack together." After a pause, Kueishi explained, "To deal with you they can't use the tactic of adding fuel to the fire. They can't let themselves become a stepping stone on your path of growth. They should contact all the gods and sorcerers in the world who are hostile to you, and then try to recruit gods and sorcerers who are willing to attack you. gather all the forces and take you down in one wave. Isn't the enemy too smart? Danny looked troubled. If all of them play like this, how can the children of the era grow? There is no other way. There is an example. Chapter 904. Actually, those evil gods all think of you as the second Balerion. Kueishi sighed. Are you talking about the sheep egg? Danny asked. We are used to calling him Balerion, Kueishi explained. You are not the first child of the human era. Balerion from 6,000 years ago was your predecessor. At his peak, Balerion was too powerful. The saying, Great Wizard Valeglia is invincible, started from him. The invincibility here is not limited to transcendence, wizards, and demigods. Even true gods are no match for him. At least 2 true gods have been defeated by him. After a pause, Kueishi looked at Danny seriously and said with uncertainty, I suspect that you can challenge some weaker true gods now. It is difficult for true gods to use all their power in the material world, but you and Balerion do not have this limitation. I am far from it. I am just a new demigod. I can't even defeat a veteran demigod. How can I challenge a true god? Danny waved her hand to deny it and changed the topic. Other than Mother Lone and Lalo, who else was defeated by the sheep egg? Kueishi looked at her deeply and said, There are also the dark demigods from the dark lands of the Far East. Many of them have existed since the birth of the world. They are as strong as true gods, but they still suffered a great loss in the hands of Balerion. Even if you are not hostile to the demigods, they will not watch you go down the same path as Balerion, not to mention that you want to kill them. Danny put on a straight face and refuted seriously, Don't talk nonsense. The conflict between me and the gods has been resolved. Those rumors about me being Twilight of the Gods and Long Night of the Gods are all slander by my enemies. Just like you said, some demigods do not want to see me rise, so they deliberately spread rumors to sow discord between me and the other gods. They want to kill with a borrowed knife. Only the most stupid gods will fall for it and be used as a knife. Kueishi was startled. She seemed to have understood something. Her eyes flashed with admiration as she nodded and said, That's right. Some evil gods are slandering you. Tell me which evil gods are slandering me? If I go and kill them, will the other gods be disgusted with me? Danny tactfully stated the purpose of this trip. Kueishi understood what she was implying. I want to kill a few evil gods. Tell me which evil gods would not provoke the other evil gods. After thinking it through, the corner of her mouth started to twitch. How dare you say that you don't know how to direct the Long Night of the Gods? Now, for no reason at all and the situation is tense, you want to kill a few evil gods. Good heavens, one is not enough, you want a few. When the long night is over, when your strength skyrockets, and when you are so bored that your balls hurt, you will most likely start the Long Night of the Gods. Of course, Kueishi was no fool. She could guess that Danny's benefits from killing the evil god must be in the form of an increase in power. There is only one Korhole Black Goat. Everyone in the Transcendent Realm knows about the conflict between you and him. He must be one of the gods who spread rumors about you. Kueishi also tactfully warned Danny. Now many evil gods are staring at you. Stay calm. Don't let yourself become the enemy of all. Danny frowned and thought for a while. She asked, Have you sealed the evil god in the underground palace of the Thunder Island? Do you want me to help you to convert him? Kueishi was shocked. She stared at her with her eyes wide open. I think we can try, Danny said. Kueishi frowned and thought for a while. She said, No one knows the background of the demon in the underground palace. But we can be sure that he is not inferior to a true god. This time Danny was also shocked. How can you be sure? Can a true god be sealed by an ordinary transcendent? Am I very ordinary? Kueishi was displeased. Danny immediately said sincerely, Sorry, you are not ordinary. You are the young generation of the East. Okay. Kueishi quickly interrupted her. She raised her hand as if she was surrendering. I am just an ordinary shadow-binding knight. But I only sealed his breath so that the evil god's whisper will not affect the Thunder Island Queen. Then she said, Think about it. Just a breath is so powerful that it can affect half of the Thunder Island. How terrifying is his true power? So I forget it. Danny was about to leave when a thought suddenly came to her mind. What's the situation in the barbarian land now? She asked. Kueishi sighed bitterly and said, Just as we guessed before, the the Azure dynasty that originally had 100 years of national fate was destroyed after the Long Night Fall. Except for the barbarian land and the few counties nearby that had the Grey Plague, the warlords all announced that the emperor is tyrannical and the Long Night Fall. Obviously, they want to blame the disappearance of the sun on the imperial court. This is also the reason why the Azure Bow family supports the Seven Gods Church. Because a long time ago, the Seven Gods Church has been spreading the news that the Long Night Fall is coming. The Seven Gods Church can prove that the Long Night Fall has nothing to do with the Azure dynasty. The Seven Gods Church had a great reputation during the Great Plague. They all believe that the Seven Gods Church is a proper god. A proper god? Danny was dissatisfied. Isn't this evaluation too low? At least there should be justice and mercy, two labels of the god of justice. It's already very good. You should know that no matter what cult it is, it will always do some good things to attract believers. Just like a scumbag, no matter how scumbag he is, he will always be gentle and considerate at the beginning, like the most perfect lover. Danny's expression was strange. Are you saying this because of your feelings? You think the shadow binding knights will use complaints to deal with scumbags? Koichi said calmly. Danny shrugged and returned to the original topic. You said that the evil gods of the barren land are everywhere, and the people have no way to make a living? Koichi nodded and said, unlike you Westeros, the barren land is a place where supernatural forces are active. Many evil gods have established their churches here. When the world is in chaos, evil cults are born. When the people have no way to make a living, the need for faith is at its peak. Any god, evil god, righteous god, or demon, as long as it can bring hope to the people, even if it's an illusory hope, as long as it can numb the suffering of the people, they will offer all of their faith. Before this, the barren land was at the end of the dynasty. Hundreds and thousands of warlords rose up, and each warlord had a supernatural force behind them. When the Long Night Fall, the evil gods, demons, and sorcerers who were hiding in the dark all came out. It's not an exaggeration to say that the barren land is full of demons, humans, gods, demons, and evil living together. This is also why I came back to the barren land. My hometown, family, and friends are all here. Koichi sighed tiredly. That's great. Danny was overjoyed. Koichi, looking at the shadow-binding knight who suddenly stiffened like a wooden statue, Danny quickly explained, I mean, the people of the barren land are suffering too much. The Church of the Seven Gods can't just sit back and watch the evil gods wreak havoc. It's time for the Church's armed forces to come into play. Your church has no armed forces, and the Bow family can't even protect their ancestral land. How can they have extra forces to send to the church? Koichi said calmly. That's a problem? Danny hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, Koichi, you see, we have the same goal. We're both working for the welfare of the people, for the peace of the society, for the return of the barren land to peace. I think you should have a side job. Side job? Being an alchemist is my side job. You've even used my potions before, Koichi said. No, being an alchemist is your protective spell. I don't need a protective spell. Koichi emphasized stiffly. Where do you get your daily expenses from? Danny was unconcerned. I have my family's property and gifts from the nobles, Koichi said. All right. Danny did not want to argue with her. She only suggested, I think in addition to being a shadow-binding knight, you should also take on the role of a high priestess and find a powerful god to support you. Take Melisandre, the witch queen of Yashai, for example. She's your role model. Koichi asked with a slightly sarcastic tone, You want me to be a priest of the seven gods and help you manage the affairs of the barren land? The best of both worlds, Danny said. Unfortunately, I can't believe in you after seeing your face and eyebrows. Koichi shook her head. What's wrong with my face? Danny asked as she touched her face. The premise of belief is reverence, followed by worship. I can't do it. Danny thought for a moment and said, Do you remember Tyrion? The dwarf who got the grayscale disease. How can I not remember? Koichi gritted her teeth. I heard he's your illegitimate brother? Does that mean he also has the king's blood? What do you want to do? Danny was confused. After he knew the truth about the seven gods, he still used the Seven Stars Bible to restore his belief. I think you can learn from him and start with the teachings. In the end, the power, dignity, and holiness of the gods are all for the sake of spreading the teachings. The foundation of a religion is still the teachings. I think you can send a dwarf to manage the affairs of the church, Koichi said. Danny fell into deep thought. Belief could not be forced. Since Koichi was unwilling to believe in her, She could only choose a smart and powerful person to manage the affairs of the barren land. After all, she only needed demon hunters to slay demons for her. Developing belief was not that important. According to the sacred oath, the Bo dynasty and the 10 most powerful families of the barren land will arrange for their heirs to hide at Slave Bay during the long night. Then they will help me develop the Church of the Seven Gods. Where are their heirs now? Danny asked. Kuei said, they should be arriving at Furious Howl City by now. The former city of the Red Jade Warrior, the one where father cut off Danny's messenger. After that, they should take the land route and cross the Dothraki Sea to Meereen. Furious Howl City was on the edge of the Jade Sea. Like the barren land, it was one of the cities around the Jade Sea. Danny walked back and forth in the room a few times. She stopped and said in a low voice, "Go tell Bo Cheng, Bo Tian, Bo Tu, or any other leader of the Bo dynasty that no matter what, they must send 1,000 elite knights to protect the Church of the Barren Land. Also, let them establish the Church of the Seven Gods as the national religion and appoint the Archbishop of the Barren Land as the national guardian." Kuei was shocked and hesitated. What's there to be pretentious about? Without me, the Bo dynasty will be finished. With my help, even if the heir of the Bo dynasty is a pig, he will still be able to sit on the throne. Danny's voice was faint, but her aura was somewhat oppressive. Kuei sighed heavily. Just based on this sentence, the Bo dynasty will agree to your request no matter what. But have you ever thought about how much the national religion and the national advisor are hated? There are so many evil god sects in the barren land, but none of them became the national religion. Even the Necromancer Association, with tens of thousands of years of history, only maintains a detached status and does not easily participate in political changes. How can we develop and grow if we don't incur the jealousy of others? Danny laughed happily, but her eyes were strange. Chapter 905. After ending the long-distance video call with Kuei, Danny immediately asked the centaur maid to call the dwarf. She found that the dwarf's tent was in the corridor outside the hall. He had already taken off his armor and was sleeping in his sleeping bag. "I didn't enter the hall," the dwarf said embarrassedly. "You're an extraordinary and a blood magic wizard. Aren't you ashamed to be afraid of the undead?" Danny said disdainfully. "You're not from the West. Old Nan didn't tell you the story of Castme and Tabek's undead. Every time I did something bad, Old Nan said to let Tabek's undead take me away. Think about it, are the people of the north afraid of deviant ghosts and strange creatures?" Danny was stunned. The dwarf's words seemed to make sense. She then changed the topic and said seriously, "Tyrion, your chance to realize the value of life has come. The seven gods have an important mission for you." Tyrion yawned and complained impatiently, "Just say it. What do you want me to do? Don't play with these fancy things." Danny glared at him and said, "The evil gods of the barbarian lands are wreaking havoc. I want you to go there and be the chief bishop. At the same time, you'll also be the guardian of the barbarian lands. If necessary, you might even be able to become the prime minister of the barbarian lands. With so many positions, you're almost like the emperor of the barbarian lands. As long as you keep your second brother under control and don't stay overnight in King Orden's harem, you can enter the court without any rush, worship without any fame, or have a sword in your hand." What? Tyrion's sleepy mind was startled away. Danny first explained the situation of the barbarian lands before saying, "When you go to the barbarian lands, you don't need to spread the teachings of the seven gods. Just use the axe in your hand and your superior fire magic to solve the problems of the barbarian lands." "What?" Tyrion asked blankly. "Why me? You're Targaryen's super illegitimate son. In the barbarian lands you're like a lord. Those corrupt ministers and fatuous rulers rely on Targaryen to protect their bloodline, identity, and status. Besides, you're smart enough to have the highest chance of survival in a complicated environment like the barren land." Danny comforted him gently. "Highest survival rate?" The dwarf's mouth twitched. "Why do you always think of me first every time there's a life-threatening mission? Why are you always unwilling to help me solve my problems?" Danny asked. "I can't go to the barren land. The Lannister clan has been exterminated, and the western region has fallen. What will happen to this place if I leave?" Tyrion shook his head. "Call Jaime over. He's been resting for half a month and should be fully recovered. He's the Duke of Casterly Rock, the shield of Lannister Harbor and the guardian of the West. You're just a dispensable acting mayor of Casterly Rock City," Danny said bluntly. Only by going to the barbarian land can you realize your dream of ruling the world. I'm not trying to compete with Jamie, but the western region is my hometown. If I can't even protect my hometown, how can I protect the people of the barbarians? Damn it, are the barbarians all 16 years old? I only have feelings for young, sexy, and flirtatious women. The others are no different from pigs and sheep. I don't care how many die. The dwarf waved his arms and complained loudly. Danny stared at him for a while before sighing. You're hopeless. You can't escape from the 7 hells. I'd rather go to the 7 hells than let myself be wronged. After expressing his determination once again, the dwarf softened his tone and said sincerely, if you really want to develop the barbarian land, you should arrange for true believers of the 7 gods to go there. For example, my cousin Lancel or St. Matthew. They're not as smart as you. You have a special destiny, the destiny of a cockroach. You're just like a cockroach. You can easily adapt to all kinds of dangerous and complicated environments, and can even turn disadvantages into advantages. For example, you were captured by Caitlin, but seduced her attendant, Braun was Caitlin's follower at the time, and subdued the mountain clan. For example, the situation at King's Landing was so bad, but you defeated Stannis at the Blackwater River. Are you going to praise me? Tyrion rolled his eyes. But I really can't do it this time. If it wasn't for the long night, if the western region wasn't in such a dangerous situation, it wouldn't be a problem to help you go to barbarian land. But now, how can I be at ease with the affairs of the Westeros? I'll tell you the truth. Crisis is opportunity. I chose you, not only because you're smart but also because of a more important reason. Don't let the goodies flow into the family. Danny said meaningfully. What kind of goodies? Tyrion asked curiously. The chance to become a god. Danny said mysteriously. Tyrion smiled cleverly. You can give this chance to others. I don't want it. You want to fool me? No way. Danny was about to mock him, but suddenly her expression changed. She waved her hand to drive him away and said, don't regret it in the future. Go back to sleep. When the dwarf left while muttering, Danny's figure blurred and instantly disappeared from the tent. It was the soul of the black dragon entering her body. When Danny turned into a stranger, she used the teleportation technique. The distance wasn't far, only 10 kilometers. She was like a gray shadow, flashing 3 times in a row and arriving at a coastal castle 30 kilometers away. You're really bold, coming to my territory to steal my people. Even Lalo wouldn't dare to be so reckless. In the world of death, the stranger Danny floated 50 meters above the city wall, looking down at the flirtatious woman below. Well, a woman dressed in an unusually flirtatious and sexy way, with long silver hair and a small oval face. Her charming heterochromatic eyes were like 2 stars on her delicate face, shining brightly. Her curvaceous body was only covered with a pink gauze dress, exuding a kind of extremely seductive charm. Perfect face, perfect figure, perfect temperament of a flirtatious woman. Danny only took a glance, and a fire began to rise in her heart, the primitive fire of desire. Pain and pleasure, dryness and dampness. That woman was like a star of sex and love. Anyone who was illuminated by her radiance, even if they were blind, would fall into the most primitive human desire. She was a goddess of lust. Hello, Danny Leasy. The goddess of heterochromatic eyes didn't panic because of a guilty conscience. Instead, she was natural and unrestrained, smiling and greeting Danny. Unexpectedly, her voice was soft and sweet, without a trace of seduction. I'm very good, but you'll be very bad soon. Danny narrowed her eyes and said coldly. Don't misunderstand, I didn't break the rules. The goddess of heterochromatic eyes showed a doting smile on her autumn moon-like face, the way a senior looked at a junior, that made Danny very unhappy. Then she raised her right hand and the red sand slid down, revealing a few lifeless human heads between her white wrist and her budding fingers. It was like pinching a few carrot-sized soldier toys. There were men and women. The older ones were in their 40s while the younger ones were only in their teens. Between their eyebrows there were still some similarities. They should be from the same family or close relatives. Each soul had a pink thread of faith wrapped around it, tied to the goddess's pale finger. This meant that they were her believers or they had borrowed her power. Danny lowered her head and looked at the castle below. It was like an isolated ruin on a cliff by the sea. The walls and houses gave off a sense of disrepair. However, the castle occupied a large area, and the layout of the buildings in the city was grand. Thinking back to the past, this place must have been very glorious. In fact, the history of Cliff City in Westeros was as old as Lannister and Stark. The castle had been built during the time of the ancestors. Even many buildings in Winterfell had collapsed due to the erosion of time. The fact that Cliff City was able to maintain its structure until now was a miracle in architecture. Yes, many castles in Westeros were miracles on Earth. 8,000 years of history. Since she recognized where this place was, Dany also guessed the identity of the souls in the goddess' hands. She even vaguely knew what had happened tonight. They have atonement scrolls. Dany's expression couldn't be seen clearly under the shadow of the hood, but her voice was cold, causing the relaxed smile on the goddess' lips to wither. The process of her smile disappearing was like the most delicate and beautiful rose withering in front of one's eyes. It made one feel pity and heartache, and one was willing to pay any price to stop this process. Dany couldn't stand it anymore. Goosebumps crawled up her arms. The Holy Mother of God's palm was stirring. "They are my believers," the goddess emphasized. "They used to be, but they stopped when they put on the atonement scrolls," Dany said. After a moment of silence, the goddess' starry eyes flashed. She said, "They are not only my believers, but they have also borrowed my divine power. In fact, their families have been believers of my religion for hundreds of years. This isn't the first time I've come to Westeros to receive the souls of my believers. They could before, but not now." Dany was just looking for King Kong and Kueishi to have a meal with the evil gods. Now there was a rabbit bumping into a wooden stake. How could she let it go? "As everyone knows, Westeros is now my territory and the rules are set by me. According to my rules, you only have two paths left. Enter the Great Holy Church and pray to the goddess for 500 years of atonement, or let me kill you with one slap." The goddess on the other side obviously didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so unreasonable. Her red lips parted slightly and she was stunned. "Why are you like this?" the beauty said bitterly. Dany raised her right palm. There was green wind and blazing fire in her palm. In the next moment she was going to kill this god's clone with one slap. The beautiful goddess turned pale. She hurriedly said, "Don't listen to me. I have permission to enter Westeros." "Who gave you permission?" Dany stopped and asked curiously. "Blynden, Three-Eyed Crow Blynden. Dany, I'm also a Targaryen. You and I are both descendants of Aegon IV, mediocre King Aegon." The goddess showed the same gentle gaze as when they first met. "Shit, you're Sherry Yangshin?" Looking at the blue and green eyes, Dany instantly thought of the famous noble illegitimate child. Aegon the mediocre king was Robert's king template. He had an uncountable number of illegitimate children. However, the children were valued by their mothers. Only those with noble mothers could become noble illegitimate children. For example, Daemon Blackfyre. His mother was Diana Targaryen, the elder sister of Saint Bael. At that time, there were 6 illegitimate children who were granted the right to inherit. There were 3 sons and 3 daughters. Sherry Yangshin was the youngest among them. Dany asked curiously, "What's your current state? Are you a clone of the goddess of lust, or are you the goddess of lust? Or are you reincarnated into the Targaryen royal family as the goddess of lust?" Chapter 906. Dany was not surprised to discover that Sherera Yangshin was a powerful extraordinaire. As the princess of the number 1 family in the Westeros, Shira's secret was difficult to hide. She had never thought of hiding it. Just like her mother, Serena, it was impossible for her to hide her identity and background. Otherwise, why would the nobles of the 7 kingdoms acknowledge Shira's identity as a noble illegitimate child? The reason why the Three-Eyed Crow Blynden was able to become a noble illegitimate child was because his mother's family, the Blackwood family, was one of the oldest nobles in Hedgian. They had a history of almost 8,000 years. The reason why Sherera was able to stand side by side with Blynden and Daemon Blackfyre was because her mother, Serena, came from an ancient Valeglia family. More directly, Shira's ancestors came from a branch of the 14th Fire Peak family. Other than Bravos, the ruling class of the other 8 of the 9 free trading city-states were all descendants of the 14 Fire Peak family branches and the conquered royals. If Empress Dany were to rule the world in the future, how would she rule over such a vast territory? With her second son. She would use the second son of her grandsons. She would send her grandsons one by one to the major cities and marry the most powerful native in the area. Her grandsons would be the king, and the daughter of the most powerful native would be the queen. The descendants that were produced in this way would have the bloodline of both of them. Wasn't that the marriage contract between the Bu family and Danny? Sherera Yangshin came from such a background. However, after the great calamity of Valeglia, the political situation of the various cities changed drastically. The trading princes gradually gained more political power. For example, Illyrio, a gangster, became the Prince of Pentos. For example, in Kars, the 13 princes had more power than the Kars royalty. In the end, in a city where commerce was the most important, only the rich could be the boss. Of course, the rulers of the free cities were still the rich and noble descendants of Valeglia. Illyrio was able to become a prince because his first wife came from a noble family. The process of the Dragon Queen fighting for supremacy could actually be seen as the infighting of the descendants of Valeglia in the post-Valeglia era. The upper echelons of the alliance all had high Valeglia bloodline. Since even Lissalina's genealogy was known, her age could not be hidden from the Westeros higher-ups. She was the 9th and last mistress of the mediocre King Aegon. At the same time, she was also the most beautiful of his 9 mistresses. She was as sweet as a young girl in spring, so she won the title of Sweet Serena. But her real age was old enough to be Aegon's grandmother. There were even more exaggerated rumors that Serena was born before the cataclysm of Valeglia, but old Ymont denied it, saying that she was not that old. Even so, the mediocre King Aegon at that time was already over 50 years old. Serena was not a teenage granny in modern TikTok who relied on Asian sorcery to maintain her appearance. She was truly as delicate as a young girl. Just like Aunt May, who was still enchanting even though she was hundreds of years old. Black magic. The upper echelons of the King's Landing knew that Serena was a sorcerer. Even the mediocre king himself knew that his lover was a fresh and tender onion, but her appearance was too righteous. After that, Serena died in childbirth, and Sheila Yangshin inherited a secret library from her mother's inheritance. It was not a secret book but a library. Old Ymont once regretfully told Dany that even though the prodigal Saint Bailey had burned many forbidden books, ancient books that involved supernatural knowledge, the royal library still had a lot of useful stuff. After all, Targaryen's 6,000 years of collection could not be destroyed by a single prodigal. As a matter of fact, the second prodigal came. Aegon the mediocre king let Serena choose whatever she wanted, and Serena really did choose whatever she wanted. After that, the third prodigal, Blynden, appeared. He actually allowed his lover's sister, Sheila, to take her mother's dowry and her father's gift away from the King's Landing. Naturally, Sheila Yangshin inherited her mother's black magic. Previously, Dany still doubted the accuracy of the rumors. After all, at that time, the Megalosaurus had been wiped out by the City of Knowledge, and the world had entered a period of decline. But looking at the seductive goddess Sheila now, Dany knew that the rumors were true. Sheila and her mother were both black sorcerers because they had the backing of the gods. Or rather, they were gods in the first place. In response to Dany's question, Sheila hesitated and said, "I'm His Majesty's spirit servant." Spirit servant? Sheila thought for a while and said, "Just like your angel, Saint Matthew, and I are in a similar situation. But I didn't become a spirit servant through pure faith. Besides being a priest of the Church of Lust, I'm also a powerful sorcerer. Similar to Melisandre, she must be Lalo's spirit servant after she died." Dany asked again, "Who is the god you believe in?" Like many of the native gods of the free cities, the goddess of lust was only known to the world, but her name was not spread. "I can't say," Sheila shook her head and said with a pitiful expression. "His Majesty is the god of secrecy. His name cannot be known to anyone other than his followers." "Do you think you can still leave today?" Dany said lightly. "What do you mean?" Sheila shrank back and floated a distance away, vigilant. "The family is unfortunate." The Dragon Queen sighed and stomped her feet. She was like an old grandfather who had been respectable all his life. When he went to a nightclub with a group of old friends, he bumped into his granddaughter sitting on the stage. "As the current head of the Targaryen family, I can't allow my people to be prostitutes. Behavior that tarnishes the family's reputation must be prohibited. Those who commit immoral acts must be punished and reformed." At this moment, Dany was no longer a stranger. She had become Saint Dany and she was not alone. Sheila's uncle, Saint Baelor, was with her. When Sheila heard this, her face turned red with anger. "What right do you have to say that I'm tarnishing the Targaryen family's reputation?" Even before the cataclysm, in the capital of Valeglia, there was a tradition of noble girls serving as priestesses in the Garden of Lust. In Lust, everyone believed in the goddess of lust, just like in Westeros the 7 gods were the mainstream religion. My status in lust is as noble as Saint Baylor in Westeros. I am the glory of the Targaryens. She finally emphasized loudly. Fuck being fucked or being fucked this damned world. Unfortunately, you are the one being judged. Your honor is up to the presiding judge. Dany pointed to her chest with her finger. It is also up to me. Being a prostitute is a disgrace. And you are willing, which is the greatest disgrace of all disgraces, Dany, the presiding judge, judged. From the bottom of her heart, she was not opposed to Sheila's pursuit. When it came to sex, as long as one was open-minded and did not have the intention of finding an honest person to take over, it did not matter how the girl played. After all, life and youth were only once, and life and youth were also one's own. One's own happiness was defined by oneself, and other people's views were just a kind of social restraint. Besides, Sheila's generosity was not just for lust. She was mainly pursuing the great path, and her soul had even ascended to become an angel. But just like the Neon people used the excuse of missing soldiers to open the prelude to the invasion of Greater China, the Dragon Queen also needed an excuse to hunt. Tarnishing the family's reputation was at least more open than missing soldiers. I am now arresting you as the Targaryen matriarch. If you have any grievances, tell them to the Holy Mother. Without waiting for Sheila to recover from her shock and anger, Dany teleported behind her and slapped her on the head. In an instant, flames and wind blades enveloped her body. Shira's delicate face contorted in pain. Colorful stars appeared around her like a layer of rosy clouds. Those were the divinity and divine power that had been incinerated under the spiritual bestowment. Having lost her divinity and divine power, Sheila was like a prawn in a pot of hot oil. The video was rewound, and a large prawn slice quickly shrunk into a small and thin slice. In the blink of an eye, Sheila was like a rag doll in Dany's hand. The entire process was not more difficult than catching a hen. You destroyed my demigod cultivation. Sheila's voice was weak, but her heterochromatic eyes shone with an extremely venomous light. Having lost her divinity and demigod status, she was no longer as charming as before. Although she was still very beautiful, she looked more like a ghost than a goddess. Do you think we are playing house? Whether you are Sheila Yangxin or not, you dare to come to my territory and steal my believers. Don't even think about leaving alive today. And because you have a Targaryen father, you can still lie here and talk to me. Dany sneered. You are unreasonable, domineering, lawless, and unruly. Sheila was flustered and exasperated. Her nose was crooked. Dany looked at her strangely. If the Dragon King is not domineering, is he still the Dragon King? Compared to the great wizard Valeglia, what am I? Actually, I'm very curious. The news of me stealing the Red God believers from Lalo should have spread, right? I am such a domineering person, and the goddess of lust still dares to be unreasonable with me. Is she more unreasonable than Lalo? Even the true master of the Westeros, the three-eyed crow, did not object to my actions. What right do you have? Sheila felt wronged. Are you talking about Blynden? What is your relationship with him? Have you ever loved him? Dany asked curiously. Blynden? A hint of disappointment flashed in Sheila's eyes. She muttered, so what if I love him? When we are on the same road, we will stick to each other. When we reach the end of the road, we will go our separate ways. We will not change our paths for each other. You are free and easy. You can be said to be the representative of the new era's female self-awakening. Dany gave her a thumbs up and praised her. Then she shook her head and said, like you said, those who walk different paths cannot work together. The rules of the past are no longer applicable because the person who made the rules has changed. Blynden does not mind you joining the cult of lust. Well, he definitely does. No man is willing to live in the grasslands. No matter what happened in the past, you have made two mistakes now. First, you entered my divine territory and stole my believers. Even if they were believers of the goddess of lust, they would be my people if they wore the atonement scroll. Second, as a direct descendant of the Targaryens, you did not respect yourself and embarrassed the royal family. I will not kill you. I will punish you and send you to hell to reflect on your actions. This is not over. His Majesty will definitely not let you go. You have broken the rules. The gods will soon form the righteous alliance to suppress you, Sheila said coldly. Dany laughed. So it is the righteous alliance. Don't worry, Pale Moon Maiden is my spy. She will help me explain this matter and inform me of the alliance's movements. Sheila smiled sarcastically. Dany nodded and said, I know. On the surface she is my spy. In fact, she is a spy planted by the gods beside me. But that is all an illusion. Her true target of service is still me. Of course, in the eyes of the gods, her true target of loyalty is still them. That is what a spy is. Sheila was dumbfounded. Whose spy is Pale Moon Maiden? Chapter 907. Sharera Yangshin was not as strong as she thought she was. Like a crow that had been roasted by the Dragon Queen several times, she immediately answered every question. She even told Sharera the color of the underwear of the god she believed in. First of all, the goddess of lust was called Murthia. She was in charge of youth, beauty, and sex. She never wore underwear. As for power, like many god slogans in the teachings of the goddess of lust, Murthia created the sun and moon, the sky and the earth, and all the people and things that lived in them. To put it bluntly, the world was created by her alone. Danny had seen a lot of similar teachings. Some of the gods were not very strong, so they bragged to attract believers. Well, the Seven Stars Bible also bragged like this. The beginning of the book pointed out the power of the seven gods. Everything in the world was created by the seven gods, and the seven gods were the creators. Danny felt embarrassed when she read it, but this kind of classic on the front page could not be changed, so she could only continue to feel embarrassed. However, she did not dare to underestimate the goddess of lust. Danny had made a big mistake. She thought that the goddess of lust was different in each free trade city-state, just like the god of death was different in each region. According to Sharera, the goddess of lust in each city-state was indeed not the same god, but they were similar to her. They were all the spirits of the goddess Murthia, which was a demigod angel. It could be said that the goddess of lust was the main god of love, beauty, and youth, and the spirits were the gods of this god system. It was similar to the relationship between the mother goddess of the Lone River and the shrimp soldiers of the Lone River. After Tyrion refused to go to Barbarian Land to be the Grand Preceptor, Danny was ready to arrange for St. Matthew to go to the east to preach. But Danny's behavior was not a special case. In fact, other gods had already done so. For example, the goddess of lust had her spirits stationed in city-states with different ethnic groups and customs. Generally speaking, the goddess of lust would select believers from the local people, train them into spirits, and then guard the area for her. Sharera was not the highest-ranking spirit. She usually cultivated in Reese and served the main god. She was mainly responsible for collecting the souls of Westeros believers. Sharera had also thought of building a passion garden in Westeros, but Blindon's brain wasn't filled with water after all. What level was the goddess of the Procuress who controlled so many angels? Danny wasn't too sure. She was definitely not as strong as the mother goddess of the Lone River, because Shira's performance as an angel was so bad that she couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. Even if the goddess of lust was far stronger than Sharera, how much stronger could she be? It was a long story, but Danny didn't let her imagination run wild as she floated in the air. After dealing with Sharera in one move and asking a few questions, she stuffed Sharera and the Spathers family into the Fate Space, the opposite side of Heaven-Hell. Yep, the Spicer family was the other person responsible for the Red Wedding. They were spies that Tywin had placed beside Robb. Danny set her eyes on the rope that hung from the southeast corner of Crag City. It was midnight and the north wind was howling. The sky was dark and starless. The snow-covered ground outside the city was dark and empty. The 10-meter-tall walls of the city had several long lines of torches that crossed each other. Those were the patrols holding torches. The red light of the rosin torches reflected the breathing of the soldiers and also reflected the dark red light of the snow below the walls. Even though House Westerin didn't have the money to repair the walls, they didn't dare to not arrange for soldiers to be on guard at night when the western border was on the verge of falling. A squad of 10 soldiers had just passed by when a rope suddenly dropped from the battlements at the southeast corner. A short figure slid down the rope like an ape and landed on the snow in less than 10 seconds. Through the light reflected off the snow, one could vaguely make out that it was a girl in leather armor who looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. At the same time, a gray wolf the size of a calf silently crept out of the bushes and came to the short girl's side. It rubbed its head against her chest a few times. The short girl didn't care about the rope swaying in the wind and climbed onto the wolf's back. With a low growl, she quickly ran north. After running for a few hundred meters near the forest, the short girl climbed down from the wolf's back and rummaged through the snow for a while. She uncovered the thick layer of snow and dug out a sled the size of a recliner. Then the little man fixed the sledge behind the wolf, sat down on the sledge, covered himself with a huge sable coat, and began to run forward at a leisurely pace. The sled ran very fast. Danny snickered and rose into the air. Wind swirled around her and soon, a 10-meter-thick tornado pierced through the sky and chased after the dog. Awu, the giant wolf sensed danger and began to howl when the wind pillar was formed. But at that time the short girl was exhausted and sleeping. She was even snoring and didn't notice her companion's anxiousness. It was only after the wolf howled that the short girl woke up from her sleep. But it didn't matter whether she woke up or not. The tornado was faster than the wolf and was chasing after them. Who's controlling the tornado? The short girl turned around and loudly questioned the tornado. Actually, she already had a vague guess in her heart. After all, the legend of the Dragon Queen slaying ghosts in the wind had long been known in the western region. Even most of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms knew about it. Whoa! No one answered her, but the tornado's strange howl became even louder, as if it was roaring at her. The short girl was even more agile than Monkey. While the sled was still running at high speed, she jumped onto the back of the dire wolf and quickly untied the collar on its neck. Nymeria, let's run separately. After helping the dire wolf untie, she hugged her head and turned around, falling down from the wolf's back. The dire wolf didn't run away. It suddenly braked, its claws sliding 4 or 5 meters in the snow, causing snow to splash everywhere. Whoa! It turned its head, staring at the girl and howling. It wanted to get closer but didn't dare to disobey its master's orders. Run! The girl got up dizzily, but when she saw the dire wolf stop, she couldn't help but feel anxious and angry. None of you can escape. Suddenly, a dignified female voice came from the sky, spreading in all directions with the wind, as if it was the judgment of the gods. I surrender. The girl who was about to escape into the forest helplessly stopped and raised both her hands. What responded to her was a tornado of wind that was speeding towards her. Like a bent hair that fell into a toilet bowl, it was instantly sucked into the whirlpool and disappeared without a trace. Whoa! The dire wolf howled angrily and retreated, but it still couldn't run as fast as the wind. It was like a smelly sock being thrown into a washing machine. What are you doing? It's Arya and Nymeria. As expected, the people who wanted to fight for justice immediately came online. I'm not blind, Danny said unhappily. The tornado didn't stop, it just shrank in size and changed direction, moving towards Taybec at high speed. In the center of the tornado, Dragon Queen was leisurely looking at the girl and wolf spinning in circles, laughing happily. What are you doing? Why are you torturing her? Bran asked nervously. You don't know what Arya did? I'm afraid that even the tornado can't wash away the smell of blood on her. Danny's smile disappeared. I really didn't know before it happened, Bran said very cautiously. I know that she went a little overboard, but you know her situation. She lost her parents' education when she was very young, and was brainwashed by the Faceless. Then she cultivated your evil meditation technique. Now that it has happened, someone should take responsibility. The fact that she could do such a thing already proves that she is mentally mature. No matter how old she is, no matter what she has experienced before, it can't erase her crimes, Danny said firmly. After a long silence, Bran probed, how about you use the tornado to spin her a few times, then punish her to serve the army and atone for her crimes? Such a big case happened in the western region, do you think you can just brush it off casually? The families of the victims, the millions of casualties in the western region, and even the people of the 7 countries, don't you think you should give an explanation? Danny said lightly. You want her life? Bran exclaimed. Before you say that, you should first see how many lives she took. Danny sped up, and the tornado left the ground and flew in the air as fast as a galloping horse. Can't you make an exception? Bran's tone carried a trace of pleading. The matter has already become so big, I can't make an exception. Danny shook her head and said seriously, first it was Casterly Rock City and now it's Cliff City's turn. Even a fool knows who the murderer is. You want to hide it, but how? Today Stark is strong, he has the 3-eyed crow and the shapeshifter. The people of the western region are weak, so they can only pretend to be deaf and dumb, but Stark can't be strong forever. Without today's trial, there will be no end to the hatred, and the people and nobles of the western region won't forget the hatred of the destruction of their country. Use your brain that's about to turn to paste to think, 100 years later when the revenge from the western region comes, can your Stark bear it? Others might not know, but the dwarf must have guessed the murderer's identity long ago, but did he reveal a single thing? No. He didn't say anything. He pretended to be deaf and dumb, pretending not to know. As for the people of the western region, they weren't pigs, so they must have guessed, but they didn't say anything. The vicious words spoken were far less terrifying than the thoughts in one's heart. Today you can destroy someone's entire family, and tomorrow they can also kill your entire family. After a long time, when the Tarbek Hall was in sight, Bran sighed bitterly, "Your Majesty, I was wrong, you're right. The longer the hatred ferments, the stronger it is, and the more difficult it is to resolve." The sooner this matter is put to an end, the better it is for Stark. In the end, he reminded sorrowfully, "Your Majesty, Arya killed King Strange Ghost and made great contributions to the war against ghosts. The change in Casterly Rock City wasn't her intention. I will judge her fairly and in public. Stark can also participate." Arya was very sturdy. Even if she was sucked into the tornado, she still held on for half an hour, vomiting out everything in her stomach and intestines before she fainted. When she woke up in a daze, she found that her surroundings were dark, and she was in a narrow space. It seemed like she was in a thin wooden coffin. There were voices coming from the top of the coffin, and there was a rumbling sound under her body, as if it was moving quickly. Was the coffin placed on a carriage? She thought to herself and struggled for a while. Then she found that her hands and feet were bound by chains. The sound of the chains seemed to have attracted the attention of the people outside, and the conversation was silent for a moment. Then there was a loud and frightened shout. "The little wolf girl is awake, quickly, quickly go and inform Her Majesty, the bloodthirsty wolf demon is awake. The blood demon is struggling, she's going to escape." Another man's voice was hoarse from shouting. 7 layers of hell, the blood demon is so terrifying that she can even break free from steel chains? The surrounding people were in an uproar. Chapter 908. Bloodthirsty Wolf Demon, Blood Demon? Are they talking about me? Arya thought in a daze. Bang, bang, bang. She hit the wooden plank with her head and shouted, "Let me out, who's outside, let me out." Ah, the blood demon is roaring. The soldiers outside shouted. What followed was another round of turmoil and chaos. "Don't worry about her, our goal is to cause trouble." A man's voice came from afar. Then the shouting soldiers quieted down. Even after a few years, Arya could still recognize the man's voice. It was the imp. Then she estimated her current situation. The Dragon Queen was leading the Western Region Volunteer Regiment to hunt down deviant ghosts. Yesterday they were close to Cliff City. After she was caught, she was taken to the Volunteer Regiment's barracks. Where's Nymeria? She thought of her dire wolf. In the next moment, her soul left her body and entered a body full of vitality. The darkness and cramped space left her, and she came to a dark and cold vast snowfield. Nymeria was running on the snow. Now she was running too. There was a sleigh holster around her neck. She was pulling the sleigh. Arya looked back and happened to meet the Dragon Queen's eyes, which seemed to be smiling. Ooh, Arya was shocked. Her rhythmic steps became messy and the sleigh shook. Slap. A whip hit her back and she howled in pain. Subconsciously, she followed the instincts of a dire wolf and resumed her running pace. Arya was angry and afraid. She was afraid of the Dragon Queen for a long time. The first time they met by the Trident River was terrible. For a long time, the true dragon's roar that made her soul explode was her nightmare. Then she trained hard, hoping to use her increasing strength to dispel the shadow in her heart. She succeeded halfway. The burning of Bravos's wings of death left a second shadow in her heart. Then she came into contact with the extraordinary power, the Death Bible. She was reborn and nothing could scare her anymore. Dragon Queen's gentleness and amiability in Winterfell helped her recover from her trauma. However, during the storm last night, he had been tormented by the tornado for a few hours. He had fainted and woken up several times before fainting again. Arya swore that if one of the 7 hells was the Purgatory of Wind, she would have been punished there last night. As such, her fear of the Dragon Queen was once again revived. This shouldn't have happened. Arya had dominated the 2 continents for so many years, and even the famous school of Black and White had been fooled. Arya pretended to be brainwashed by a kind person, but in fact she maintained her nature through the wolf spirit. Well, that was her nature. Back then, when he first met Joffrey, he was only 9 years old, but he dared to slash Great Emperor Xiao with his sword and let a wolf bite off the Great Emperor's hand. Other people would feel uncomfortable the first time they killed someone, and they would need an elder to train their courage. For example, I'd often led Stark and the other brothers to watch Ice Sword slash Brainqua. When Arya killed someone for the first time, she was only 9 years old. No one had taught her how to kill, but she still took the initiative to kill. She was quick, ruthless, and accurate. Her sword pierced through the stable's underling's heart without any trauma. Behave, don't wander around. Dragon Queen wore silver blue armor and sat majestically on the sled. Her dark blue brocade cloak covered her body like a coat. She looked majestic. Arya was frustrated from running, but she was still scolded like a dog. She felt more and more resentful, so she deactivated her wolf spirit state. When she returned to the small coffin, Arya was still thinking. What was wrong with Nymeria? Why was she so obedient that she would pull the sled for an outsider? Then she thought of the Dragon Queen's methods and couldn't help but sigh for her companion. She also complained in her heart. Why didn't the Dragon Queen ride a dragon? Why did she torment her direwolf? If she asked Dany face to face, Dany would tell her, because riding a direwolf sled is more exciting. Arya. Suddenly, Bran's voice rang in her ears without any warning. Bran? Arya hurriedly asked, what does the Dragon Queen want to do? Where am I now? You are locked in a wooden box and placed on a sled bus. There are more than 100,000 ghouls gathered at the north coast of Calamity Bastion. The Dragon Queen is leading the Western Frontier volunteer group to rush there. Then Bran told her about the Dragon Queen's arrangement. Dany Rise is right. Hatred will only end after a fair trial. If we don't put you on trial, the Lannister will resent us. Lannister, a debt must be repaid. Even if we can get rid of the remaining 2 Lannister, the nobles and people of the Western Frontier aren't stupid. They will bury their hatred in their hearts and wait for the day when Stark becomes weak. Maybe in the future there will be no more Stark in the 7 Kingdoms. Hearing Bran's words, Arya's heart was calm. I'm not afraid of death. If you need someone to take responsibility, just kill me. Anyway, now that I have my revenge and you are safe, I have nothing to worry about. Maybe, you don't have to die. Bran wasn't sure but said firmly, we will all help you. You are not alone. I'm not afraid of death. Arya emphasized again, then complained, you can put me on trial or kill me, but why did Dany Rise call me Blood Demon? She didn't give you a nickname. Bran's tone became a little strange. In the early hours of this morning, the Dragon Queen carried you in the air and announced the trial to everyone. Everyone knows what you did in Casterly Rock City and Cliff City. Therefore the people of the Western Frontier hate you and fear you. They call you the world's #1 murderous demon king. They say you killed 5 million people of the Western Frontier. The blood of 5 million people is enough to dye the Sunset Sea red, so they call you Blood Demon. Because of the direwolf, Tyrion called you Blood Wolf Child in public, letting others know that you are a wolf spirit. Therefore the people of the Western Frontier call you Bloodthirsty Wolf Demon. In short, your name is now known throughout the Western Frontier and the 7 Kingdoms. Ordinary people fear you more than the strange Ghost King. In the future your deeds will also shock the world. Be prepared, be strong, and don't be defeated by those rumors. Bran said worriedly. Will I become the demon in Old Nan's story, like the rat chef, told by the bedside and fireside for thousands of years? Arya asked in a trembling voice. Bran was silent for a long time. Then he said softly, the future has nothing to do with us. Arya was about to cry. Bran, do you remember? When we were young, you said you wanted to be a white knight like Barristan, and I said I wanted to be a heroine like Nymeria, but I became a demon. I only wanted to kill Frey's family to avenge Robb, my mother, and the thousands of soldiers of the northern frontier. The fall of Casterly Rock City and the fall of the western frontier is not what I want. Although Arya was a blood child, she had awakened Stark's running wolf blood. Since she was young, she had a great dream of becoming a heroine. She was not afraid of sacrificing her life for revenge for her family, but she could not accept being treated as a demon like the rat chef for thousands of years. Alas, this is fate. Bran sighed. Then he became spirited again. He said earnestly, in a few days during the great trial, you must remember to defend yourself. If you put on an arrogant attitude of, I did it, come and kill me, others will not feel wronged. Instead, they will take the opportunity to vent their anger on you. From now on, in history books and dramas, there will be images of you slaughtering millions of people. If you explain things clearly in front of everyone and dispel the misunderstandings people have about you, they might not call you bloodthirsty anymore. Might? Arya raised her voice. Bran said helplessly, even if you clear your name of murdering 5 million people of the western frontier, there are more than 800 people in Casterly Rock City. You can't deny it, right? Bloodthirsty Arya will probably be your eternal label, unless you do something even more earth-shattering in the future. Arya hurriedly said, I'm willing to kill the other ghosts. Now that I have my revenge, I have nothing to worry about. I can focus on killing them. You have to get through this first. Then Bran blabbered on, teaching his second sister how to act as a pitiful girl who lost her footing. There was no use in quibbling. No one was stupid. Arya was caught red-handed by the Dragon Queen outside Casterly Rock City. In the face of ironclad evidence, begging for mercy was the only choice. Count Quentin Bamford received a messenger crow from Fairy Island last night. He knew that the Dragon Queen was leading the Western Frontier volunteers to Calamity Fortress. At first he was bewildered. As the owner of Calamity Fortress, his castle was not besieged by the ghouls, so he did not ask for help from Fairy Island. How did the Dragon Queen know about the other ghosts before him? But no matter how confused he was still very grateful to the Dragon Queen for coming to his rescue. Early in the morning, he led the family knights to the south side of the castle and looked towards the south. In the past, even if Lannister came to play, he would have sent people to the border of his territory to welcome him, let alone the Queen. But it was different now. The fall of the Western Frontier had shocked the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The impact was far more far-reaching and direct than the Battle of Winterfell. They're here. What a big sled and how fast. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the soldiers on the watchtower shouted. The sled was not a new black technology invented by Dany, but it was the first time that a sled bus like the one used by the Western Frontier volunteers had appeared. The 8-meter-long sleigh bus galloped on the snowy ground, and the 20-centimeter-wide skis brought up clouds of fog-like snow. In the middle of the bus stood a 30-foot-tall mast, and the huge triangular sail was like the breasts of a 16-year-old beauty, bulging and full of vitality. The sail was embroidered with the emblems of various families. The leader was Targaryen of the Five-Colored Dragon, followed by the illegitimate son of the Three-Headed Red Dragon, Lannister of the Golden Lion, and the 3 silver boats of the Farman family of the Fairy City. The speed of the sled was almost the same as that of an ordinary horse. 150 sled buses galloped together. It was a spectacular sight. They did not stop outside Calamity Fortress. Instead, they continued north towards the coastline. However, a dog-pulled sled broke away from the main group and turned to the front of the city gate. It loudly conveyed the Queen's orders to Count Cunting, who was on the city wall, to send elite knights to follow the convoy to the north coast 15 kilometers away. Count Cunting had received the order the night before. At this moment he had already prepared the sled and the soldiers. When he heard the messenger's words, he immediately opened the city gate and personally rode a horse to follow the convoy. Damn it, we were fooled by the deviant ghosts. After running for more than an hour, he finally reached the front of the sled pulled by giant wolves. However, the Count saw an exasperated Dragon Queen. Chapter 909. Count Kuan-Ting stood on the skis, his hands holding onto the rope on the saddle as the warhorse dragged him along. It was almost the speed of a galloping horse, barely keeping up with the team of sleds and buses. When the convoy stopped, he also saw the terrifying army of ghouls. They walked past the beach, climbed over the rugged reefs and went all the way to the east. They were densely packed and boundless. If it weren't for the Dragon Queen and the surrounding heroes of the western region who were calm and composed, Count Kuan-Ting was ready to turn around and flee on his horse. Then he saw the Dragon Queen, who was smiling as she walked towards the Knights of Calamity Fortress, and her expression changed. "Damn it, we've been tricked by the deviants," she said with a gloomy face. "What?" Count Kuan-Ting asked blankly. "What's going on?" The dwarf with the red dragon and golden lion on his chest was also puzzled. Count Kuan-Ting and the Knights of Calamity Fortress behind him looked at the handsome dwarf with strange expressions. Caw 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 caw, a large red-eyed crow stood on the mast and cried, "A large number of ghouls are passing through the coastal avenue, the coastal road connecting the western region and the river bend, and entering the territory of Corn City and Rice Chicken Hall. The ultimate goal of the ghouls is to leave the western region and enter the more densely populated river bend. The deviants have figured out our movements and forced us to make a choice between the Calamity Fortress in the north or the river bend in the south." "Are you Lord Three-Eyed Crow?" Count Kuan-Ting looked at the big crow in surprise. After receiving a nod from Bran, he frowned and said, "Are deviants so smart? They even know how to use schemes." Big Bear shook his head and said, "Deviants are transformed from humans, so of course they have intelligence. In fact, this isn't a very clever scheme, or rather, it's an overt scheme. We've known about it for a long time. It's just that after many discussions, we still haven't found a good solution." "It's not that there's no solution as long as there's another powerful extraordinaire as a reserve team." At this point, Tyrion sighed and said helplessly, "It's a pity that the Westeros are not of one mind. The city-states on the other side of the Narrow Sea are also watching from the sidelines. If Stannis and his red-robed priests can cooperate, and if the gods and wizards of the neighboring free cities are willing to join the anti-Ghost United Front, it would be easy to completely seal off the western region. After all, there are only 3 exits from the western region. Isn't Stannis calling for the free cities to participate in the King's Landing War? What's the progress now?" Count Coenting asked. Tyrion said as he put on his armor, "I don't know. The King's Landing has always been in contact with Bravos, but they haven't announced the results of the negotiations, perhaps because the results aren't very encouraging." When Dany saw that most of the soldiers had put on their armor and picked up their weapons, she said, "Prepare for battle." "Give up the Crow Hall?" Count Coenting asked in surprise. Tyrion shook his head and said, "Calamity Bastion is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Crow Hall, and the ghouls here are entering the river along the beach. We can only finish the battle here quickly, and then the Queen will rescue the coastal road alone. Bran, you're not needed here. Go to the Crow Hall and keep an eye on the ghouls' main force." After saying this, Dany jumped into the sky. Caw-caw. The big crow didn't move, but the light in its eyes dimmed a little. Bran's soul had been transferred thousands of miles away. There was nothing much to say about the course of the battle. Seeing the tornado that pierced through the heavens and the earth, seeing thousands of ghouls being swept into the wind pillar like fallen leaves, seeing the broken limbs falling from the sky like rain, and seeing the volunteer squad that followed behind the tornado with high fighting spirit and took the initiative to charge at the ghouls, Count Coenting and his knights knelt down without any surprise. They knelt down. This kind of battle was too comfortable. Moreover, they were fighting for the Western region, for the Seven Kingdoms, and for mankind. This kind of battle was glorious, much more glorious than the power struggle for the Iron Throne. "Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead the Knights of Calamity Fortress to join your volunteers." When the willow leaf sword shook off the blood and fell from the sky, it was inserted into the leather sheath on the back of the black dragon. When the Dragon Queen landed on the dragon saddle, Count Coenting knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. "You go and discuss with Tyrion. I'm going to the Crow Hall now." After saying this, the black dragon looked up to the sky and spat out a bright red fireball. The space door suddenly opened, and the Megalosaurus took the Dragon Queen and jumped, disappearing from everyone's sight. In fact, Big Black and Dany didn't leave. They were above everyone's heads at an altitude of more than 10 kilometers. This was Dany's latest flight method, the multi-level freefall acceleration method. At an altitude of more than 10 kilometers, Big Black began to fly south, diagonally downward. He was flapping his wings, and at the same time, gravity helped him accelerate, increasing his speed rapidly. When he fell to an altitude of 5,000 meters, he spat out a space door and instantly returned to an altitude of 10 kilometers, continuing his freefall acceleration. After doing this several times, Big Black broke the sound barrier. Of course, under normal conditions, Big Black's bones and fascia couldn't withstand supersonic flight. In fact, before breaking the sound barrier, he couldn't flap his wings and could only maintain a gliding posture to fly forward. He couldn't even control the direction. Now it was time for the goddess of wind to appear. The domain of wind enveloped Big Black, and dozens of wind elves flew out. They hung on Big Black's wings, tail, claws, chest, and the bone spurs on its back like ribbons. A long green ribbon hung on every part of its body that was in intense friction with the air. Big Black could flap his wings again, and he could freely control the direction. From afar, the ferocious black dragon was covered in a layer of green light, and dozens of wind ribbons were trailing behind it. It was mysterious and beautiful to the extreme. From time to time, a pink space door would flash, and the black dragon would disappear and reappear in the sky, continuing to accelerate. Newton cried and fainted on the Iron Throne. This was magic, an existence that could easily break the laws of physics. "You killed my aunt." Tyrion looked coldly at Arya. During dinner, the Dragon Queen still hadn't returned, so the volunteer group set up camp behind a tall cliff by the sea. Actually, when they were traveling from north to south, the Dragon Queen didn't need to use her wind magic, and the volunteer group could use the power of the north wind to drive the sleigh bus to Cliff City. But this time, among the 100,000 ghouls that were killed by the sea, there were thousands of beast corpses that had been gifted to Cliff City by the Dragon Queen. At this time, the men and women of Cliff City were busy driving sleighs to transport meat, and the volunteer group had to stay by their side to protect them. Then the dwarf remembered the number one villain in the world, Blood Devil Arya, who hadn't eaten anything for a day. He brought her food and water and even helped her remove the shackles on her hands and feet. "Which Anne are you talking about? I've killed too many people I can't remember." Arya was very calm, sitting opposite the dwarf, and said casually while dipping a piece of toast into the meat soup. "Xena, a kind and innocent woman." The dwarf was angered by Arya's attitude. "I've killed many people but none of them were innocent. If I remember correctly, Xena Lannister is the Countess of Riverrun City. This identity represents the original sin." Arya took a bite of the moist toast and muttered with puffed cheeks. "The old and the weak didn't participate in the battle between the lion and the wolf, they are not guilty." Tyrion said. "My mother wasn't a woman? Wasn't I a girl? Don't ask others for things you can't do yourself." Arya sneered. "You killed more than 800 people in Casterly Rock City, and you don't regret it?" Tyrion said in disbelief. "I regret it." Arya swallowed a piece of red meat that tasted strange. She frowned and sighed. "I should have stayed in Casterly Rock City for one more night. If the corpses had revived into ghouls I would have noticed." "More than 800 people, at least half of them were innocent." Tyrion said coldly. "I'll say it again. None of the people I killed were innocent." Arya put down her fork with a thump. Her gaze turned cold as she stared at the dwarf. "When Duke Tywin and Wald Frey staged the Red Wedding, any revenge against Lannister and House Frey was just revenge." Tyrion frowned. "The Red Wedding was a tragedy. Jaime and I have never denied that. We are willing to represent Lannister and accept a fair and open trial. I thought our families had reached an agreement on this." "Where is the trial?" Arya sneered. "Haven't you heard of the Dragon Queen's Council? Casterly Rock City won't run away anyway. As long as Lannister isn't dead, someone will attend the final trial." Tyrion said seriously. "The Dragon Queen also put Wald Frey on trial, but did he listen?" "He didn't listen but we did." Arya sneered. "If Stark wants Cersei to pay with her life, will you listen? What does the Red Wedding have to do with Cersei?" Tyrion was stunned. "You Lannister have committed too many sins. So many that you can't even remember them all." Arya's expression darkened. "But you may have forgotten, but I will never forget how my father died. I will never forget how Cersei desecrated my brother's body." "That?" The dwarf was at a loss for words. "Cersei had nothing to do with the Red Wedding, but she was directly responsible for Eid's death and Robb's head. Even so, you shouldn't have killed so many people. Lannister is so cool. He wiped out Tarbeck, Castlemaine, Targaryen, Darry and Stark. Now that it's your turn you're complaining?" Tyrion was depressed for a moment, then glared at her. "Who taught you to say that?" Arya was stunned and immediately shook her head. "I don't need anyone to teach me. Who doesn't know what you Lannister have done?" Tyrion sneered. "Other than the Dragon Queen, who would care about a little Darry? So, you shouldn't have said that to me." "You should have left it for the trial and cried to the Dragon Queen. She will most likely think you have done well, and that the Lannisters deserve to be destroyed." Arya's expression was a little unnatural, but she still stubbornly said, "Did I slander you?" "Sigh, the scary thing is you're telling the truth." Tyrion shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "Lannister is full of sins. At least that's how the Dragon Queen sees it. When the trial is over, maybe the singers will write a song for you called The Tide of Casterly Rock. Just like The Reign of Castlemaine, it will sing about Stark's great revenge." A smile appeared on Arya's face. There was a hint of yearning and anticipation in her eyes. The dwarf smiled strangely and continued, "You will become the greatest faceless in history. Your name will be known by the world and sung by the singers of the world." Arya's expression turned cold. Chapter 9-10. Timming's main religion was the Inami. They believed that the Inami lived in flowing water palaces, brought fire from the sea, and walked through the world's oceans with fire and swords. In the Inami's teachings, the Inami created Taimin and taught them to follow the ancient path, replace production with plunder, and write their own lives with blood, fire, and songs. In other words, rape, pillage, murder, and all sorts of evil deeds were committed, and there was no good to be done. It was a very anti-human and anti-social religion. The storm god was the Inami's eternal enemy. He lived in a hall in the clouds, and the crows were his servants. Compared to the Inami, the storm god's teachings were even more rebellious. He would lead his followers astray and lead them to self-destruction. Crow's Eye, Yuluin had never seen a deviant before. He didn't participate in the barbarians' attack on the wall. He didn't participate in the Battle of Winterfell. He knew for a long time that there were deviants beyond the wall. He knew that the night was coming. He knew that the deviants would bring the world into a cold and dark abyss just like an old Nan's story. But knowing was one thing. He and Taimin didn't have any direct impression of the deviants. So, it was a tragedy for them. When he first left the King's Landing, Yuluin was actually very proud of himself. Because he fought the battle at the King's Landing so well that he almost had Stannis in the palm of his hand. He took the initiative to give up the city gates and caused heavy casualties to Stannis' army in the streets. He even killed 3 wyverns. After that, he disguised his soldiers as deserters and left the King's Landing intact. He also blew up the Red Keep, making Stannis' efforts go to waste. No one can take what he has. Before he blew up the Red Keep, he knew that this would anger Stannis. So, before he left the King's Landing, he set up one last ambush. If Erlu was still a normal person, he would have been killed by his Dragonslayer crossbow. Unfortunately, resurrection was a common thing in this era of deviants. But Yuluin had reason to be happy. His actions at the King's Landing greatly pleased the Storm God. The gods had blessed him. Not only did his magic power, which had been destroyed by St. Matthew, recover, but after sacrificing the Red Castle, the Iron Throne, and the King's Landing, he had also made great progress. He was only a little bit away from becoming a demigod priest of the God of Storms. Well, Yuluin, Crow's Eye, sniping Erlu's soldiers in the streets and alleys, killing the Pterosaur, and even setting fire to the King's Landing and the Red Castle in the end, were not simply venting. He was performing the greatest sacrificial rites of destruction, and death, which both the Storm God and the Inami were fond of. However, he wasn't sacrificing Inami, but the God of Storms. Just like what Crow's Eye had done in the Shield Islands and the High Court, he had pleased the God of Storms, and the God of Storms had granted him great power and magic. Although Yuluin left the King's Landing, you did not return empty-handed. After the vassals of the Vale betrayed him, Crow's Eye knew that the King's Landing would eventually fall. The city walls could not stop the pterosaurs in the sky. Therefore, the wealth of the King's Landing had long been transferred to the riverbend. The carriages from the riverbend carried food, and the carriages that left the King's Landing and returned to the High Court were loaded with gold and jewels. The amount was not small, more than 3 million gold royals, all of which were exchanged with food from the riverbend. The Iron Throne transported food from the High Court to the King's Landing, not to distribute it to the people for free, but to stabilize the market with cheap food, to give the people hope and prevent them from rioting. Yuluin himself did not care about gold, but Taimin loved gold. With this money, even if he left the King's Landing, he could still firmly control Taimin in his hands. Not only Taimin, but he also had the key to the throne of the King of the Riverbend in his hands. Marjorie Tyrell. Little Rose was not dead and had been living in the Neodymium house, under the care of the church's nannies. She was treated almost the same as Cersei. Before Erlu attacked the King's Landing, Yuluin had taken Marjorie from the Neodymium house. After he had crippled Cersei and was on his way back to the High Court, he had married her. The Riverbend was the wealthiest kingdom of the 7 kingdoms, with the strongest military and the largest population. It was enough for Yuluin King to torment. With Chimin's support, the food from the High Court, and the Riverbend throne as a foundation, Yuluin felt that even if the otherworldly demons swept through the 7 kingdoms, he could sit on the Shield Islands and watch the changes in the 7 kingdoms. Just as his ex-wife had planned, let the heroes fight the otherworldly demons, and when they had bled dry, when both the otherworldly demons and the heroes had suffered great losses, he would appear with his preserved power. Yuluin happily left the King's Landing with his beautiful imagination for the future. Then he saw the living dead for the first time by the Mandar River, 400 kilometers northeast of the High Court. In the past half a month, especially in the past 2 days, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of ghouls had rushed out from the western region. Taimin just happened to run into a group of 100,000 ghouls in the wilderness. To the Dragon Queen and the Western Region volunteers, it was only 100,000 ghouls. They were already used to it, and if there were not more than 100,000 ghouls gathered together, they would not rush over to stop them. But this was the first time in Timin's life that he had seen such a large number of living dead. From the King's Landing to the High Court, they had walked along the Mandur River for half a month. They had also encountered small groups of living dead outside the city, in the graveyard and in the village. But in the face of Timin's large army, they all took the initiative to retreat. 100,000 ghouls ran on the snow like a flood breaking through a dam. Timin rode a horse and drove a carriage along the frozen river, forming a long snake formation. They were completely defenseless against the incoming enemy. But Timin was also dauntless. At first he did not panic and run away. The dead will not die. They put down the leather bags with gold royals on their backs, pulled out the iron swords at their waists, shouted the slogan and rushed forward. Then Yuluan's bodyguard Robert's eyes lit up. He suddenly turned on Timin and killed him. Before Timin could react, the tide of ghouls rushed over. The living people panicked and shouted, "Seven gods above. Mother of God bless. Inami bless. Seven hells. Help." And so on. But in the end they were drowned by the tide of ghouls. Not even the slightest wave was raised. When Danny chased the ghouls' army to the Mandur River, she just happened to see this scene. The scene of the foot washing water washing away rat droppings. The so-called tide of ghouls was just a rabbit being chased by her. It was not a flood at all. At most it was a basin of foot washing water. And Timin was like a string of rat droppings on the stone steps in front of the hall. He was instantly drowned by the foot washing water. But the rat who took a dump was not washed away by the water. He was still struggling. Yuluan naturally could not walk. He had a magnificent and spacious dog sleigh. Before the tide of ghouls rushed over, Yuluan felt the cold air getting colder. His sled dog also sensed danger ahead. When the tide of ghouls appeared in their field of vision, they had the opportunity to turn around and run. Other than Yuluan, there were also dozens of sleighs and hundreds of horsemen on short-legged hairy horses. Looking down from the sky, the current scene was somewhat comical. In the vast and flat snowy plains by the river, Yuluan's remaining troops were at the front. In the middle was the scattered ghouls, and behind them was the Dragon Queen who was chasing after them. Yuluan ran like a snake, avoiding the pursuit of the ghouls. The ghouls followed the breath of the living and approached Yuluan. Their formation was getting denser and denser. And Dragon Queen's tornado only had a range of 20 to 30 meters. The ghouls scattered and ran. She could only choose to chase after the ghouls in the densest formation and let go of the ghouls that fled in all directions. Perhaps the deviant ghosts controlling the ghouls also noticed this. They deliberately left a team to cover the rear while the rest scattered and retreated. Since they had already decided to sacrifice their lives to cover the rear, they did not mind killing the living person in front of them, Yuluan. Thus they chased after Yuluan even more urgently. In this way Yuluan, ghouls and Dragon Queen's tornado were all moving in an S shape in the snow. In the beginning the distance was a little far. The sky was dark and the visibility was low. Timin did not see the tornado a few kilometers away. As Yuluan ran he stood on the sled and opened his arms. He faced the fierce wind that hit his face and prayed loudly to the storm god. The mysterious and powerful incantation floated in the wind. Timin, who saw his actions, were full of reverence and expectation. Yolan of Silla was the storm god's priest. He had already performed the storm god's miracles countless times. Timin had seen them all. Many people had even converted to the storm god because of this. They hoped that the miracles would appear again. Yolan of Silla was also confident that he could escape this time. Many years before today he had encountered many dangers. Every time he prayed he would receive the help of the gods. To use the most popular saying in the Seven Kingdoms, Yolan of Silla was the storm god's holy son. He was on the same level as Saint Danny and Saint Erlu. They were all children of God. Of course, after this, there would be a blood sacrifice to repay the gods. However, Yolan of Silla did not care. After all, he was not the one being sacrificed. Gradually the wind started to blow. A storm gathered above Yolan of Silla's head. The storm gods will descended to the mortal world. However, this time, the storm god did not give any guidance or blessing to Yolan of Silla. Instead he laughed at him. Yuluan, my most beloved believer, this is your fate. Entertain me for the last time. Satisfy me, make me laugh, in your own pathetic, funny, unexpected, miserable and despairing way of dying. No, storm god, my fate should not end here. Yuluan's face gradually became ferocious as he shouted. Ah! The storm god laughed. On the sea you sacrificed the passengers and crew to me. On the earth you offered me death, blood and lamentations. The blood sacrifice at High Court Tyrell was especially satisfying. That was the happiest time in thousands of years, second only to the King's Landing and the Iron Throne. The storm god smacked his lips as if he was savoring the taste. The king has the king's blood, and the kingdom has the king's blood. Compared to the king's blood is just leftovers. To be able to let me taste the blood of the kingdom from the ancestral land before Lawler, Yulun, you are indeed my favorite believer. Your Majesty, I can still sacrifice more for you, Yulun shouted. From the sea to the land, from a normal merchant to a noble, from a normal noble to a duke of the Seven Kingdoms, from a duke to the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Yulun, my holy son, you have reached the peak of your life. Now it is your turn. You are the final sacrifice. The storm god's tone became cunning and greedy. No, you have just given me divine power. I still want to become a demigod. I want to sit and watch the changes in the Seven Kingdoms. When the time comes, I will rise again and become even stronger. Yulun said angrily. I'm looking forward to seeing how you survive today. The storm god laughed. Yulun's struggle and resistance were already pleasing him. Luring the Iron Seed to his own destruction was the core of the storm god's teachings. It was like justice to the Heavenly Father and mercy to the Holy Mother. This was the unique nature of the storm god, divinity. If Taimin and the Iron Islands were an independent world, then the Inami would be the god of the Iron Seed, and the storm god would be the Satan who tempted the Iron Seed to fall in destruction. Those who believed in Satan would eventually fall into hell. Chapter 9:11. Storm God, please don't give up on me, Yolan of Scylla said anxiously. I still have a chance. I can sacrifice more things to you. What chance do you have? The storm god mocked. As long as you help me, I can end the long night and save the world. I know the story of Yasuo, Yahai and Lalo. If I kill the king of strange ghosts, I will be the savior and you will become a god like Lalo. Your church will be like the Red God Temple, spread all over the world and have millions of followers. Yolan of Scylla quickly made a wish. You are insulting me. The storm god was angry. Lalo, that idiot, first lost the Song of Fire and now lost the Song of Light. First he was defeated by Beleriand, and now he was defeated by Danny and Rise. The same story keeps repeating. Now he can't even keep his position as a true god. You want me to become him? Do you want to learn from Beleriand and usurp my position? There are many followers of the Red God. Yolan of Scylla said awkwardly. A true god needs followers? As my son of God, don't you know my doctrine? The storm god mocked. The doctrine of the storm god was to torture his followers and set traps to lead the Iron Seed to destruction. You said that saving the world will earn you a reward from the origin of the universe. The reason why Lalo spared no effort to carry out the Asha prophecy is to become the savior again. When I end the long night, you can take his reward. In order to survive, Yulun spoke without thinking. The storm god sneered. Are you joking? The Iron Seed that saves the world is still an Iron Seed? The Iron Seed should burn, kill and rob and do all kinds of evil. Saving the world is a serious matter and it is not your turn. It is also contrary to the teachings of me and the stinky fishes. The night is long and danger is everywhere. We, the Iron Seeds, will add insult to injury and make this world even darker and more dangerous. I can, Yulun quickly said. Making the world darker and more dangerous is my specialty. Hehe, as long as the Iron Seed is alive, I will not be alone. Now, I just want to see you walk towards destruction. Your brother Victorian might be able to inherit your legacy. The God of Storms chuckled. Fuck you, fuck your old grave. You bastard, I'll wait for you in the 7 levels of hell. Just like those Iron Seeds who had been lured by the Storm God and eventually abandoned, King Yurun cursed the Storm God in the last moments of his life. And the more the Storm God in the sky, the happier he was. Sacrifice, sacrifices. In the end, they would all have one last sacrifice, sacrificing themselves to the God that they had believed in all their lives. At this moment, King Yurun was using his own despair, anger and fear to please his Lord God, according to the Storm God's expectations. Long live the Storm God. God of Storms, bless us. Long live Yolan of Scylla. Storm God, clean up the corpses. O storm god, you are the savior of the long night. Yu Luan was venting the last emotions in his life. Suddenly, the hundreds of Taimen on the sleighs and snowy horses turned around excitedly, waving their arms and cheering loudly. He turned around in confusion and was shocked to see a huge grayish-black wind pillar a few hundred meters away. The tornado wriggled left and right on the snowfield like a smart vacuum cleaner that followed scraps of paper, sucking the ghouls on the snow into its stomach one after another. Could it be that the storm god's mouth was full of righteousness? While Yolan of Silla was pleasantly surprised, the god of storm's furious roar came from above his head. How dare you, a mere mortal, steal my wind? Ah, it's the song of wind, the realm of wind. Damn it, my god of storm is losing power. No? I'm a true god, the god of storms. How can my control over the wind element be worse than a mortal? As the storm god wailed, Yolan of Silla saw that the whirlwind above his head had disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Instead, it drifted backward bit by bit and finally merged with the tornado that was wreaking havoc on the earth. It was like a star that shone brilliantly, magnificent and sacred, nourishing the entire galaxy, but once it encountered a black hole, it would still be devoured like the thick smoke under a range hood. Song of Wind. Yolan of Silla was stunned for a moment before realization dawned upon him. The Dragon Queen is here. Long live the Dragon Queen. He was excited and wanted to shout like this, but his rationality told him that it was not a good thing to meet the Dragon Queen here and now. The result was worse than he had expected. The tornado behind him suddenly sped up and scraped across the ground like a razor, scraping away the ghouls on the snow and also harvesting Taimen, who went from cheering to being shocked. Yolan of Silla felt that the world was spinning. After a while, a trace of coldness flashed across his arms and legs. The intense pain came late but was unusually strong. Like a tsunami, it drowned Yolan of Silla in an instant. His consciousness went black and he fainted. Before he fainted, he seemed to hear the Dragon Queen shouting with spiritual waves, "Hey Wind Demon, where are you going?" Wind Demon? Could it be the god of storm? This was the last thought he had before he woke up. When he woke up again, his first thought was not where am I? What happened to me? Instead, why is this child in front of me looking at me so fiercely? Then came the dull pain and powerlessness from his four limbs. King Yoluan discovered to his horror that he could no longer feel his arms and legs. He tilted his head and looked left and right. He seemed to be in a leaky thatched stable. He was lying on a pile of moldy and damp grass. His shoulders should have been a pair of strong and powerful arms, but now they were wrapped in blood-stained linen. There was also the familiar smell of herbs and blood that drifted to the tip of her nose. Sure enough, his arms had been chopped off, and his legs, which had lost all feeling, were also gone. Oh, unprecedented despair assaulted his heart. King Yurun wailed and cursed, "Daenerys, you hypocritical holy mother, true devil, give me back." Pa! The child kicked him in the mouth, interrupting his howling. Yolan of Silla turned his head. His eyes were vicious and his mouth was chanting an evil spell. But the next moment, as if a sharp axe had struck his brain, the sharp pain made him groan. The wizard's magic power disappeared again, and the divine power that belonged to the priest of the god of storm also dried up. His mind was like a dry land that had not rained for 10 years, and he could not even gather his spiritual power. After a while, Yolan of Silla regained his breath and asked the only child who accompanied him in the straw shed, "Who are you?" Bang! The child heard this and his eyes were filled with resentment. He kicked Yolan of Silla's temple again with red eyes. Yolan of Silla's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were like knives that could pierce through the child's forehead, throat, and heart. Then his vicious expression froze on his face, and he said in surprise and doubt, "This is the Long Table Castle? Are you Tanya's son?" The boy was about 8 or 9 years old. He had black hair and black eyes and his lips were slightly thick. He looked like his old lover. Seeing the family emblem on the child's black velvet coat with golden edges, Yolan of Silla confirmed his guess. It was the emblem of the Marowise family, a golden sign of abundance on a black background with apples, carrots, plums, onions, leeks, turnips and other colorful fruits and vegetables. "You killed my father and insulted my mother," the child complained with a sobbing tone. Yu of Silla's eyes flashed and he said softly, "Dany Rise is lying to you. She killed your parents. I was lovers with your mother and your father was good friends with me. They are my right-hand men. Why would I harm them?" "You're lying." Count Marowise kicked Yolan of Silla again. "I'm not lying really." Yolan of Silla arched his body like a cocoon and looked out of the door. He saw that the soldiers and servants were busy. Where did Danny Liz go? Before she comes back, ask someone to send me to Yolan of Silla hesitated. Send me to the high court with a sleigh first. Danny Lilith didn't go to the high court, did she? I've been hunting ghouls for the past few days. I just came back. Danny smiled as she walked into the stable. Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen. The young count hurriedly wiped away the tears on his face and trotted over to salute skillfully. Yolan of Silla opened his eyes wide and stared blankly for a moment. He then said bitterly, What do you want? Danny took off her helmet and held it in her left hand. Her silver braid hung over her blue breastplate. She smiled at the young count before looking at Yulun and said, Other than a fair and just trial, what else can we do? You cut off my limbs before the trial. Yolan of Silla asked with hatred. You should be glad that other than you the other time in were all cut into pieces. Danny had a smile on her face, but her words were unusually cold. Yolan of Silla had originally intended to ask for the treatment of a noble captive, but after hearing this and seeing the Dragon Queen's attitude, he understood that today would not be the same as the first time they had met in the Sea of Sorrow, where he would not receive a chance for redemption. Having given up on struggling to survive, his attitude also became casual. He smiled maliciously at the young count and said, Do you know how your mother died? I sent that bitch to the barracks and thousands of men. Bang! Danny's silver iron boots, which were stained with mud, slammed into Yolan of Silla's penis. Ouch! Yulun's pale scarred face turned red. Be honest, you only have one ending, but there are thousands of ways to make you die. After that, Danny called over a few knights and stuffed Yulun into a wooden box with straw mats. She did not even close the lid and directly carried it out of the shed. The knights and the servants outside the straw shed looked at Yulun with eyes full of hatred. Yolan of Silla, on the other hand, was very calm. He did not care about their attitudes at all and only turned his head to observe his surroundings. Contrary to his expectations, they were not in the Long Table Castle. This was a snowy plain full of messy footprints. There were only a few rows of straw huts that were mostly covered in snow. They seemed to be abandoned horse huts. It was snowing, but a small sun illuminated the surrounding few kilometers. Civilians wearing tattered leather jackets pushed sleighs and picked up pieces of meat from the snow and placed them in bamboo baskets on the sleighs. Further away, a group of knights were patrolling the surroundings on horseback. Yulun gradually understood that this was the battlefield where they encountered the ghouls. It was in the territory of the Mari family. The Dragon Queen called the soldiers and civilians of the Long Table Castle to clean up the battlefield. You also have a day like this. When the knights placed Yulun on a sleigh, he heard the familiar carefree laughter. Iron? You're not dead yet. Yulun was surprised. He turned his head, but the wooden box blocked his vision. Why do you think you became a human swine? Iron laughed viciously. What do you mean? Yulun said coldly. It's because Danny Alice saw us in the storm that she angrily cut off your limbs. The medicine that was used to treat your injuries was even concocted by you. Iron laughed. Yulun's expression changed a few times. He asked, You're not dead? What about Haya and Marjorie? Chapter 9:12. Long Table Castle. Under the porch of the main hall, a 2-meter-tall armored knight was chained to a pillar in the corridor. Silver steel armor and a white cape. It was a proper white knight set. At this moment, the pure white color was stained with dark red and smelly blood. It was like a courtyard after the first snow, trampled by the servants and knights. The white knight's helmet was nowhere to be seen, revealing a grayish-white head that was sewn together by the worst tailor. On the dead face, there was a pair of small bulb-like eyes that emitted a cold and terrifying blue light. 7 gods above, what did Circe do? Monster, this is a monster. It's too tragic. She was the queen of the north, but she ended up like this. This is a curse. She will be cursed by the gods for breaking the holy oath. Didn't the rat chef turn into a rat? But Wade Fry didn't turn into a rat. Wade Fry believes in the 7 gods. He might even be carrying a scroll of atonement with him. Robb Stark is a heretic who believes in the old gods. In the courtyard, the knights and servants were huddled together, pointing at the tall white knight on the pillar. The white knight tied to the pillar was Robb Strong, also known as Robb Demon Mountain. The aura of the living people around him made Rob Ghost restless. He struggled with all his might. The chains on his body tightened, and the marble pillar began to sway slightly. Quick, call the Dragon Queen. Robb Stark is about to break free from his chains. A noble lady covered her mouth and exclaimed. In the main hall, Dany was arranging for the scholars of Longtable Castle to send a warning letter to the southern nobles. Hearing the commotion outside, she quickly walked out and drew the white sword at her waist. She slashed Demon Mountain's legs and arms a few times. The sharp edge of the sword even broke the steel armor. Immediately, although Demon Mountain was still shaking his head and struggling with all his might, his limbs went limp like noodles. Your Majesty, why aren't we burning this monster who blasphemed against the 7 gods? Why are we still keeping him? A short middle-aged knight with a yellow centaur emblem on his chest asked. He is Sir Bitterbridge Lorente Caswell. The Bitterbridge Castle was small. After the Winterfell battle, the Ghost Resistance Committee ordered the Bitterbridge Castle to gather his family and citizens in the Longtable Castle. However, he was considering moving a second time recently. He wanted to move east to the safer Windstop Fort, or south to the old town near Qingting Island. Dany pointed at Ghost Luo Bai and said, This is Luo Bai Stark's head and Demon Mountain's torso. I have to hand the corpse over to Stark to deal with. In fact, she was thinking in her heart, You're just a muggle, how would you know how precious this is? She didn't want to study necromancy spells. Instead, she wanted to understand why the resurrected corpse demon suddenly became a corpse ghost, and why its strength had increased so much. Robert Strong was originally spellcaster Scholar Caborn's personal bodyguard for Cersei. After Caborn died an unnatural death, Cersei was also under the supervision of the church nanny. Yuluen stole control of Robert Strong and made him his Kingsguard. When they left the King's Landing, even the Minister of the Inner Court Tanya was sent to the barracks to reward the soldiers. Robert Strong, the most fierce man of the 7 kingdoms, was always kept by Yuluen's side. Yuluen originally liked Tanya, who was proficient in the 7 cries of spring. He didn't lie to the young earl. He and his mother were really lovers. But now that they were gone, what was the use of being lovers? Robert Strong was strong and didn't need to eat. He was like a perpetual motion machine. He followed Yuluen all the way to the river without making any mistakes. Until the deviants appeared. Facing the corpse ghost horde, Yuluen had hoped that Robert Strong would show his true colors as the most fierce general of the 7 kingdoms. The endless stamina and unparalleled bravery of Robert versus the endless and tireless deviants. It seemed to be a good match. But he didn't expect that in just one exchange Robert Strong's eyes lit up. He then turned around and started killing the living time in. It was like a ripe corpse that could be easily harvested by the other ghosts. Even in the midst of a group of deviants, Robert Strong's attire and body shape were too conspicuous. When Dany found him in the center of the tornado, she immediately noticed that he was unusual and didn't kill him. The crowd surrounding Robert Strong had yet to disperse when Dany returned to the castle hall, accompanied by a few noble knights. The Dragon Queen had been at the river bend for 4 to 5 days. Many earls and knights from the surrounding 200 to 300 kilometers had come. They either came on their own or arranged for powerful knights to represent them. After the incident in Casterly Rock City, over 1 million deviants had entered River Bend nearly a month ago. Even Golden Tree City, Red Lake Castle and a few other old noble castles of the Green Hand faction had been destroyed. The River Bend vassals were all panicking. Even the old man in the old town had sent many letters asking for help to the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty, now that the deviants in the west have all run to River Bend, why don't you stay at the Longtable Castle or go to the Fruit Wine Hall? As long as you raise your banner, you will be able to quickly form a 5,000-strong River Bend volunteer corps. I swear they are all baptized true knights. Sir Tanton Forceaway, who had a gray breastplate with a red apple printed on it, suggested. He was the red apple of the Fruit Wine Hall. The Longtable Castle and the Fruit Wine Hall are too small. Why don't we expel Time Inn and take down High Court? Her Majesty the Queen will lead the River Bend Volunteer Corps and use High Court as a base to rescue the various areas of River Bend? Just like in the West. John Forceaway, who had a velvet coat with a green apple printed on it, said. He was a New Barrel City knight and the head of the Green Apple Forceaway family. These two were actually old acquaintances with Dany. Not only the two of them, but many of the surrounding knights and knights had interacted with the Dragon Queen a long time ago. Yes, when the Dragon Queen participated in the Honey River tournament as a Bat Rider. The two Forceaways had even sent roasted fish to the Bat Rider. Knight Monterey frowned and said, Victorian refused to give up High Court and even threatened us. If we forced him, he would set fire to High Court's granary. At the same time, he also swore on the honor of the Greyjoy family that as long as he was alive, he would never allow the living dead to take even half a step into High Court. He was the guardian that Miltanya had personally chosen for her son Roussel before she went to King's Landing. During this time he also represented the Marowise family and was at the Dragon Queen's beck and call. As soon as Knight Monterey finished speaking, the surrounding people all turned to look at the Dragon Queen. I have no interest in interfering with Riverbend's political situation. Also, High Court is too far away. It's not the best place to defend, Danny said. High Court was of course not remote. It was located downstream of the Mander River and had the most fertile manor in Riverbend. It was also almost in the center of Riverbend. But when Danny considered defense issues, she had to consider the Westeros as a whole. On the map of the Seven Kingdoms, High Court was in the southwest corner. It was too remote. After thinking for a moment, Danny said, "It's a fact that the deviant ghosts have entered Riverbend. We can't leave them alone. The Riverbend Volunteer Corps can be formed. It doesn't need too many people, 3,000 knights is enough. They will be temporarily stationed in Long Table Castle." Just as the Riverbend Duke's face lit up, she said, "You still have to strengthen your own castle's defenses. The Volunteer Corps will only be responsible for ghouls with a scale of more than 100,000. At this point, Danny couldn't help but show a helpless expression. "Knights, you should understand that Riverbend isn't the only principality in Westeros. Not to mention the fallen western region, the situation in Hujian and the King's territories is not optimistic. But there are only so few Dawn warriors and they can only defend the city. Even if I sleep on the dragon's back every day, it's impossible to rescue all the castles on time. In fact, in the past week, 2 earls in Hujian have already fallen." The kind-looking Green Apple John frowned and said, "The situation in the Seven Kingdoms is too difficult. The food is getting less and less and the knights are getting fewer and fewer. More and more people are dying. What should we do in the future?" "It would be great if there were a few more great wizards like Her Majesty the Queen," Red Apple said. Earl Mattis Rowan shook his head and said, "There's no need to be as strong as the Queen. We only need a few fire wizards in each castle. They can send messages instantly and make wildfires. Together with a few priests and 1 or 2,000 soldiers with dragon crystal weapons, we won't be afraid of a siege of 30 to 50,000 ghouls." He was the Earl of Golden Tree City. Golden Tree City's Rowan belonged to the Green Hand faction and was one of the top nobles. Earl Mattis himself was known for his wisdom, prudence and popularity in the Seven Kingdoms. Together with Randall Tarley and Pixter Redwyn, they were known as the 3 heroes of the River Bend. In the beginning, Kevin had wanted Mattis to be the hand of the king, but Mattis was different from Randall. He had no prejudice against the Dragon Queen and had no intention of helping the Iron Throne change its fate. After King Aegon landed in Storm's End Castle, he brought his tribe soldiers back to his hometown. He had been helping Mace Tyrell besiege Storm's End Castle. Unfortunately, fate did not favor Mattis. His home was blocking the path of hundreds of thousands of ghouls heading south. When the Dragon Queen arrived, Golden Tree City had already fallen. Only the main castle was still resisting in despair. It was similar to Hearthstone. Therefore, Earl Mattis said with emotion, "We Westeros have too few wizards. If there are as many wizards as scholars, Golden Tree City will definitely be able to hold on until the Queen arrives. It's not that there are few, but other than the Alchemist Guild in King's Landing, there is no foundation for wizards to survive. In the past, when we found forest witches, we would hang them. Who would dare to study magic?" Red Apple muttered. Old Mattis' eyes flashed and he said meaningfully, "Maybe we need to build a magic academy similar to the City of Learning." Dragon Queen saw his gaze and nodded. "That's a good idea, but you have to solve a problem first. Magic is the most direct form of power. Wizards who have power will affect the power of the nobles. What should we do?" Old Mattis seemed to have thought about this problem. He immediately replied, "Let the wizards become secluded schools. The Magic Guild will manage the daily affairs of the wizards. The Magic Guild itself will be supervised by the church to ensure that the wizards do not participate in politics and do not engage in secular activities. It will be similar to the church's monastery. Then the Magic Guild headquarters will be located in a remote area, such as beyond the Great Wall." "Earl Rowan, aren't you thinking too far ahead?" Green Apple John frowned. "Not far." Old Mattis shook his head and looked at the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty, how long do you think the long night will last? More than 10 years, Danny said with certainty. 10 years. The knights and knights on both sides of the conference table were pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. My family's food is only enough to last for 2 years. What should we do? If we collect more ghouls and beasts, my family may be able to last for 4 years. 7 gods, we are the wealthiest river bend here. After 10 years, will there still be anyone alive in the 7 kingdoms? Chapter 9:13. When they heard the Dragon Queen say that the long night would last for more than 10 years, all the River Bend dukes wailed. Unlike the North, which was so poor that they couldn't even afford to eat, the rebellion of the 4 princes didn't happen in River Bend, and River Bend had a large population. Even if they took out the soldiers who participated in the war, it wouldn't affect the agricultural production of the various territories. This was a stark contrast to the North. Rob only took away less than 20,000 strong laborers, and the wheat was left to rot in the fields. River Bend had gathered at least 20,000 cavalrymen and 30,000 infantrymen to support Lon Lee. Their total military strength was more than 50,000, but they still had the manpower and resources to hold the Honey River tournament. But now, even the rich River Bend couldn't last 4 years. How could the 7 kingdoms survive 10 years of the long night? They had every reason to be desperate. Actually, 10 years isn't too long. Old Marvin hesitated and disagreed. Count Rowan, are you out of your mind? 10 years isn't long? Sir Laurent of Bitterbridge said with a ridiculous expression. The last long night lasted for an entire generation, Mattis Rowan said calmly. Everyone looked at each other. I thought the legend was fake. Professor Firmas even wrote a book called The Lies of the Ancients. He said that the deviant ghosts were just an ancient tribe that lived in the far north and had once invaded the Great Wall. The reason why the barbarians in the far north became the monsters in the story was because the Night Watchers and Stark wanted to make themselves into heroes who saved humanity, a knight muttered. Sigh, I've also read The Lies of the Ancients. The author called Firmas was a top history doctor. The ancients didn't lie, but the scholars now are trying to make up a fake history that suits their own interest to cover up the truth. We've been screwed over by those scholars, another knight complained. Then, one knight after another stood up and said that they had also read The Lies of the Ancients. The scholars of the City of Knowledge also denied the existence of the deviant ghosts and the long night, so they didn't want to store food at all. They were all River Bend nobles and lived very close to the City of Knowledge. Many of them had studied there when they were young, so they were more influenced by the scholars than nobles in other areas. Count Mattis tapped the table lightly with his finger. When the hall quieted down, he said, Now is not the time to complain about the City of Knowledge. We are discussing the matter of the Magic Academy. With Old Ma's reminder, everyone realized that they had strayed too far from the topic. They couldn't help but smile awkwardly at Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen was not embarrassed at all. She only looked at them indifferently, which made them even more embarrassed. Count Mattis cleared his throat and continued, Because the long night will last for many years, I believe that there is a need to cultivate magicians now. If you have studied in the City of Knowledge, you should know that the City of Knowledge has many extraordinary sex meditation techniques. We have the conditions to systematically cultivate extraordinary powers. Now, the residents of the villages and small towns are all gathered in the big castles. It's easy to use the glass candles to pick out the children with extraordinary talent. At this point, a calculating look flashed across Old Ma's eyes. He whispered to the Dragon Queen beside him, Based on the time it takes to light the glass candle, we should be able to determine the level of talent, right? Danny looked deeply at the square-nosed Count and said, Spiritual power will grow with age and wisdom. If an underage child can light the glass candle, no matter how long it takes, he will be considered an extraordinary talent. We are all believers of the 7 gods. Even if we become magicians, we should not change our faith. Do you think the Holy Mother will like the profession of magic priest? Count Mattis asked cautiously. I will like it very much. Danny thought for a moment with a dark face, then said with certainty, The Holy Mother is merciful. She sees all believers as her own children. She will like every child equally. Count Mattis's face was full of sincerity. He said in a low voice, The best magicians should serve the 7 gods. The nobles looked at the Dragon Queen and hesitated. We all know that you want to use the church to suppress those with extraordinary powers. But the church is already so powerful. If we shove the best people into the church, are we going to be lords of the Holy Church in the future? But Saint Danny was the most devout pope. She was the Holy Mother's spokesperson in the human world. They thought so in their hearts, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Old Mattis was a shrewd person. How could he not guess what his colleagues were thinking? He said directly, "The Holy Mother has always disapproved of the Church's involvement in the politics of the Seven Kingdoms." The Holy Mother nodded. In the Seven Stars Bible, there are 7 commandments and 49 rules that regulate the behavior of magicians. The first commandment is to cut off the desire for power. The Holy Mother is merciful, and the Holy Father is selfless. Old Mattis immediately said solemnly. The reason why Old Mattis made such a suggestion was because he had been studying the new Seven Stars Bible and the Church's recent actions. He completely understood the Holy Mother's thoughts. She was against the excessive expansion of the Church's power and strictly prohibited the Church's power from interfering with the secular royal power. The right to rule belonged to the king and the nobles. The right to religion and faith belonged to the 7 gods. This was the rule that the Holy Mother had always emphasized. The current archbishop, including Pope Saint Danny, strictly abided by this rule. If it was during the reign of the Great Sparrow, Mattis would only suggest to form the strongest magic association to fight against the power of the Church. At the end of the day, to the general public, their own interests would always come before their faith. The Holy Mother is merciful, and the Holy Father is just. The nobles around the conference table agreed in unison. After reaching a consensus, Mattis let out a long breath and said, "In 3 to 5 years we can institutionalize magicians like scholars. If there are 3 to 5 magicians in every castle, it will be much safer to defend the city. Other than defending the city and transmitting messages, we might also be able to solve the food problem through magic." At this point, Old Mattis pointed out the window. There was a small sun hanging in the sky. But once we train so many magicians, a standardized system will be necessary. We have to discuss it properly, he continued. In the Ursos continent, supernatural forces are abnormally active. It doesn't seem to affect the secular political system, John of the Green Apple said. The free cities are a cesspool. They are not our role models, Count Mattis said with disdain. Although the Westeros were like cesspool, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms all looked down on the free cities across the narrow sea. They despised the people of Ursos for their lack of honor, disobedience, chaos, stupidity and short-sightedness. It made sense. In the Westeros, Joffrey being poisoned to death by his wife was a once-in-a-thousand-years case. But on the other side of the narrow sea, the number of kings who died from poison and assassination exceeded those who died of natural causes. Of course, the free people in the free cities also despised the land of sunset for being barbaric and backward. In short, the Westeros were terrible and so was Ursos. It was a rotten world. We really can't learn from the chaotic Ursos. The Dragon Queen thought for a moment and agreed with Count Mattis' idea of institutionalizing and standardizing the magicians. Did you see Robert Strong in the hallway? It's a product of necromancy. Not only does it desecrate the body and soul of the dead, but its existence is also very dangerous. For example, it originally belonged to Cersei, but Luwin easily took control of it. After that, he encountered the ancestors of necromancy, the deviant ghosts, and Luwin also suffered a backlash. Your Majesty, you are almost the strongest magician in the world and also our queen. You have the final say in the Magic Academy and the magician system. A knight flattered. Danny shook her head. This concerns the future of the 7 kingdoms. I can't make the decision alone. We can build the framework first and then we can discuss it slowly. Now, I only want to mention one thing: standardization of subjects. Subjects. The others were still confused, but Count Mattis had already understood the Dragon Queen's idea. Your Majesty, you mean to restrict the magicians' professions? Yes, during the long night we need fire magicians the most. When the long night is over, we also have to ban the existence of necromancy, shadow binder, wizard, blood wizard, and other evil professions. We only need magicians that are beneficial to society, to the people, and to humanity. For example, potion priests, scalpel priests, mechanical wildfire specialists, weather forecasters, pest poisoners, plant and animal breeders, and special material forgers. Everyone, including Count Mattis, looked at the Dragon Queen, who was talking non-stop, with a blank expression. I don't seem to have heard of any of the professions you mentioned, Old Mattis mumbled. Never heard of any of them. Dragon Queen said helplessly, look at the mainstream magicians of Eastern Asia. Dark warlocks, necromancers, cloud realm magicians, fire warlocks, blood wizards, interrogators, judgment knights, poisoners, shadow binders and red-robed monks. 9.5 out of 10 are evil magicians. Supernatural powers are indispensable, but we can't abandon the teachings of the 7 gods, believe in evil gods and learn evil witchcraft. So, we have to create a new magician profession. That makes sense. Your Majesty is far-sighted. All the lords began to praise him with sincerity. Hearing the Dragon Queen talk about the Asian magicians, their scalps went numb. They even began to doubt the need to establish a magician system. Those evil magicians were not much worse than deviant ghosts. Your Majesty, what do these new professions represent? After a round of flattery, Count Mattis was puzzled. Potion priests are priests who are proficient in potions, and use holy healing with potions. Poisoners no longer study how to poison humans, but focus on how to kill pests in the fields without affecting human health. Weather forecasters are moon chanters who specialize in weather prediction. There are also breeders. We can't study the blood magic of sacrificing evil gods, but the blood magic itself is not evil. We can use magic to cultivate crops that are more resistant to cold and have higher yields. And material forgers we need. The Dragon Queen wasn't exactly improvising. She had considered the problem of the mage class for a long time, but the existing extraordinary factions were simply too evil. In the barren land in Asia, every magician had studied black magic. If black magic could promote the development of society, Danny could tolerate its existence. But the truth was, other than Valeglia's fire witchcraft, the existing magician system not only did not increase productivity, but also limited the progress of society. The matter of cultivating magicians should be done sooner rather than later. Maybe we can try it out in the old town, and let the scholars participate, Mattis said tentatively. Let the scholars who always advocated the true world cultivate supernatural powers? Danny's lips curled into a mocking smile. I heard that the scholars are busy moving the city of knowledge to Qingting Island? There are also living dead outside the old town, a knight said. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.